blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me, I'll be blessing. I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm a foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And my heart no dark, cause of the blessings. Me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to my Assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Toraba, ya, ya. Toraba, yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone. Welcome to the house of the Most High. All right, peace and blessings. Tonight, going to be a crazy lesson. Hold on, let me get my battle rag on. Then I'm going to add my brothers and sisters to the stage. Tonight's lesson, never seen, never before, Nolan Wells video footage, the judge and this island, Horny Island, the case that is dividing America. The newest case, y'all know it's like thing after thing, and it ain't gonna stop. All right, so y'all know what we gonna do. We gonna have some exclusive. All right, give me a second. Let me get myself presentable. All right, let me bring my brothers and sisters in the building. We got some exclusive tonight. All right, here we go. Let me bring my mic over a little bit. There we go. Get the mic a little clearer. Okay, so it's turned over. Let me bring it this way a little bit. There we go. There we go. I bring it that way a little bit. bring the mic up a little bit more. There you go. All right, let's get started. I could get myself over here. All right, let's get started. So tonight's live stream. All right, hold on. Let me get the invite, present invite. Let my brothers and sisters in the building. Copy stream. All right, let's go. Let's go. It's gonna be crazy. I'm crazy live tonight. Crazy live info you have never heard before. We're going to rightly divide. We're going to discern between all this. And then y'all know I got something to teach before we close out. You already know how we do. So please give a like as you come in the building. All we ask is for a like so that the other people can know we live. That's all. You might as well just like it because you're going to love it. By the time we finish, this going to be crazy tonight. Yeah, we got info others ain't did. You know what I mean? That's why I don't rush to be coming out, you know, with all the news. You know, it's all over the place, right? All the news, everybody talking about the Nolan Wells, R.I.P. the young Nolan Wells, right? Everybody talking in a move, you know, to the Nolan Wells case, you know, and, you know, I'd be like, man, it would be nice if I could, you know, just go live when it first happened, but I don't chase headlines. It is what it is, you know, and I understand what one thing I see, it gives me enough time to gather a lot of evidence, to gather a lot of information that others don't have and present it in one format. So that you can have, so what y'all need to do for the newer people who find us on this live stream, y'all need to just come on in whenever anything happen, just come on to the House of the Most High Ministries and understand you're gonna get a full report of the things that are going on. All right, so this is the thumbnail. All right, hold on, let me come to the chat. Peace to the comment section, peace to the live stream, shout out to the ministry, the House of the Most High Yah Ministries. All right, Control V. Let me let my brothers and sisters in the building. All right, peace and blessings, peace and blessings. And yeah, and I can, if y'all wanted me to, sorry, I didn't have enough time to get the call-in number together again. So what I'm gonna do, I'll put the link, if we get a chance, I'll put the link and anybody can join in if you want something to say, if you want to express yourself about these situations, I'll put the link later and then y'all could join in and y'all could express yourself. All right, this tonight's lesson. Crazy work. This is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be. I'm charged because it's a lot of information. So this thumbnail, I created the thumbnail. It says the fight, right? And then it says young Nolan Wells, R.I.P. to young Nolan Wells. Shout out to Phyllis Richard. Shout out to everybody in the building. Then I got, I work with the AI, get the AI to do what I needed to do, and we created this video, this phone thing. Teens clash near the water. Yeah, there was some fighting going on. So we're gonna get to all of the information that's out. You understand? I was hoping that the new autopsy that the parents had done over in Washington, D.C. was back already, but it was a delay and because of weather. So the autopsy was supposed to be released today, and I was like, that'll be perfect for me to grab the brand new autopsy information right off the rip and bring it out on tonight's live, but it'll be out probably tomorrow or the next day. Brand new autopsy. There was fighting going on the island. So I got it to see Horn Island, Mississippi. I call it Horny Island because, you know, these kids, they went there to be horny. That's what it was. You heard that part. And this right here, that's the judge. You understand? R.I.P. to Nolan Wells, forever in our hearts. You understand? Yeah, that's the judge. That's the judge. And her son was one of them on the boat with Nolan. That the brothers that was on the boat, the young men that were on the boat with Nolan, and she's the judge, and her son was on the boat. And the children took the boat to her house. So the boat was owned by another individual, a young white man, that they were 18. I think they were all about 18 years old. And instead of him taking the boat home, they took the boat straight to her house, the judge. All right, so we're going somewhere. The fight, Nolan Wells. You got all type of people trying to discern what's going on. So you're going to get a full digestion tonight. And I got something else exclusive. So for a lot of the people that are, you know, they're like, they upset that they're hearing a lot of black people saying that black people should be careful going out alone with a group of whites. And so a lot of people are charged in their feelings. So we're gonna discern that tonight too. We're gonna see if that has some valid, substantial basis. Is it a thing that so-called blacks should be kind of leery going out with a group of so-called whites, or are blacks just tripping again, right? Or are we just victimized mentality? Are we just, always, are we just skittish and scary? Don't be scared. Are we just scary? Or is it validated facts that a lot of the times it's kind of dangerous for blacks to go out with a bunch of whites? Now, shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters around the world. I love you all. I love the righteous children of the Most High, my righteous black so-called brothers and sisters, so-called black brothers and sisters, my righteous so-called Hispanic brothers and sisters, my righteous so-called all nations of people. The righteous love the righteous because we love the Father that's in you, and we are the light. So this ain't a black versus white thing. This is a fact in this dark second world thing, right? So you got so-called blacks that are against so-called blacks. Blacks against blacks. Crazy work, but it is what it is. Whites against whites. Crazy work, but it is what it is. Now, it's a difference if you're saying that you are against just negative, you understand? Against all Iggers of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Because you got black Iggers, you got white Iggers, you got Hispanic Iggers, you got Asian Iggers, East Indian Iggers, and nobody should like the Iggers but Iggers. Iggers are the ignorant ones of all your nations. You understand? We all have nations. The Bible calls us nations of people. So we all have cultural differences. You understand? And there's things that culturally represent or culturally seem to happen more frequently in each culture of people. So we each as individuals are to discern the culture of every people we are around. Do you understand? If I'm around a culture of people and somehow usually if I'm alone in this culture of people, I could end up missing, that could be something that I might need to know. See? But we're going to discern. I'm going to let y'all do it in the comment section. Leave it in the comment section after the live. Leave it in the live stream. All right, shout out to everybody coming in. Leave it in the live stream comment section. All right, let's get going. It's over 100 people on the live stream already. We about to get funky. All right, so I'm going to show y'all some serious exclusive clips, and then I got a extra treat for you. So if you think that people are really tripping by saying that so-called blacks need to be careful in situations when it's a bunch of whites and only one black, I got something for y'all, and I want y'all to discern it, and I want y'all to see and be like, okay, because we need to get out our feelings and we need to look for facts, get our emotion and look for your logic. You understand? People be emotionally charged, and I know the puppet master is doing all this stuff to charge us up emotionally. You heard? So let's get this party started. We're gonna get to the first video clip of the night. You heard? And this is crazy tonight. So there is a young man named Nolan Wells. A young man. He went to Horn Island for the 4th of July. So that's why I put on a thumbnail, this little horny island. You understand? Because them kids ain't doing nothing but being hornballs. Y'all better watch your kids. My so-called white brothers and sisters, righteous, watch your kids. So-called black brothers and sisters, righteous, watch your kids. So-called every nation of people, stop letting them go everywhere all the time and just do anything. That's the problem. It's too much freedoms, bro. Yeah. That's the problem. People you way too comfortable in this dark world. People of every nation, kindred, tongue. A lot of people are wicked and evil, and they have secret that's called iniquity, secret sin, secret jealousies, secret envies. You understand? And when the right situation, and you mix it with liquor and drugs, you mix it with wines and spirits, and stuff could pop off. So you need to tell your kids, no, you ain't going nowhere. Sit down, somewhere, and shut up. That part. So this young man, he went to Horny Island for the 4th of July. All right? He was 18 years old, a student, an athlete, a son, a brother, a young man, seemed like a pretty decent and nice young man, had a bright future ahead of himself. And now his family is asking the question, that none of us should or want to ask what happened to their child. Because when a life is lost, we're not dealing with just a headline. You know what I mean? When these people lose their lives, a lot of people on social media get emotionally charged, and so it just becomes the next media narrative, the next headline. You understand? But it needs to be a lot deeper than that. We're not just dealing with a headline. We're dealing with a soul, right? We're dealing with grief, okay? R.I.P. to Austin Metcalf, R.I.P. to Nolan Wells, R.I.P. to all the brothers and sisters of Every Nation Kid Your Tongue who are continually losing their life, okay? We're dealing with a family that will never see that young man walk through their door again, okay? Ecclesiastes 7:2 says, it is better to go to a house of mourning than to go to a house of feasting, for that is the end of all men, and the living will lay it to his heart. So what it's speaking on is all of us, we're going to expire. We could thank Adam and Eve for that stupid stuff. We're going to cease to exist at a time, right? So we need to be very careful of just feasting and being so we're happy and go lucky and not really paying discernment and attention to the darkness that's out there. Don't just feast on excitement and everything without having your discerning that the Most High said less is more. You understand? Because the end of all men and the living will lay it to his heart. It will come. So before we argue, before we accuse, before we turn anybody's pain into internet entertainment like people do all over the internet, we have to lay this thing that's dropping right now out on the table so we can see all the facts and we can discern unemotionally, intelligently, morally, righteously, you heard, clearly, okay, with clarity and focus. So the police and the authorities, they say the investigation is still active. They're asking for original, unedited videos and photos, all right? The police are asking people to help them out with the photos and the videos. It's kind of interesting to me because I'm like, shouldn't you just be going door to door and shouldn't you be interrogating these people who were there, right? Where's the people? Why all these kids? I'm sure they had video. Here we go again. Where's the cell phone footage? I mean, this thing is crazy, the stuff that be happening. Now all of a sudden, nobody records anything. There's no camera footage of stuff. There's no footage. Like, come on, bro. It's crazy work, right? So the police and the authorities are asking anybody, can you give us any unedited footage or photos? All right. The family is asking for the truth and transparency. So now they've set up an independent autopsy. Okay, they're already sent his body off to Washington. All right, because they don't trust the authorities in the town where it happened in Mississippi. All right. So online, what do you got? You got people arguing. You got people accusing. You got people dividing. You got people going in, choosing their sides. Right. But what I'm trying to tell y'all, we need to think very clearly. All right. Because these things go viral, and a viral video is different from a thorough and completed investigation. Okay. And rumors are not the same thing as evidence as well. And emotional reaction is not the same thing as the Most High Spirit and in truth. Okay. The book of Exodus 2:23-1 says, thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. We need to discern things in spirit and in truth. We should not raise a false report. That's why I'm slow to speak on these matters. You understand? And I try to get as much thorough understanding as I can, because we are not to put our hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. That means we cannot help spread something just because it sounds good, or just because we're going with our narrative, with the narrative of our nation of people. We cannot just repeat something just because it fits what we already believe. We cannot become an unrighteous witness in the name of emotions. You heard? And in this case, like this, in these cases that keep coming up, where the grief is actually real grief, where race issues is being discussed, where social media is pushing narratives fast, and where a family still does not have all the answers, we have to be very careful in our reactions to events. Careful does not mean we have to be silent. Careful does not mean we have to ignore or be passive. Careful does not mean ignoring the family's questions. Careful does not mean that we demand truth without manufacturing lies. No, careful does mean that we demand truth without making up or manufacturing lies. Careful means to rightly inspect and divide and think it through. Careful means we ask the hard questions without turning people into targets. Careful means we wait for evidence to be thoroughly investigated and shown before we let the internet continue to divide us, before we let the puppet master continue to push us once against one another. Okay? That's what careful means. Careful means to discern and test all spirits, because that is what is happening into America right now. The internet, they're using the media and the social to continue to divide the nation while they continue to fill out their agenda. See, a tragedy happens, then it makes the headlines, and then all the media narratives and all the video clips come, and then the rumors come, and then here come the accusations of this side against this side, and then here come the fake videos and the AI narratives, and then here come the threats, here come the disrespect, and here comes, the venom, here come the devil, here come the division. And before the truth is even really shown or discerned, the people are already at war with one another. James 1:19 says, "Wherefore, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to wrath." See, swift to hear, close your mouth and listen. Slow to speak, discern before you come out your mouth. And slow to wrath, slow to be worked up, or your emotions of anger and wrath. But what's happening in the world today? The total opposite. Slow to hear is what people are. You understand? Not swift to hear, quick to wrath. People are quick to accuse, quick to divide, quick to turn our pains, our traumas into a battlefield. And that's exactly what's happening every day. A tragedy happens, then all over again, here comes the wrath. Here comes the anger. Here comes, you see? Now, Proverbs 18:13 says, "He that answereth the matter before he hear it is a folly and a shame unto him." So what we about to show with the first video clip, we're not answering before we hear. We're not dismissing the family's claims. We're not attacking the other people who are involved before we truly understand. We're not just trusting every rumor. We're not ignoring the evidence. We're not just taking the politician side or the judicial system side. We are trying to discern. We are trying to find out what is confirmed, what is still developing, what does the footage actually show. We about to show video clips. What does the autopsy actually reveal? That's why I was hoping it got revealed today. All right? And what is pushing America to divide itself so matter-of-factly and so intently, so continually. You understand? There is an agenda happen. There is agenda. All right? All right. So let's get going. We're going to get to the first video clip of the night. Let's get this party started. All right. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't rights to the video. We reacting to the video. Here we go. Let me grab it. Let's go. There's going to be one tonight. All right. So tonight's live stream is, and I got stuff y'all ain't never seen before. We're going to show some things y'all ain't never seen before. Tonight live stream, The Fight. Nolan Wells. What is it called? The Judge and Horny Island. The case that divided America. Never seen before footage. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Stop share. Share screen. We don't own. Hold on. Did my brothers and sisters in the building? Let me make sure they're in the building. Hold on. I can't see them. Cancel. Nobody's here. What happened? Somebody, all right, I guess I kicked out. Hold on. Present. Let me add it to the live stream again. Present, copy the link. I guess, copy. All right, Control V. It's okay. It's okay. Shout out to Reverend Dr. C in the building. Let's go. If nobody can come here, it's all right. I got it. Peace and blessings. That means everybody busy. All right, let's go. Share screen. Here we go. Nolan Wells. There we go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go. Let's discern, children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Let's go.
Hey guys, this is our new GTV suggestion box. Y'all should start coming by the deep room and giving us suggestions every week. Let's see what we got today.
R.I.P. to young Nolan. That's young Nolan Wells right there in school. All right, here we go.
Hey guys, this is our new GTV suggestion box. Y'all should start coming by the deep room and giving us suggestions every week. Let's see what we got today. Just give me my money, Trent. Let's go do it.
Alright. Just give me my money.
Yeah, you don't see it. Just give me my money. Yeah.
Just give me my money. I knew y'all was coming out of me.
Okay, let's get straight to the point. This Nolan Wells story has so much going on from so many different angles, so many different point of views. I mean, it's a lot, and it's all packed in like a can of sardines. Now, there's going to be a lot more to come out as the days comes, and because people still have questions that they want answers to. The family, I'm sure, want answers, and just a lot of the people that just been watching this case and this whole story unfold since Nolan's body was discovered on July the 6th.
All right, so right there, you see the island, Horny Island. I'm going to call it Horny Island. So this Mississippi. Now, we know the history of Mississippi. Most of us know burning Mississippi. Shout out to MISSISSIPPI. All right, shout out to Mississippi. So these young individuals is on the Horny Island, right? All right. Y'all watch your kids, man. Y'all watch your kids. They shouldn't be going to Horny Island. No Horns Island. I'm good with horns. I'm good with Baphomet horns. I'm good with Horny Island. As soon as they said, I'm going to Horny Island, I said, Horny what? Shout out to everybody coming in the building, over 200 live. Let's go. Horny Island, the devil's a lie. You going to Horny in your room. You going to sit your little horny butt down in the room. Going to let these kids go there. They be drinking and partying and on boats and water. That don't mix. Water. First of all, black people, y'all better be careful. We never mix too well with water. I'm just going to let it know what it is. We never went too good with us water and boats. You know what I mean? And no disrespect, but water, boats, and white people, that ain't never worked too well for us. So that's why people don't understand. The reason why black people are saying that we need to be careful is because we got there's a historical record of things that happen in the world. Only a fool ignores history. You understand? So it never went too well with black people in boats and water and our white brothers and sisters. You know, the white brother, not that ain't our white brothers and sisters. The righteous white brothers and sisters wouldn't do that to us. But you know, you got unrighteous of all, you know, all nations of people. You understand? It don't work too well with us. We don't mess with black niggas, right? And we ain't mess with white niggas. So it don't work too well with us getting the water, boat, drinking, and white niggas. Oh, that don't go too well. I think you need to get your butt off that boat. Get off Horny Island. You going with who? Oh, no. You ain't even going with the. That's like telling you going with the Crips and Bloods. You ain't going to no Crips and Bloods in no Horny Island. Go sit your butt down in the room. The people be tripping. You know what I understand? I ain't messing with none of these egos. And you better discern all spirits of all individuals. So anyway, let's go. Video clip of the night. So they going to Horny Island for the 4th of July. Now, y'all already know that got spirits all over it. 4th of July. You got fireworks, drinking, partying, and then you got all type of secret iniquity and sin and jealousy, and you got all this water and all that. Nah, I'm good. Stay your little horny butt in the room, boy. Sit down. Okay? Let's go.
There's going to be a lot more to come out as a.
Go ahead, Hakim.
I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty, so I might be off screen for a while, and I'm going in and out of the live. But I'm here. I'm doing the best. With you? Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can hear you clearly, so it's all right. If you can't come on the screen, we can hear you clearly, though. All right. Thank you for letting us know. Peace and blessing. All right. Let's go. So I'll call on you if I need you. I'm glad you know I can't see the screen, so I don't know who with me on the screen. Is anybody? Yep,
No.
the elder. Hold on, let me let the elder in. Peace, elder. Shout to Oakland, California in the building. All right. Peace, Tommy, y'all. All right, let's go. So
I'm
Hakyama
coming in and out of StreamYard as well, so just to let you know.
Okay. All right. Hakyama, she'll be in it when she can, but we can hear it clearly, so that's all good. She can help us out. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Let's get to some information that y'all ain't seen, some video clips y'all ain't never know, and I got something else. I got a head blown emoji shocker coming. You heard? Let's go. Here we go.
Days comes, and because people still have questions that they want answers to. The family, I'm sure, want answers, and just a lot of the people that just been watching this case and this whole story unfold since Nolan's body was discovered on July the 6th out there at Horn Island. Now, there was some information that had came out that one of the guys that was on the boat with Nolan Wells' mother was a judge. Now, it is some truth to that, but it's kind of a little bit more to it, and I'm going to lay it all out on the table like Sunday dinner. You can come over here and get your plate and eat this information up.
Well, lay it on now, brother. This is the woman on the thumbnail, Ashley Cole, Chancery Court Judge for Jackson, George, and Greene counties in the beautiful state of Mississippi. All right? Now, what most people don't know, Sister Ashley, she got a little bit of history as a court judge, as a county court judge. And it ain't a favorable history facing towards the so-called black people. You understand? That's why I put her image up there, right? I put her image on there because she's paramount in this, because they went to her first. Let me explain. When they left that island, when the young white brothers, when they left him on the island, like they said they did, they didn't take the boat to the owner of the boat's house. They took it to her house. And then they lawyered up really quick. And then Facebook accounts and accounts start to get pulled down and all this, right? I mean, all this immediately. Now, stuff like this, that's kind of crazy work. I mean, stuff be looking real suspect with all that. I'm like, boy, they just already started silencing accounts, taking down accounts, privating accounts. They went into survival mode, which is, I guess, you're supposed to, you know what I mean? And they went to the judge house. They said, let's take it to the judge before we do anything. I think that was smart of those young men. I understand darkness. I was in the world in the days, sin and transgression. So I understand, when you I understand crime. I used to praise the Most High. I don't do none of that no more. I'm righteous, but that don't mean I'm foolish enough not to understand how criminals think, how criminals act. You understand? So that was actually a smart move of those young boys to take the evidence, take the boat, take everything to the judge before anybody know anything and say anything, get lawyered up, get all covered up, get your stuff together. That was actually smart. You understand? So they went to Ashley's house, the judge. All right? That's the judge on the thumbnail. All right, let's continue.
Now let's go. So this is Ashley Cole. Now this is the one that was in reference to being a judge. She is a Chancery Court judge for Jackson, George, and Greene County in the beautiful state of Mississippi. Now, let's keep going. Now, people had deactivated accounts. Some of the guys that was on the boat with them, but the judge, there was so much stuff pouring in that she also deactivated her account. But she has now resurfaced and she is back to stand on business. So we got to
deactivated account. Yes, it's darkly smart. Okay. Darkly smart. She deactivated her account. Let's continue.
Be fair, because at the end of the day, a lot of people feel some kind of way, but there's a lot of different sides to a story. People say 3 sides, but in this situation, it's the octagon. It's 8 different sides. It's so many sides. It just keep going. This side, this side, this side, your side, your side. Now, she has popped up back on Facebook and she has wrote a lengthy post about allegedly what happened. Now, and she also revealed some information about what happened to the boat. And we're going to get all into this. So let's get straight to it. Now, she wrote this. She said, our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Nolan's family. Our son, Warren, loved Nolan dearly. Now, let me back up. Warren wasn't actually on the boat. His brother was one of the guys that was on the boat with Nolan. Warren is one of the brothers of the guys. So just follow me. Unfortunately, I feel that it is appropriate for our family to dispel some rumors with facts based upon the social media attention that is being diverted away from the Wells family and their loss. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now. I fear for the safety of my child and my children. My husband and I have 6 children, and we covet their privacy. We do not believe it is appropriate for our children's photographies to be circulated through the internet, presenting potential threats to their safety. I agree with that.
Okay, I agree with that too. Now, she took precaution, okay? Because now listen clearly, let's discern this. Whatever the young men that came, now remember, put yourself in the situation. They just left Nolan on the island. They have a cell phone. We'll get to that, right? They went straight to the judge house and they apparently told her something. Okay, now what was interesting to me is how could you really tell her something when you shouldn't really know nothing yet? But whatever, I may be just tripping, just it is what it is. We all got opinions. Opinions are like a-holes. We all have them, and poop usually comes out. Okay, so let's divide through the poop. Let's, let's toss out the poop and try to get to the fruit. Okay, now, so whatever they told her, she's a judge. She knows what to do. You understand? So she immediately went to taking down accounts, making, posts. She doing damage control. So she's apparently worried about her children, okay, which I understand. She got children. I think she got little ones too, right? Now this crazy part was she had her children on Facebook before this happened, right? So she wasn't worried about nothing happening to her children before this. But whatever these young individuals came and told her, now her stepson, now she's worried. So that means something is really, she must knew something bad. This is about to be bad. That part, see, I can discern things. She must have thought this is about to be bad. I need to do damage control and I need to close my account. I need to protect my babies. I need to, because they about to be coming. You see what I mean? She thought, oh, they about to come. They coming for this. So she made them private their accounts, did all the right moves, okay? But again, in an investigative standpoint, that looks very suspect. Anybody that think that don't look suspect, you just boo-boo the fool. Because I know if I did it, I'll be going under the jail. But that would have been my lock and key. They would have been like, oh, you were just guilty. They would rip that up in court. Your Honor, he went and took down this account. He did all this stuff. Okay. So anyway, she a judge. She know what to do. So here we go. Let me walk y'all through it. Y'all know what I do. I got plenty of receipts. I got receipts people ain't never seen before. Yeah, I got something coming. I got receipts ain't nobody show online before. Yeah, we going there tonight. So this, guys, these are the individuals, right? This is her stepson. That's the one. This is the last time they seen Nolan alive. That's him. And they got beers in their hand and stuff like that. I think Nolan got a beer in his hand right here. Okay? So this the last time Nolan was alive. This is her stepson. And I think this is his boat. Okay? So instead of him taking the boat to his house, they took it to his mom, his stepmom, the judge. All right? So I just want y'all to get the visuals to know who's being spoken on in this case. So she said her son, they got a bunch of them, her son Warren and the other one, and whatever that brother said, and he said something about that's the other son. I don't know all that, but I just wanted to show y'all this is who she talking about. So they took this boat to her house. All right, let's get back. We got some video clips. We got some stuff coming tonight. Y'all go on and get your snacks together. Go on, put a like to the video so others will know we live, and maybe they can let us do a little bit of the shadow ban. It's about to get crazy in a second. 300. Over 300. Welcome everybody in the live stream. Watch this. It's about to get crazy. I got video clips they ain't never showed online. Nolan Wells exclusives. Let's go.
I graduated high school with Christine Wells Runsley. That's Nolan's mom. We are from the same.
So the mom, the judge, she's covering her bases. She said, I graduated high school with Nolan's mom, and we all good. We have utmost respect for her and the family. She's doing her thing. She's covering bases. She says she's taking her stuff down because, unfortunately, it's appropriate for our family to dispel some rumors with the facts, okay, upon the social media attention. All right. So she says she wants to explain. So she got some explaining to do, and she's explaining her situation. All right, let's continue.
Based upon the social media attention that is being diverted away from the Wells family in their loss. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now.
Okay, so she's letting us know she went to action. Okay, her husband, they got 6 children. She got stepchildren, and she don't want to be attacked. I understand that. So
respect for her and all of the.
She says she graduated with what's Nelson, our brother's mom. What's his name? I gotta remember his name. I know it's Nelson Wells. Nolan. I gotta stick it in my head. Nolan Wells. All right. She said I graduated with Nolan's mom. All right, let's continue.
Wells family. We mourn the loss of Nolan with them. Our prayers have been and will continue to be with them. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on 4th of July.
Now that is a judge right there. That is a woman who knows exactly what she's doing. Come on, somebody. Come on, my elders, y'all talk to me. That's somebody who knows exactly what you're doing. Anybody, do y'all see what she just did right there? She just did CYA. An old white man taught me that when I worked at the hospital. Shout out to that elder who taught me that. The white brother, and I was in corporate America working at the hospital. He said, boy, let me teach you something about these snakes and sharks in this corporate America. CYA, young brother. I said, what is that? Cover your ASS, because they coming for you. She covered her booty right here. You see what she did? She like, I'm going to try to do the best I can to help you young men, right? I'm going to do everything I can, but I am not going down for this. She said, my husband and I were not at Horny Island at any point on the 4th of July. Boy, go ahead, sister. She a judge. She know how to, here come the judge. She know how to cover her butt, cover your anus. Y'all better cover your anus, because everybody out here, that's what these Baphomets out here, everybody cover your anus. from everything, because that's what they after. All right, so anyway, let me get back to the lesson. All right, let's continue.
And will continue to be with them. My husband and I were not at Horn Island at any point on 4th of July, because people were trying to say a lot of different stuff. So she cleaned it up. She go on to say, no one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement quest for answers.
Hold on. That I don't know. I'm just a little different. All that strikes of guilt. How you just gonna come out and say, how guys, when people, they'll say something to you and you wasn't even thinking about it, right? Somebody come in and be like, right? Imagine you see your friend, right? And you invite him over your house, right? You're like, okay, he coming on over the house and everything good. He come in the house. You're like, how you doing? He walk in the house. You give him a pound. You give him some dap. You dap him up, pat, right? You like, yo. And he's like, man, this is a really nice house. It's a beautiful house. I just want to let you know, I'm not planning on stealing anything out of this house. I'm not planning on stealing that TV. And that, what's that? That laptop over there? Oh, that's the new Mac 11, Apple Mac. That's the new. I just want to let you know, I'm not planning on stealing anything. I'm not. What? Hold up, horses, bro. What you mean? That's what this is. Come on, guys. Come on. See, I can see through foolish stuff, right? So, but she trying to cover her butt. But if that's why, boy, I swear I should have been a lawyer, because I'm sitting up here like, you understand? I'm like, okay, so why would you need to make this disclaimer? Okay, she already says no one in our family is trying in any way to impede any investigation or hamper with the family, and we are not guilty. I was not on Horny Island. I was not. I'm like, go ahead, sister. You just telling me. You just telling on them. You just telling me it's a lot of guilty stuff going on in this thing. And she distanced herself left and right. So anyway, let's continue. A real defense lawyer would tear this up in court. This guy guilty. This guy, boy. Anyway, let's continue. All right, you'd be better off just saying nothing. You'd be better off just taking your stuff down and say, sorry everybody who my family members and loved ones. I'm canceling my accounts because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't want a lot of hoopla that might go on in Mississippi because something, and that's it. Less is more. But she trying to cover her butt. But go ahead, let's continue.
For answers. She go on to say, no one in our family is trying in any way to impede with the investigation by law enforcement or to otherwise hamper the family and law enforcement quest for answers.
She said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. What's the other one he said? He said, I smoked. George Bush said, I took the pulls, but I didn't inhale or something. I just was pulling on it, but I didn't inhale. I didn't inhale none of the weed. But anyway, let's continue.
Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. Now, that is some very revealing information to know that the brother of one of the guys that was on the boat with Nolan has been interrogated by the Jackson County Sheriff. So let's keep going. He saw Nolan last at around 3 p.m. on July the 4th. They left around 4.
Why do you keep saying the brother? I don't know what. I think this brother's off. I thought Warren was the one. She's saying he was the one that saw him on the boat at 3 p.m. But anyway, let's continue.
30 p.m. when the boat was taken on water. Now, y'all pay attention to this, people, because now she is getting into what happened to the boat. She said the boat was taken on water and they had an issue with the bilge pump. And Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group of friends.
So she said they saw Nolan last about 3 p.m., right? And they really didn't leave till 4:30 p.m., right? Little conflict of interest because one of them said, we asked him when we was leaving, did he want to go? And he said no. And then that was it. So you would think they just left, but I'm guessing the thing was they had a problem with the boat. The boat was taking on water. The boat was starting to sink. So I guess for that hour and a half, when he said he didn't want to get on the boat. But anyway, the crazy part is, why do you still got his phone? But whatever. Why is his phone still on the boat? If he don't want to stay, he definitely going to want his phone. But anyway, whatever. So I'm guessing for that hour and a half from 3 p.m. when they last saw Nolan to 4:30, they must have been working on the bilge pump. All right. The boat was taking on water. All right. All right. Let's continue. It says Nolan made a decision to stay on the island and return inland with another group of friends. All right. But he also made a decision not to take his phone, which is crazy suspect on any shape, form, or fashion. Okay. But, people can forget. Let's just give benefit of the doubt. Not really your phone. Not when you're staying on an island and everything, because you're seeing everybody's leaving. You're like, bro, I need my jack. But anyway, let's continue.
Oh, no, he did not return later with no one. Now, let's get into this bilge pump, because I'm not a boater and nothing like this. So I don't know nothing about a bilge pump. But shout out to the cleaverboater.com. This right here, what you're looking at in this diagram is a bilge pump. So like the mother said, the boat was taking on water. So clearly they had some issues. At the bottom right there, where that arrow at, that is the electric bilge pump. And then right here at the top, that is the manual bilge pump. But I'm clearly think that she is referring to the electric bilge pump was the one they was having issues with. So they was taking on water that was basically, I'm assuming, allegedly coming on the boat. Now, a bilge pump, let me give you a definition of kind of like the mechanics of it, what it does. Is an essential component of any boat. It is designed to manage and remove unwanted water from the bilge compartment, also known as the bilge well, which is the lowest point inside the hull. That's kind of like the bottom base of the boat. This is unwanted water can come from various sources. In critical situations, such as when a boat begins to take on water, the bilge pump plays a vital role in removing water and helping to maintain stability. While it cannot completely prevent sinking in some cases, it can provide valuable time to signal for assistance and take necessary actions and probably precautions. So they basically was in a situation where their boat was having a problem. Now, I'm wondering why we're just not hearing this information. But shout out to the mother for providing this information, because that's something that's good to know. Like I said, you got to be fair about it, because there's so many different sides to a story. Everybody want, a certain thing to happen. They want people arrested. But, unfortunately, people don't go like that. Now, if we keep on going, picking up off her post that she made on Facebook, is also follow up. She said this: yes, I am a judge. So she acknowledging that she's a judge.
She said, yes, I'm a judge. I also value transparency. Okay, I apologize if anyone was offended that I deleted my social media. She knows something crazy about her deleting her whole social media, but whatever. She said, I understand why she did it. I understand. That was smart move, another smart move to do. She said, I apologize if anyone was offended that I deleted my social media. There were no nefarious motivations in my deleting my social media. There we go again with those disclaimers, guys. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, for any other nation of people, we a lot of us are culturally different. Shout out to my righteous brothers and sisters of every nation, kindred, and tongue. I love you with the love of the Father, right? May the righteous go forth, and may the unrighteous kick rocks. May these devils in their transgression, may they repent or kick rocks. You understand that part? So for me speaking of my culture, one thing, we take red flags when people make disclaimers, when they constantly, there were no nefarious motivations in me. It's like, yeah, okay. You know what I mean? It's like a wise person really doesn't speak those things, because you actually look guilty when you keep trying to defend the action that you have. You know what I mean? You're like, why are you defensive like this? Okay, that means something else is going on, but whatever. Let's continue. She said, there were no nefarious motivations in me deleting my social media. Social media has a lot of positives, but it got a lot of negatives. We live in a world of clickbait, and I agree. Sad, but true. I agree. She said, my family is hopeful that this information will help to redirect the attention away from us and to the Wells family. No, the attention is not going to be redirected away from you. You know why, sister? Because the boat in the case, the main component of the case had a stop. The boat left Horny Island straight to your house. You heard? So, and you were the first that was told of everything. So no, the attention is going to be on you, as well as attention to the family's understanding and empathy and compassion. But this is an open investigation. The attention's supposed to be on everybody who was involved. You understand that part? I'm sorry that you think this little Facebook or whatever post it is, while you delete all your stuff, your accounts, think, the information, the attention. No, the attention is on you, mama. Attention on you, mama bear. Yeah. You stepped up, you took it on, the attention all over you. That's why she in the thumbnail. Y'all heard? Somebody told you wrong. Let's continue.
I also value transparency, because
here we go.
The truth. My family is hopeful that this information will help to redirect the attention to the Wells family, their grief, and their need for our community support. Kudos to her. That was a rare written post. I mean, no matter how you feel about the son, the brother, or whomever that people allegedly think did this or did this, there was a rare written post. Now I'm kind of shocked. I know she's a judge, but I'm kind of shocked that she would write a post like this revealing some of these details. Because, in the midst of an investigation, you would think maybe the sheriff probably be like, hey, the family needs to keep quiet.
I agree with the brother right there. I'm shocked that she admitted so much details in this. That's like, late sister, sheesh. I know you're a judge and everything, you got all that power, but your less is more. You really opening up the door. You opening up a can of whooper on yourself. You understand? So anyway, shout out to I guess she was a very industrious young woman, became a judge. She looked really young. You know what I mean? A judge? Go ahead. Here come the judge. All right, let's continue.
Because nobody really knew that one of the boys, the brothers or whatever, was even interrogated. The sheriff hadn't said anything about that, but she did. But now, the thing about this judge is she is a mother, but I got to provide some information that I did see to kind of clear some things up, because people were saying that she was a mother of one of the boys, but she is not. She is actually the stepmother, and her husband is actually the biological father of the boys. And they have another mother. So let's get into this. Somebody jumped in the comments and said, this is the stepmother and also judge for Jackson and surrounding counties.
Yes, off the trees. You can join. We're going to get to a part where we're going to be taking questions, and then I'll put the link and you'll be able to join. So I'll let you know when that part of the section comes, and then we'll let you know if you want to come in. Just no cussing. I said all I ask is no cussing. You can give your opinion and we can discuss. Absolutely. But no cussing. Bridle the tongue. All right, let's continue.
His biological mother is Katie Hudson. Now, somebody else jumped in to clarify that the judge is actually not the mother, she is the stepmother. But they also let it be known that the stepson that she referred to in his post is not actually the one that was in the picture. He was actually the brother of one of the guys in the picture. Then someone else jumped in the conversation to kind of give some insight on how the brother Warren is involved in this, because his brother or whatever was the one that was actually on the boat. But this person said he's entangled because Warren is the friend who supposedly called the Coast Guard's authorities and Nolan's mother. His biological mother reached out to a content creator. His stepmother is an attempt to address and posted that conversation. Now, the ending part is a looking for.
So they got themselves in the mess. So another person posted, said, yes, the stepson is entangled because Warren, the other son, is the friend who supposedly called the Coast Guards and the authorities and Nolan's mother. So Warren, so that's why I guess the police questioned him. And his biological mother, Warren, reached out to the content creator, his stepmother. His stepmother is in attempt to address, and he posted their conversation. So they reached out, the mother, the biological mother reached out to a content creator, and he posted their conversation to get it out to the world. The mother made matters worse for her son, if we're being honest. I agree. You just put everybody in your business. But I guess, they was looking to try to get ahead of the storm. You know what I mean? I guess ahead of all the crazy, but you just opened the door to the crazy, honestly. That wasn't that smart. All right, so let's continue. Stephen, can you not cuss? Can you bridle your tongue, Stephen? It's okay. I understand, the world is really dark. I understand you probably never had a place where, we don't allow any cussing, so you can express yourself without saying the F-bomb. You could have just said things solves everything, or, sex solves everything if you believe that. You know what I mean? You got a right to your opinion, right? You could have just said sex solves everything, guys, but okay. All right, let's continue. All right, so let's continue.
It's like a run-on.
Which it doesn't, but anyway, everybody got a right to their opinion.
But I did figure out what's going on. So this person also said the mother made matters worse for her son, if we're being honest. And what they're referring to, everybody was saying like this whole thing is becoming to be about black and white. Well, it appears that the brother Warren allegedly to the guy that was on the boat, it kind of sparked this whole black and white thing for some things that he said, and someone actually posted the conversation of what he said, because a content creator actually posted them on his social media page, and the family jumped in that person's inbox and kind of let them know, hey, take our picture down. But here is the message that was leaked that the brother had wrote. They kind of allegedly started this whole black and white thing that made some people feel some kind of way down there in Mississippi, down in Ocean Springs and the whole Gulf Coast area. The brother said this: I see you reposted this, so I just want to. Okay, shout out to Bilal over on Facebook. So most people don't know, guys, we're getting some extra information, right? And I've got some clips that's going to come you ain't never seen, right? We got some exclusives. You're going to hear from people from
Ocean City, I forgot what it was called, that part of Mississippi. You're going to hear firsthand. So now we learning that the brother Warren, the one who the cops first interrogated, who the judge, his stepmom, wrote the post about, his biological mom sent the info to a content creator. He posted it. And then Warren says some stuff that kind of got black people, that kind of sparked the racial stuff. So a lot of people, they coming out, why black people always making it about race and all this stuff, right? But look, this before black people even knew what was happening. This is the crazy part. So this is the part that you need to really check yourself, because Black America didn't even know this case. Most of us don't live in that part of Mississippi. So before we even knew about it, the brother of the one who was on the ship said, I see you reposted this, so I just want to let you know what really happened. Can't be listening to all these black people saying his friends did something. He was with my brother that day on my boat and he chose to stay. They know who the girl is. It happens at Horny Island all of the time. These guys posting this ish on TikTok are all worthless blacks who want nothing but views. Nolan has basically lived at my house for the last 3 years. We would never do anything to harm him. I appreciate him saying all of that. But again, once you go on here and you start calling, people worthless and people, and calling out a certain racial, it's like if I came in and said all whites are this and this, right? So this thing that's where the divide is coming in at, right? So again, it's like the posting that they were doing at the beginning of this, it like put embers. They like lit the match on the whole thing. You know what I mean? I was wondering how it got so much media attention, because there's other things that happen and the news, the media act like it didn't happen, right? There's still stuff happening. People still being unalived and nobody's talking about it. But there's certain narratives that get pushed. You heard? And this is one of them. All right, so let's continue. That's what he said, right? And I can see, okay, so let's continue.
And I'm not saying they don't, you know what I'm saying? Because he clearly said that they wouldn't do nothing to him. They've been out there and jumped out there. He really jumped out there. Now, SHIT on TikTok are all worthless blacks who want nothing but views. Woo! Nolan has basically lived at my house for the last 3 years. We would never do anything to harm him. Now, he said a lot, didn't he? He really felt some kind of way. He jumped out there. He really jumped out there. Now, when you put something like this out, it's going to get out. And you can't double back around and say you didn't really mean it, because you said exactly what you meant. And I feel like this is, the reason why some people kind of feeling like this whole thing about Nolan should have been out there hanging with those guys. They don't care about him. And I'm not saying they don't, you know what I'm saying? Because he clearly said that they wouldn't do nothing to him. But then you got to sit up and call other people worthless. Okay. But y'all go wherever you want to go. Now, Nolan's cousin also jumped in the comment section and had this to say. Mind you, this is the brother of the driver of the boat my little cousin was on. He wasn't even on the island. He going by what his little brother told him.
Now, everybody, peace and blessings to everybody coming in the building. Shout out to DeBlanco. Now, everybody, this is the people in the community. I really like, I did it with the Carmelo case, because, people online, everybody got an opinion, right? But I be wanting to bring out the information, what they're saying in the town, the actual residents, the people who know the individuals involved, okay? So that was the brother. Now, here go Nolan's family. He said, mind you, this is the brother of the driver of the boat that my little cousin was on. He wasn't even on the island. He going by what his little brother told him. So again, when he's talking about these black people and stuff, they're talking about the stuff that was happening, going on in the town before. Now, the problem that they did is they put this stuff on social media. So now you got TikTok and Instagram. You got everybody finding out about it. So that chart, right? So this is what was happening in the town. And what most people don't know, I'm about to explain something to y'all, and I'm gonna show you a video clip. There was actual tension on the island. between the blacks and the whites. Yeah, they're not telling you that part. I'm gonna show you the video clip, and we're gonna hear from people who was actually there. Okay, there was actually a so-called black boat, people who was on the boats that was mostly black, and there was a confrontation, okay, that happened between some so-called blacks and some so-called whites on the island. Okay, but a lot of that is being suppressed. But let's continue. We're going to see the clip. We're going to hear from the people from there, the people that went to school with them, the people from the neighborhood, the people that were on the island, black and white. We're going to hear them speak. All right, let's continue.
So this just right here is a whole mess. There's a whole lot of stuff stirred up in a pot like gumbo, and it's getting spicy. Now, the Jackson County Sheriff's Department has released a press release, and they said this: the Jackson County Sheriff's Office continues to actively investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Nolan Wells, who was last seen alive on Horn Island on July the 4th, 2026. We recognize that a significant amount of information, speculation, and commentary has been shared on social media and throughout the community. As with any active investigation, our investigators are working to establish the facts through eyewitnesses, accounts, physical evidence, and other reliable information. So if anybody who was out there involved with this or have some footage, video, whatever, this is the information for the Jackson County Sheriff's Office where you can contact them. And
yes, that's for everybody who watched the live stream, everybody who watched on the replay. If you from these areas or you were there, you have information. These are the numbers on the screen. You could contact the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. All right. So everybody's giving their disclaimers. Let's continue. All right.
Who been making some posts, physical or whatever. This is now. Let's go back and talk about the Jackson County Chancery Court judge.
So that's the judge, and that's the father of the brother who was on the boat with Nolan, the young man. All right, that's them.
No, she is the stepmother of the boys, one of the boys that was on the boat. And you have the brother who been making some posts and all this kind of stuff as well. So clearly, the father is the biological father, and then the lady Katie Hudson is the biological mother to the boys. But a content creator actually made a post alleging that the husband of the judge has been placed on leave from the hospital. He's a doctor. He's a physician. Now, and that could be possibly the case.
So the dad of the young man, the husband of the judge, this person wrote, Dr. Benjamin Hudson, a physician for the such and such, and the father of Warren Hudson and the spouse of Jackson County Circuit Judge Ashley Cole, has been placed on leave by the healthcare organization until the Nolan Wells investigation is complete. So the hospital placed them on leave, which that would make sense because of all of the hoopla around the case.
It's because,
and that's why the judge, she announced that me or my husband was not on that island. She we were not there, so do not, right? Which that was smart of her.
Everything that's going on surrounding this whole thing, and people, accusing people of this, assuming this happened, assume somebody did this and their kids are involved. You probably don't want a doctor in the hospital dealing with medicine or none of that kind of stuff. You want him to have a clear head. So yeah, you go ahead on and sit down and just chill it out and just hang it up like a clothes hanger. You can come back later. Like I said, this whole thing has been a mess. It's a lot. People are waiting and waiting and waiting to see what's going on. They're waiting on the autopsy. They're waiting on to see what's going to happen. As I said before in one of my other previous videos, this potentially could be ruled as an accidental drowning. We don't know. Nobody really knows. Only people that know what's really
about to get funky now. Let's go.
Happened are all the people that was out there at Horn Island on those boats, around the people who probably filmed and seen the altercation, the girlfriend, whoever. Nobody.
See, right up in here, I'm gonna show you on another clip. This is where a lot of the altercation happened. Okay. And it was a bunch of blacks and whites that was arguing. And some say, you're going to hear, they're going to say Nolan was arguing as well. All right. And some speculate he was arguing with some of his so-called friends who was on the boat. But we're going to see. We're going to let the video clips play. We're going to let the people speak. Let's continue.
Nobody really knows what happened to Nolan, but the people who was there. Somebody got to know something. If it was a drowning or he tried to go swimming and the currents was too much, then somebody just step up and say, hey, we was out there and, Nolan stayed behind. He was going to ride back on another boat and, but, jumped out there in the water, try to swim and didn't make it. I mean, simple as that. I mean, who knows? But there's a lot of questions that need answers and people are waiting. But like I said, you got to be fair. You don't want to just put a label on people just because, you emotionally involved, you upset, and you feel some kind of way. So you like, yeah, somebody did something, who knows? But the facts are going to come out. And when they do, it can either go this way or that way. We're going to see.
Now, as people continue to question Nolan's friends.
Now we're going to hear from, because a lot of people was like, well, he's just around a bunch of white brothers and sisters, right? That is correct, okay? And it's nothing wrong with you having white brothers and sisters as friends, black brothers and sisters as friends, Hispanic brothers and sisters as friends, and all of that. But each of us need to raise our children to understand culturally that a lot of narratives and a lot of spirits inhabit people. A lot of spirits, a lot of devils possess people. You understand? Once you start drinking and smoking, and you got to teach them that there's a thing called iniquity, right? And that is called secret sin. When someone secretly harbors resentment against you or jealousy or envy, right? Because in 7th grade, you got the girl, you got Allison, or you got Keisha. You understand? And they really liked Allison and Keisha, but you got them because, you more athletic or you more, right? And so they have resentment and it grows. You understand? And there's iniquity. So you got to teach everybody, every nation, kindred, tongue, every parent of every nation, kindred, and tongue, you got to teach your children discernment, to discern the spirits behind people, to be able to survey your surroundings. Don't ever get so comfortable. Now, I'm not going nowhere with a bunch of nobodies. I ain't going nowhere with a bunch of 15 bloods and I ain't a blood, or 15 thugs and I ain't a thug, or 15 white people and I ain't white, or 15 Asians and I ain't Asians, or 15, there's something that pops in and it's like, bro, I'm by myself, and what if this goes left? You know what I mean? I can't fight 15 people. I can't, you understand? That's called discernment. You know what I'm saying? That ain't called racism or nothing. That's called being wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, what the Bible says we ought to do. So now what we about to see in a very exclusive stuff. I got more exclusive that y'all ain't never seen. We about to hear from the young blacks that was on the island, that was on the boats. Yeah, the blacks had their boats too, okay? There was a beef going on the island. You understand, right? Between the young blacks and the young whites. So the young blacks are about to tell his friends. This one is supposed to be his best friend. Okay? But yes, young Nolan, he hung around a lot of white people. It just is what it is. They went to school together. You understand? You hang who your environment. But he did. So let me show. Watch this. Let's do this correctly. Because y'all know I'm going somewhere. We about to go somewhere. So let me do this correctly. So let me grab this, right? I'm going to grab this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go stop share. Let's bring this clip in early. Get this correctly because I'm about to show y'all something. I'm about to show y'all clips y'all ain't never seen before, right? So I'm going to grab that, right? Click that. Come back to y'all. Click this, right? Bang. Go to share screen. Bang. Window. Bang. Share. All right, let's go. Let's look a little bit into his life, right? So we can get a little bit of understanding of what's happening, right? So see, that's Nolan. I guess they, they just graduated or something, right? Him and his white brothers and sisters, his friends, right? Okay, so here we go. That's Nolan again. Some of his white brothers on the football team. Go ahead, Hakiyama.
We have a super sticker from DeBlango.
Oh, thank you so much, DeBlango. Did they say anything?
No.
Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you so much for the donation I humbly received. Thank you so much. All right. Now, again, it's nothing wrong with this, right? So let's say if Nolan was a young white man and all I see him is hanging out with the young black brothers in school, right? That's cool. I'm like, cool. Crap. My fan. It was sitting on the on the box that was shaky. It fell early. I should have knew it was gonna fall again. Let me put it right here. It's hot in here. I'm like, and I can't have but so much on, otherwise you'll hear it. But anyway, so hold on, let me get this together. Man, I'm live, so I can put it on the thing. Go in, bro. Easy before the first time. Hold on, guys, I'm coming. So anyway, because I got it backwards. Thank you. Trying to put it backwards. There you go. Now I'm putting it on the chair, so it's not gonna fall now. I should have did that before. Put it on the box. I'm trying to, you know how you tilt something and have it on the box? And then it's like, it fell early. I'm like, that's gonna fall, idiot juice, when you live on the show. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, idiot juice. All right, let's continue. So if Nolan was a young white brother and he was hanging out with all blacks, I would actually tell him, I know that all your friends are black and everything, and I see you hang out a lot with them. Just be very careful and discern the spirits, because in all nations of people, you got righteous and unrighteous. You understand? Sometimes it really just takes one that can sway the others, or just one to sway two or three to agree against you. You see? So you can't, I don't care who you is. If it's just you and it's a whole group of a nation of other people, be very slow to be very wise when you in this circumference, especially when it involves girls, right? Because you got people be jealous, bro, and they won't let you know. You know what I mean? Just envy. You got to discern. You'll catch people looking at you out the side of their eye, people talking, right? That's called wisdom, man. You better, what's the name? The Bible says we have to be wise as the serpent and test all spirits. You know what I'm saying? But we're not teaching our children that, right? So there's nothing wrong with our brother Nolan having his white friends, right? But sometimes you could get too comfortable. Listen, guys, I don't care if you're black or white. Don't get too comfortable. Because I done saved some people in the hood. Because some of my dudes is just, some dudes are just nasty. And I come from black hood projects, you know what I mean? All black. And sometimes you get a Hispanic dude, you get somebody from another hood, it be black on black. It ain't just white. Somebody black and they just want to beat them up or prey on them. They just want to do something wicked, and I have to stop it because I don't like bullies. I was always like that, right? So this happens no matter what. People are wicked. You understand? So let's continue. So there's him, right? So the things I'm showing you, he was with a lot of the white brothers all the time. Okay? Nothing wrong with it, but you don't want to get too comfortable. Look, he's on a boat. This is a whole different day, and he's out there, right? And they be drinking and stuff, and what if somebody, that's him down here, what if somebody, R.I.P. to young Nolan, what if somebody got some secret, they want this girl, but she like you, okay? All right, let's continue. That's him and the judge's stepson, right? Let's continue. His mom and dad, and we're going to go there. We're going to get there too a little later about the mom and dad, because you got the black people crazy. I swear, you got the FBA. Shout out to the FBAs. FBA are nuts. FBAs is like, she ain't black, so where's the Filipinos? FBAs are crazy. FBA is like, listen, we ain't about to be protesting, because where's the Filipinos protesting? But I'm going to show something. I'm going to bring some information. And then the FBA says, and the dad, they don't think he black. They think he African. I'm going to bring some understanding. I'm going to humanize this, okay? From what I did my research, and I'm going to show y'all later, to the FBAs, he's a black American, okay? And also, she has a black dad, She's Filipino, but her dad is black. Okay? So the FBAs, y'all need to ease up a little. You know, FBAs be on some, they on some delineating, they on it, right? They on stay crazy. It's all outdoors. I swear, I be seeing some of these stuff, they crazy, bro. Like, but so she's half black and Filipino, like Foxy Brown said, half black and Filipino. Y'all know that song, it's an old song. But anyway, but her dad is blacker than black, right? And he's a Mississippi country. Mississippi is blacker than black, right? So I think she was raised mostly black. We'll find that out, but that'll be later, right? I got some, because I'm gonna humanize this later. I got some stuff people don't know. So people are in their feelings emotionally charged, and people were building narratives out there, and they're wrong. You understand? All right, so let's continue. So that's him again. See? In a hot tub or something, and they drinking. So he was really comfortable around, his white brothers with them drinking and water. Black people, get out of be very careful in the water. Water carries spirits. Water is portals. That's mayam. They call it mem in Canaanite Hebrew. That's mayam. You better understand that the attributive descriptors of mayam and the portal that water is. The darkness over the face of the waters, the face over the deep. There's places in the mayam that the Most High said we ain't to go. There's spirits. At night, spirits take over water. Water is the strongest portal. That's where the kingdom of darkness lie. Leviathan and them. Satan ain't got nothing over the marine kingdom. But people don't know. That's why my short about Mayam, the waters, a lot of people like it. Then you get your people, man, your little jelly bellies talking about. I'm like, yeah, just keep playing in the water. If you want to, you better understand the spirits. You have no idea the portal of water. We came in through the water. The Messiah came through the womb of the woman, through the Mayam. Water is an entrance gate. It's a portal. That's why he came through the womb of the woman, through the water, his physical half, the Messiah, the Hebrew Messiah that y'all call Jesus. You heard? So we all come through the Mayam, the water. You understand? So that water portal, you understand? That's why even in the end time, in the book of the Revelation, when the new kingdom of the Most High come, there'll be a new heaven, a new earth, and there will be no more seas. I bet most of y'all don't know that's in the Bible. There will be no sea. That's because there will be no more marine kingdom. You heard? Y'all better go to my live streams and my videos on this channel and look at the videos about the marine kingdom. So you can't be all comfortable. And water has a memory. Water, the tides, it has memory. Do you understand? So there's curses, there's sins, that's why people, a lot of the black cities that the black so-called blacks built after Jim Crow and after slavery, right? We have successful cities, right? They always try to act like we all crash outs now. But the serpent seeds, these wicked people would come and destroy the black cities and unallow the people, and then they would build, put rivers, lakes over the cities. Right? So you got Lake Lanier and all these other lakes, right? That people think they're just beautiful lakes, and people buying lakefront property, and people are dying in the lakes every day, year after year after year. It's because the water has memory, it's cursed. There's spirits under there. Do you understand? It's spiritual warfare. So there's memory in this water. So he all comfortable, RIP to the young brother. But again, the parents is supposed to be informing, but a lot of the people are dumbed down. They don't know spiritual warfare. They don't teach discernment. Discernment is lacking, okay? So like I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with him having a lot of white friends, but all of this comfortability around water and drinking, you see? It's like you're playing Russian. It's like you're playing your odds. It's too much. Sooner or later, your number's going to hit. You understand? So there you go again. See? Young Nolan, a lot of his white brothers, and water. So do y'all see? Are y'all seeing the pattern? So that's why some of the blacks are trying to warn the blacks, like, guys, don't be so comfortable being in an environment with you're the only one of your nation, with everybody else is part of one nation, and you don't know who might be secretly jealous of you or envious. And then you start adding in wines and spirits and liquors and drugs. Yeah, that's that. No. Less is more, bro. You can, we cool. Y'all can hang out this person's house, but there need to be other people around. You need to, okay? But going on these trips and camping trips and hiking trips and black people, you need to stop all that. I think we losing it, bro. It never went well. You don't go on a camp and hiking trip with no disrespect with your group of your white brothers and sisters. A lot of times, somehow you don't come back. It's just facts. I'm not. Shout out to my righteous brothers and sisters. The people find the live stream. Half of the brothers and sisters in the moderators, some of them are my white brothers and sisters in our ministry. They welcome you with love and compassion. Okay, I love them dearly. Would I go on a boat with 30 of them and just me by myself? No. Much as I'm sorry, don't get in your feelings. I'm just telling you, I got discernment. I grew up in so much stuff that there's things that I don't go against my natural instinct. Okay? As much as I love them, with me and 30 of my white brothers and sisters in the ministry, would I go on a boat out there on the island? And they're righteous. It's not that I don't trust them because they're righteous, but no. My instinct, no. I can't, Shatan is a roving lion looking who to devour, the devil. So he can possess people, right? I don't know. So anyway, I'm just showing it because others who are getting really charged and thinking black people are being racist because they're warning other blacks not to, congregate with just everybody of another nation, right? And go in all these places, and especially around water. Water is just a whole different thing. Okay, so anyway, I'm doing this because look, here go another one, Montego. See? So somebody would tell you, even my white brothers and sisters be like, yo, bro, you're a little too comfortable. You see? You see he in the middle? You're a little too comfortable. And honestly, each picture, that's all I saw. To the point when I was putting this together, I was like, so I didn't know until I found it. I'm like, but do you have any black friends? You know what I mean? No disrespect. This is cool. Now, these are the ones on the boat. These are the ones that took the boat this side. This way he ended up missing, right? Digger 2 and his other, right? Shout out to his white friends, right? There you go again. Graduation. And, I think it's cool that they can go to have other nations of people that they can grow up with and become friends with and all that. But you still got to be careful because spirits inhabit people. Devils inhabit people. So don't get too comfortable around nobody. All right. R.I.P. to young Nolan, right? That's him in school, right? Okay. All right. There you go again. And this is me just going through his page. And so far, I really don't see, look, here you go again. Right? And see, this could be a problem. See, now you see all these white girls? And you're quite sure like one or two of them might like you. But that don't mean one of them won't like them and won't like them liking you. Yeah, you just got to discern, and no matter who you are. You understand? If you was a white brother right here and everybody was black and all these were black sisters and everything, it's like, I'll be telling you out of all these, there's probably one of them that's probably jelly against you. Jelly, but if you was a white brother, right? So you got to be careful going onto an island. I'll tell you, if you was a white brother and I'm black, and then you like, I'm like, nah, bro, I don't think you should be going on that island. Y'all gonna be drinking and smoking too? Nah. I don't think that's that smart. No, but all the bros is cool. The bros. I'm like, yeah, that sound all good. But I'm just telling you, don't listen if you don't want to. I'm just telling you. Now, black people, we ain't got no real history of unaliving people and doing well, we do when we got beef with you and shooting each other and stuff, but we ain't got no history of going hiking or going somewhere and the white person don't make it back. That's not a thing. You understand? So, but I would still give the warning, you understand? Because people is unpredictable. So you don't put yourself in a situation where it could get crazy. I'm gonna get to the video clip in a second. I just wanted to show this because it's going to make all these images I'm showing you are going to make more sense. Right? There got somebody that looks kind of black right there. Okay. All right. But again, look, they with all the white sisters and all that, right? So here we go again. Look, that look like what, they on a boat or something? Yep, they on boats. Right? So these dynamics, I'm not I'm not too comfortable. You just don't get that comfortable. It's too many spirits, too many people. And yeah, so I guess this must have been him and his girlfriend. R.I.P. to young Nolan, right? So I'm showing y'all some exclusive stuff now, right? That I ain't see people have. There go him and his girlfriend. And that's my point. How you know one of the brothers didn't like this sister? How you know they didn't like her? So you can't be so comfortable, you know what I mean? Just then when people drinking and smoking, iniquity, secret sin. You don't know who somebody might, there you go. So I did this on purpose. So what I did was, because I couldn't find none, I was like, bro, do you got a picture with a sister? I just had to RIP to the young brother, right? And some people grew up in neighborhoods, but I'm like, I'm gonna show you the video. There's black brothers that was there, right? So I'm like, so do you got any, like, I was about to say, so is this school only white brothers, white sisters, and black brothers? Because all I seen is, I'm like, I ain't seen not one beside the video clip I showed, but that was a school faculty person, right? So I literally went through to find, I said, bro, please, I need to see at least one picture with a sister, and I found it. One out of all, and and I put it in here. I was like, you know what? Let me do that. Let me do him justice. So I found one. I'm like, okay, he got a picture with some sisters. I'm like, okay, all right. No, this ain't racist. Like, come on, with any race, you're like, okay, do you, right? All right, because I know he has some black brothers, but I hadn't seen no picture with him. I'm like, well, do black girls go to the school? What? Like, all right. So there you go again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Hakiam.
We have a super sticker. It's from Mariah. She says, "This is Cullen. I'm saying I love the house and his uncle, and I will miss y'all. I'm just a messenger."
You said young Cullen?
Yeah.
Shout out to young Cullen. I love you, young Cullen. Everybody, young Cullen is, how old is Cullen now, Hakiyama? Is he about 13 or 12?
Yeah, I think he's over 11. I know that for sure.
Yeah, he's about 12. Young Cullen is a young white brother, a young white. He's been in his family. He's been in the ministry for a couple of years. He come up and he's, sometimes he comes to visit in Florida, you know what I mean? Then he goes back to his home and he's growing up in the ministry. And I wish I could put him on the screen and let y'all hear him. He's so country, his accent. We love you, young Cullen. Yep, young blonde, young white. So for those who think this is racism, this ain't race. I'm not racist. My brothers and sisters of every nation, kindred, tongue, who received the Messiah. So shout out to young Cullen. We love you, young Cullen. I guess he's about to go back home. And we'll see you when you come back, young Cullen. I wish I could have had you come on the live stream and speak to the live. I should have asked your grandma when you came to have you come on the live stream so you could say hi to the people worldwide. All right, we love you, young Cullen. All right. Peace and blessings. Thank you, Hakiyama. And have a safe trip, guys, when y'all taking young Cullen back home. All right. Peace and blessings. All right. So let's continue. All right. Now let's get back. I just wanted to show y'all that. Now let's get to exclusive. Well, I got some exclusive you ain't never seen, but wait, I'm gonna show y'all this video clip of the black brothers speaking on what happened on the island, on Horny Island, right? They're telling that we don't know what really happened. This was his best friend. So Nolan's best friend was actually this young black man right here, all right? Now, you wouldn't know it from his pictures, right? But anyway, it is what it is. So let's hear from them now.
Black friends and best friend are now responding.
You ups.
As people continue to question Nolan's white friends, whom he went to the island with, his black friends and best friend are now responding, explaining why they weren't with him at the time. On Monday, his best friend, Javon Williams, will join several of their peers at the boat dock where officials look to have brought back Wells's body. There, Williams would speak to local outlets and Herald to give his reaction.
That's him and his best friend. I guess they going to prom, right? Okay. So you see, so, all right. So anyway, remember when we played the other thing, the clip of the Facebook post, the Warren, the judge's other stepson, when he was talking about the black people worthless and all that, they was talking about in their community, what you about to hear, the blacks who was there had their boats. There was a fight on the island. So he's talking about the ones who were saying, the blacks who was there in the community saying something shady went down, not us on the internet. So that was in-house that they were talking from Mississippi. So now this brother who wanted to get on the boat with Nolan, but they said they didn't have enough room. He would have been on the boat with him going to and from the island. But they said the owner of the boat, the young man, he said ain't enough room. So he went on another boat, which they called it a black boat, where a bunch of blacks were on the boat. Okay? And Nolan just went with his friends on the boat. All right, let's continue.
To the breaking news. Black friends and best friend are now responding, explaining why they weren't with him at the time. On Monday, his best friend, Javon Williams, will join several of their peers at the boat dock where officials look to have brought back Wells's body. There, Williams would speak to local outlets and Herald to give his reaction to the breaking news. According to Williams, he was supposed to be on the same boat with Wells, but it had got filled up and he rode on a different boat. Williams would go on to confirm that he did see Nolan on the island. As soon as we got out there, he told me that he loved me. Williams would also go on to say that he last saw Wells close to 4 p.m. And according to him, along with others, reports seeing Nolan with a girl while amongst their friends.
See, this is where the confrontation stuff was happening. You see? So there were other blacks there, and he said he admitted he saw Nolan with the girl. And everybody talking about the girl, I think her name is Katie, right? And so, okay, so let's continue.
That he last saw Wells close to 4 p.m. And according to him, along with others, reports seeing Nolan with a girl while amongst their friends. Williams would also go on to share that he would end up leaving his phone with Wells's phone on the same boat in question, but would later retrieve his phone before going home. Now, outside of Williams' response, another friend by the name of Trace Carter would apparently give Nolan a warning to be safe before going to the island. According to Sun Herald, Carter would tell Wells, "Just hit me up when you get back. Just be careful, bro."
Now, the newspaper, the Sun Herald, these are reports. This is what's going on in their neighborhood, in the community. This is why the other Warren was talking about when his Facebook post, he said those worthless blacks is trying to make it such and such. We would not do nothing, right? And then the Warren, Nolan's cousin wrote back and said, bro, you wasn't even on the island. You just listened to what your little brother just told you, right? So this brother warned Nolan. He said, be careful. Just hit me up when you get back. Just be careful, bro. Watch out for yourself. So some of these was telling them, bro, they was probably telling them other times, bro, be careful, because you go on a lot of these places by yourself. You know what I mean? And, so they was giving warnings. There's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with with my white brothers and sisters giving their white brother, like, be very careful. I know you like, you hang out with the blacks, they cool and all that. But I would tell them you're a little bit too comfortable, bro. You going too many places by yourself with too many of them, and it's just too frequent, right? Guys, you can't let people get too close. We call it too familiar. You know what I mean? Don't let the people too familiar, because you can't discern all of these spirits. Yeah, one or two, everybody ain't your friend, and all skin folk ain't kin folk, right? So you got to discern the spirit behind each individual. So these brothers was giving them, telling them, bro, they was probably warning them other times. So this is stuff they ain't letting you know on the news and stuff that people ain't CYA again, cover your butt. They telling them, okay? All right, let's go.
Carter would tell Wells, just hit me up when you get back. Just be careful, bro. Watch out for yourself. And in response, Wells will respond with, I got you. I'll hit you up later. Now, according to that same report, it was also noted that Wells knew how to swim and had took lessons at a YMCA in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, where he lived, raising more concerns for some that foul play may be involved in his death. Back over on social media, Javon would continue reacting to the suspicious death of his friend. Over on TikTok, he would post a tribute to Nolan that read, for all the times you accepted my calls, text me, checked up on me, hung out with me, laughed with me, I love you, brother. Followed by a response to one user who would comment, devastating, in which Javon would say he didn't deserve this shit.
Now, you see what his best friend said? He didn't deserve this ish. He didn't deserve what? What ish? So this is why the judge's stepson wrote that post, okay? Because it was split in their community. There was you're going to see it in the video, there was a confrontation. There was a fight that happened. So there's a lot of dynamics going on in this case. All right, let's continue.
Involved in his death. Back over on social media, Javon would continue reacting to the suspicious death of his friend. Over on TikTok, he would post a tribute to Nolan that read, for all the times you accepted my calls, text me, checked up on me, hung out with me, laughed with me, I love you, brother. Followed by a response to one user who would comment, devastating, in which Javon would say he didn't deserve this shit. Williams would continue his grieving on his Instagram stories with a compilation video of Heat and Wells. Now, when it comes to the friends Wells would travel to the island with, they have been identified by social media users. However, it does appear that they have decided to remain quiet on their social pages, which each of them having their Instagram pages on private. Now, upon looking over,
that is smart for those young men on that boat. Thank you. I was going to ask you to bring me something to drink. That was smart for those young men on that boat because they have been silent, and that is very smart. I guess that judge told them, well, be quiet, go private, and shut your mouth, because everything you say can and will be used against you, right? And, I'm guessing that judge supposed to realize this could go left, because before the world heard about it, it was going left in Mississippi. It was going left in the neighborhood because the people who were there on the island had a different story from what these young men told when they came back. Okay? So let's continue.
Private. Now, upon looking over Wells' Instagram page, this was not the first time he would jump on a boat with friends, as he posted previous adventures of himself on a boat with a similar group of people. According to Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter, who would speak when Wells' body was found, the case will be handled like any other cases, with a thorough investigation.
Number one, give the family space and time. They are still processing this tragic event. And all of Nolan's close friends. I'll assure you that the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, we're looking at this whole case just like we would any other case. And we're going to be as thorough as we can.
Now, as far as Nolan's family.
Is that sheriff named Sheriff Ledbetter? I'm like, boy, that name just scared me. I'm from the North. I'm from New York City. There's certain names that I know that go way back to Jim Crow and stuff like that, with Lynch and Ledbetter. I'm like, Ledbetter, I'm out of there. There was one in North Carolina when I did my real estate in North Carolina. What was their name? And they ran half the city from the slavery days. I can't remember their name. They was against me too. It was, and then they got street signs named after them, and they be like the judges and the sheriff. They be all family, and they go back. They go back to the, sundown town days. You know what I mean? I'm like, Ledbetter, Sheriff Ledbetter. Yeah, we need to move this venue. They need to do, I hope the family is getting, you need private investigators. You need to move the court case out of that county, all that. Because the mama of one of the boys is a judge. The stepmom, this thing is related, bro. It's crazy. Even the sheriff, they got one called, it might come out in this video. If not, I'll bring it out on another time, right? There's some intertwining stuff, right? It's a lot of shady stuff going on, but let's continue.
They have set up a GoFundMe for all.
Go ahead, Hakiyama.
I have a question for you for someone new. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. What is it?
It's from T-Re7. They say, what is the difference between being killed by quote unquote your own people versus being killed by whites?
There is no difference. Dead is dead. Okay, let me explain. So you might have seen when I was giving my commentary before, when I said, if Nolan was white and he was going out with a whole group of black people all the time, I would have gave him the same advice. Be very careful when you are a nation. If you're black, if you're a white person and you're out with a bunch of, I don't know, Arabs, okay, from Saudi or somebody, right? All the time, okay? And you're dating their women. You understand? You went this, right? It's like, be very careful, no matter who you are, with another nation, and you are the only one, or repetitively with a group, and then you're drinking in spirits. You don't know who have secret sin and iniquity and jealousies against you. You understand? And you're alone. And nations of people have the tendency to group up. It's just a natural thing that people, the Most High created us as nations, and we have a tendency to have a solidarity towards your nation. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that is when your solidarity towards your nation supersedes your righteousness. You know, when you side with solidarity over righteousness and you don't help to harm someone, sometimes they call it a mob mentality. You understand? This happened throughout history, through all nations on the earth. You understand? So you got to be careful when you are in a mob and you're the only outlier of that, right? Because it can turn against you because you don't know who's wicked in that group, and that can infiltrate others. And once you add in drinking, it don't matter. What matters is he's dead. What the reason why some blacks are given warnings about blacks going places with they're the only one surrounded by whites and going to boating trips, and because historically a lot of more than not we don't come back. So there's things that happen, right? It's like, let me explain. I am not going to go into what's they call Jordan Towns, what they call these houses in California with the Bloods, right? I'm not going to go into some Chicago. I don't know the name of those streets. They got like 13 Teeth Street, right? These gangs, and I'm not part of that gang, right? I'm not going to be going over there frequently, right? I might go the first time. Let's say the first time I went, and it's like, yo, yeah, cool. I might have made it out. And the second time, third, it's like over a certain amount of time, you don't know who's secretly wicked or going to turn against you. So you don't put yourself into an environment of no group of people who are collective of one anything, and you are an outlier because the odds are really stacked against you. And if it goes left, you really don't have you're lessening your chances of being safe, no matter what it is. It's called discernment of all things and everybody. Okay. So yes, I will always, and I'm going to continue to do it, tell my nation of people, be very slow to be going out with another nation of people. I don't give a crap what they are, white or even your own nation, a bunch of thugs. I'm not going to go out with a bunch of goons if I'm on righteous time and then I'm messing with their girls. And, when liquor, wines and drugs and then women, come on, that's the Garden of Eden, Garden of Eve. Yeah, the mother of this sin. You understand? This ain't nothing but the serpent in the garden stuff. I'm like, bro, you just asking for it. It's like a soup of iniquity that's stirred up. So yeah, it don't matter who killed you, you're still dead. But we are called to rightly discern and to pour into our children, to make them understand spiritual warfare, to discern all spirits and all situations. Don't put yourself in a bad scenario. You understand? It never goes well with so-called blacks going somewhere on a boat, on an island, or hiking or something. They hanging people from trees, and then the sheriffs and stuff saying they it's got 10 cases right now going on where they're saying black people hung themselves from trees. We don't hang ourselves. We can't even make a rope. Okay? So again, and where does it happen? Out in the woods and something, you know what I mean? So it's like, come on, bro. So that's what we're doing. We're just trying to discern the actual case and what's really happening. All right, let's continue.
All those wanted to show some.
Black people, stop going on motherfucking vacation with these white folks. Your white friends call you, say, hey, bud, what's up? Hey, you ain't going on vacation? No. Hell no. Because y'all keep going on those vacations and they keep coming back home and we can't find you. You got to tell them white people no right now.
There have been people.
No, that was a comedy clip. He a comedian. I thought that was kind of funny, but now at the time it just popped in right when I was talking about that. But he said, you got to tell him no. Like, remember what's his Cat Williams said? Like, you tell Diddy, you got to tell him no. Right? That's the truth. You like, he called me up. So, yo, Unc, you want to go on a boat trip in the mountains? I'm like, who going? Me and Ricky and this one and that one and this one and that one and Allison and Megan and this one and that one. I'm like, okay, I didn't hear no rush on. I didn't hear no. I'm like, okay, that's it, and just me. Yeah, no, I'm okay. You sure? No, I'll be here when y'all get back. We can go, we can go out to Miller's Ale House or something, I'll see y'all when y'all come. I don't go into no woods. Ain't nobody going camping with Yogi the Bear and them, the bears and stuff out there, lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, I ain't going in the water with Leviathan and all them. I'm good. No. I'll see y'all when y'all get back. I like to stay in populated places. I ain't going. I remember I got invited. This sister wanted to invite me to because out in Florida they got these springs, right? Hot springs, and it's the woods. And I had met this is back when I was trying to date, and when I first came here on the internet. And so, some people, she grew up, in the white communities. I'm cool. I ain't got no problem with that. So she invited me to go to the hot springs thing. So she sent me the thing where it's at, and it's in the woods. Like you got to go in the woods, right? So we would be there we was going overnight. So sleeping bags and that right there, because I'm from New York City, that right there, I was like, nah, bro. First of all, I like air conditioning, and I like, I'm like, yeah, no cell phone. You're going to be in the woods. First thing I'm thinking is bears, mountain lions and stuff. I'm thinking like, I don't got a right to carry a gun no more because, the world, the life I used to live, right? So, I repent for all my sins and transgressions. I'm a righteous man now, right? And I served the time for all the crimes I committed in my past. But I don't got the right to carry no gun. Otherwise, I ain't going nowhere. You're going to have a gun. So I'm like, so anyway, I was entertaining because she's a very beautiful girl. And I'm like, you know what? And I'm trying to work on myself. I was sitting home and I was like, man, maybe, you got to get out of your comfort zone. I'm like, man, I'm not going to be okay in no doggone woods, man. I'm not okay with that, right? But I'm trying to get the girl, whatever. I'm trying to make her happy. So then she shows me the picture of everybody who going. It was about 25. And she showed me pictures of where they went. That's what she did. She showed me pictures. You know how people post up on Facebook of where they went last time. When they went last year, the last time they went, it was like 40, 50, all white people, no disrespect. And they were mudding, like they had the trucks, the big trucks in the mud. Yahoo! That's all I can hear in my spirit. Yahoo! Yeehaw! See, when you hear that don't go too well for black people. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all can get out your feelings. And for those who haven't lived these experiences, the so-called blacks, y'all can stay ignorant because that's what's going to happen. Y'all be happy, y'all stay in your comfy place and y'all just be saying black people, we tripping and we this and that. No. I hear, woohoo, yeehaw, whatever that is. Boy, you hear that? I think, boy, I hear nothing but a whip cracking and mudding. They be talking about mudding and stuff. I ain't mudding nothing. Ain't nobody getting in no mud. You been the next thing I'm in the mud pit. I don't know, bro. People, these spirits get in people, bro. You got generational devils that be inhabiting people through their generations, through their family. They still got sundown towns today. That's why people kill me. People act like black people tripping, telling I'm tripping if I tell black people be very careful going with a whole group of white people, when I got to tell black people you can't go to this town at night because all white people in that town. And they say, you niggers, you won't go home. You come in, you won't leave. You better come in and go on through in the day. Well, don't let the sun catch your ass, you nigger. Sorry, I catch your. I'm just keeping it 100, right? So if that's the reality, if it's a reality that I can't go through certain towns at night, how stupid it is that you're going to tell me I should be just safe going anywhere in the woods or something on a boat. Y'all just stupid. You're stupid. It's stupid is what stupid does. I'm not stupid. I just don't do it. So I told the girl when she showed me the picture, like I said, I'm like that right there, honestly, because I'm from New York and I grew up in the 80s with a lot of danger, right? They were shooting us. They was doing crazy stuff in the 70s and the 80s. It was toxic. I mean, it was closer to the Jim Crow and the lynchings and stuff, right? Now y'all more modern, you millennials and stuff like that. But the 60s and 70s and then into the early 80s when they released, man, it was crazy, right? So, and I never grew up racist, but we grew up knowing we can't go in this neighborhood, knowing that if we out at night, we got to be grouped up because bands, cars, or white boys will ride to look in who, it just was my reality, right? So I didn't lose none of that. So when I saw the picture of her, I said, I immediately felt the scary movie. You know how you get scared? That's what we need to teach people. It's not saying be scared of be shook. We all need to be righteous, but the Bible calls us to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, to discern the serpent because he's wise, looking who to devour. So we're not teaching spiritual warfare. It doesn't mean I'm scared of darkness. It means I'm wise enough not to put myself in a situation where I'm at a loss for dark. You know what I mean? We have to discern and test all spirits. So the minute I saw the thing, I got scared. It's like it felt like I was like, no, it's like I could visualize it going left. And I'm out there and I ain't got nowhere to run. I'm in the woods, right? They know everywhere they going. That's all I hear with the mud trucks chasing me down. Oh, no, bro, I'm good. I'm staying right home. I said, I'm sorry, mama. I'm not going. And we didn't work out. It wasn't because of that, but I just, she was a cool girl. I just wanted it to work, but I was like, I'm not going. So anyway, I'm sorry. That was a long story, but it was a true story. All right, let's continue.
People who have been pointing out on the internet, some prominent people saying, imagine if the situation was reversed.
All right, so now the family just hired Ben Crump. Now, I'm a realist, so I mixed opinions with this, right? Opinions are like a-holes, right? Everybody got one. Poop usually come out, so here's my poop. These people be, what they call them, grifters, ambulance chasers. But there is how can I say this? It's a will within a will. Now listen, because you got your so-called blacks who just against, honestly, anything black. All right, it's crazy work, but it is what it is. I understand the stance of saying this is an ambulance chaser, but the way I look at it is, what else do you got? Carmelo's parents went with that other grifter dude, and he had that white lawyer, Mike, and he sold him out. You see? So it's like, what else? It's like, I'm like, okay, so if I have a case or something happened to my child and it's in some old sundown town, some old racist stuff, they covering it up, the officials and all that, and then Al Sharpton and these I just laugh whenever I think of Al Sharpton. These old grifters, bro, these old hustlers, right? They come in. Really, that's the only way I'm going to really get eyes on my case to even get some type, right? Even though they're there for their own, serving their own self-interest. But it's like, what do you really got, right? Who you going to get? Johnny Cracker ain't here. He dead, right? Who you going to get, right? Because everybody else will sell you out for the system. So I can understand why they would get him. And he actually goes after the, I learned this on that other channel. I was just on the Righteous channel, Righteous Perspective, that he goes after the money, the courts. He goes after the judicial, the judges and stuff. I didn't know that about him. That's actually smart. He don't just go after, he goes and sue the judges and the court system. He sued the judicial system. He goes after the money, the bag. That's actually smart because wicked people, they are after mammon as their God. The judicial, they're after the bag. So you hurt them in the pocket. So when I heard that, I was like, well, that's who I would go with then. The one who gonna hurt them where it hurts. Because if you do, they don't care emotionally. These people be wicked. These people be serpents. Only thing they care about is their social status, their money, their bag. So if you hit them in the pocket, that's the only way you're gonna affect anything. You go up there trying to get sympathy or empathy or compassion. You stupid. That's asking the snake why he bit you, right? Come on, bro. It's stupio. So I see the whale within the whale, right? So you see, you got most blacks like, oh my goodness, they got Ben Crump. Well, who was they gonna get? Who else they gonna get? I'm glad. I think that was smart. You understand? Honestly, right? It's like we do with politics. It's the lesser of two evils, right? I ain't no Republican or Democrat, but if I was forced, if they say you can't drive your car, you lose your driver's license, you won't have the ability, all this stuff, if you don't vote. And I know I need my driver's license right now. Now, at the end time, when they make their statements and they're going to say this stuff, then I ain't going to be able, I'm going to be out of society, come out of her, because that's going to be the end. I ain't taking the marks of the beast. I ain't taking no mark of no beast. I'm not doing that. But before that happens, if they put the, like, it's like the real ID thing they did. I had to go get the real ID. You know what that is? A digital tracking trip. And I ain't want to do it. I held out as much as I can. But that was it. They wasn't going to give me no more driver's license. And I need to drive. So I'm like, I got no choice. So I went and I got the real ID. Now I know they watching me from my, where my wallet at? It's over there. The real ID ain't nothing but a tracker chip. But so again, it's the lesser of two evils, right? So what else are they going to do? I would be like, I Crumper, you and whoever else, just I need to get a private investigator. I need the facts to come out. You know what I mean? If y'all want to get your bag, whatever, hit them where it hurts because they about money anyway. But I need, the parents want justice. They want truth. So anyway, they hired Crump, right? And now Crump is on it. And he switched to autopsy, so whatever. We're going to see how this case plays out, but let's continue.
If it was 3 black boys or young men who went out with a white young man and the white young man ended up dead, imagine the outrage and the news coverage and the demands of investigations as well.
Yeah, and that's the crux of the matter, Don Lemon. That's why I'm so grateful to you.
And he went to Don Lemon. Oh, my goodness, boy. Let me not. This ain't about that tonight. But anyway.
Your network for.
Let me get past him. I don't want to hear this Crump. He talk all slow. It is what it is. Let's get to let's get to some people narrative. All right. Let's hear for some people. We're going to hear for some black people, white people. Then I got a clips that y'all never seen before again. Okay. So again, just to wrap up, the black brothers and sisters who was at, we're going to see video clips, who was at the beach. They warned Nolan, be very careful. And the white brothers and sisters in Mississippi from the school, they said a lot of them who Nolan was cool with were actually secretly really racist. So the white brothers and sisters would say things, right, amongst themselves. So these brothers was telling them, be careful. Watch out for yourself. I think he was just way too comfortable. And that's the part. Tell my righteous white brothers and sisters, black brothers and sisters, whatever, warn your kids, don't get too comfortable, period. Discern everything. All right, let's continue. Let's hear from a couple of them, and then we're going to get to another exclusive clip. I got something for y'all. Now, here we go.
Everything, yes, but the experience is to stop putting.
And be being honest with
Copyright disclaimers are in
yourself
effect.
if you say they would not have treated this investigation
We
differently?
own rights to the
We
video.
have to stop putting our kids in these sporting events, in these schools, in these environments where they are the anomaly. We have to stop doing it. Okay, you want your child to have the best education, the best experiences, the best everything. Yes, but they also need to be around their own culture. They need to.
So let me get this right. Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old kid, goes missing at Horn Lake. And all y'all want to talk about is how, oh man, you're the black kid, don't go out with nothing but whites. Y'all somehow turn this incident into a racism controversy yet again. Y'all have sick, disgusting comments in every comment section, while this mother and this father and these friends that went out on this boat are losing their shit because this boy's missing. Yet y'all want to stay in the comment section and talk about, oh man, he should have knew better. He shouldn't have done that. Why? Because he grew up with them his entire life? They're best friends?
All right, to my white brother right here. Everybody that you think is your friend ain't your friend. All right? When I grew up, they used to just have a saying that friends are those who fry you in the end. All right? So just because you think someone's your friend, you don't know who harbors secret iniquity, secret sin, jealousy of you. Right? So a lot of people, he probably don't understand, right? Because he says they grew up together and all that. Why are y'all saying, and tonight I ain't talking about the people who are crash out, the black crash outs. I don't co-sign Iggers. No black Iggers, no white Iggers, no Hispanic Iggers. Iggers are ignorant people of every nation. And I don't co-sign them. I'm the righteous. So the righteous will discern. So what this brother here might not understand and others is there is a warning that the blacks need to heed, because there is a history of things happening. Let me show. This is a perfect place to show you. Listen clearly. Do y'all not know someone else got died in the water from a boat? Here we go. Why? This part. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to this video. They ain't telling you this on the news. This happened like a month, a month or so before Nolan death. They ain't telling you about this young brother, Daniel Irvin. Listen, copyright disclaimers.
We are here because a young man, Daniel Mike Irvin, should still be here today. Instead, his family with confusion instead of urgency. They have been met with delays instead of accountability. They have been asked to accept excuses. Daniel was not just a case. He's a son. He's a student. He was loved, and his life matters.
R.I.P. to Daniel Irvin. Mysteriously disappeared on a boat with his white friends. And they swept it under the rug. Nobody's talking about it. This is why you hear some of the blacks warning other blacks, be careful going out on these boats and on these camping trips, because a lot of times you don't come back. Watch this.
Being reported her son missing under unusual circumstances, which were indicative Daniel Irvin had every intention on returning home, as his money and his ID were left at home. Yet the cries of Miss Irvin regarding a mother's heart of knowing when her child is in danger were dismissed. This is indisputable. We, the family, are aware of the fact one of the Caucasian males provided a statement to the Raleigh Police Department on April the 16th, 2026 at 12:55 p.m., implicating himself as an individual who invited and observed Daniel drown, yet failed to call 911, render aid, and did not come forward until 3 days after coverage of Daniel as a missing person expanded. We know the other male Caucasian implicated never came forward and was only interrogated after the initial individual came forward. We know both individuals extended an invitation to Daniel Irvin, and according to their curated after the narrative of which Daniel Irvin is absent the ability to speak for himself, went home Monday evening after observing Daniel Irvin drown by going underneath the water, went to bed, and reported to school Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Absent.
So his friends invited him on a boating trip. However happened, he drowned. They came home, didn't say nothing to nobody, went to school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, nothing. Like nothing happened.
Even attempted to contact Daniel's family.
He said she said they didn't even contact his family.
Either family are deeply inclined, these individuals intended on no one looking for Daniel, fighting for Daniel, advocating for Daniel, and seeking justice for Daniel.
Oh, okay, so we can stop it right there as it relates to this case. Because as you heard the woman say, one of the white boys went to the police station 3 days after he reportedly drowned from an accident. And he didn't call nobody. He didn't do anything. But before he went to the police station, he went home, went to bed, went to school Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and only came forth when Daniel's case began to get attention. And the other dude never came forth and was only interrogated when the first dude came forth.
So I'm showing it because you know how I do, I bring balance. I always bring validation because a lot of people that we don't understand each other's experiences and each other's cultures. The Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So when a person hasn't experienced certain things, they don't have an understanding. Why would blacks be scared to go out boating with your friends? You know, your white friends, and right? And it's like we have a history. There is a repetitive pattern. We are called to watch patterns and discern. I don't know what happens on the water. I don't know what happens when drinks come in and spirits take over. I don't know what ancient principality or generational spirit that's going to take over, but I'm not going to put myself in that situation. R.I.P. to young Daniel Irvin. Okay? So nobody even knows about this. You get what I'm saying? Ain't no media, nothing. It will get swept under the rug. I'm so glad that the brother put it out and I grabbed it and now I'm putting it out. All right. You don't hear nobody, but his family is still, nothing happened with the case and stuff, guys. Okay. So again, and this was in April. Okay. It's just a couple of months ago. So again, the sister got hung. People are being hung by the trees. People, I was going to play another clip with another person got unalived in the mountains. You understand? Being with their white friends, no disrespect, right? So it's like these things are repetitive. I should be able to tell my nation of people or my family members and warn them, just like a white brother or sister should be able to warn. If black people were taking white people on boat trips and they weren't coming back, on hiking trips and they weren't coming back, on camping trips and they weren't coming back, and the police says nothing happened, nothing to see here, then they need to be warned about this. I would be telling my white brothers and sisters, don't go, do not go with a black to know this. You see what I mean? This is just, it's just called common sense. It's called righteousness, diligence, morality. Well, it's called discernment, really. You know what I mean? It's called understanding and deciphering and discerning situations and understanding these dark spirits and devils inhabit people. So when this brother here, you see how he's offended. He's like, why should anybody, you shouldn't be telling. I actually had black people tell me that. Yeah. And I don't know if they watch it. If you watching it, you get offended. It is what it is. You understand? I understand people have never experienced certain things, so they speak from a lack of knowledge. And my people, the Bible says, my people are destroyed for that lack of knowledge, right? So I've heard black people, right, that say, like some of the, the conservative ones, they say, and these black people telling people, I think I got it tonight. I think I got it here, where you're going to hear a black person say, oh, dang, that was the clip I didn't grab. Where is it? Crap. Oh, I got it somewhere. I might find it when we're going through the night and grab it and just put it in the thing. Where you're gonna hear a black person say, and you'll hear them, they say, I'm more safer whenever I'm with white people than I've ever been with black people. See, when you make this generality statement, yes, would you be safer living in a white neighborhood than a black neighborhood? It depends on what kind of neighborhood. See, they do these generalities and they just say white neighborhood as if there are no bad white neighborhoods, right? No, I'm not safer. I'm safer. I might be safer being in an upper middle class white neighborhood, depending on where it's at, than being in a project in the ghetto in Chicago, or in the ghetto in the hood in the Bronx, or in the, right? Because you're talking about poverty. You're not talking about racial, you're talking about financial class line, right? But listen clearly, would I be more safer? Watch this, guys. I was going to save this, but it is, because I know people going to steal my stuff, right? My understanding, but it is what it is. You know what I'm going to ask people? I know people going to use it now. Would I be safer in a white community than a black community? It depends on who is in the community. Because would I be safer on the west side of Chicago, south side, wherever those gangs are, or in a part of the Bronx where it's a lot of gang activity, black? I would be more safer there than I'd be in a white sundown town. Listen to that. And some of the white sundown towns are middle class and upper. So you telling me I would be safer there than I would be in that ghetto with poverty stricken, where they'd probably be trying to rob my house and do all this stuff and shooting each other? Or I'd be safer in that ghetto hood than I would be in a sundown town, because they would tell me they gonna come unalive me. You see what I mean? Now I can get, a crime. So when people do this ignorant thing, they're comparing a social class. I won't be safer. Honestly, I've been to Atlanta a couple of years ago when I needed my surgery. And it's back when I was driving Uber. So while I was there to get my surgery, this was during the lock-in of 2020 and all that, right? Right, 2021. And I realized while I was there with my sister, visiting my sister in there, that it was a lot of money on the Uber app and the Lyft app. I mean, a lot. Like, I could make $800 going out in a couple of hours. So I was like, yo, I'm about to get this bag. My thing was bing, bing, bing. My thing was popping off. So I'm like, bro. So I went out and I stayed there for about 2 months. So I got to drive all the airports. I was going all over. And let me tell y'all something. I had never seen this before. I'm from New York City. I had never experienced a black neighborhood that was so wealthy and rich and safe and clean and quiet. And the houses, it was what you would call like what people think all white neighborhoods is. I'm talking about, it was so, and I was tripping because I was shocked. It was all black. Everybody's black. No noise, no thugs, no crime. It was clean, beautiful houses. I mean, everybody, it was upper middle class blacks, and it was quiet and safe. It was immaculate. So when you make this general narrative, you're so biased because you lack the understanding. I didn't know, right? That I never experienced. I had never seen that before. You understand? Because I'm from New York City. We don't have like an all black communities, right? I lived but it wasn't all black. So I moved when I got successful in New York, when I was doing my sin and transgression. I bought over $500,000 houses back then. Right now, there'd be about $1.5 million, right? beautiful neighborhood, but it's mixed. You see what I mean? It has some whites, some blacks, some right. So I've never been in it was just everybody was black. Everybody. It was just all black, and it was the most beautiful, quiet, safe, no noise. You don't even have to lock your doors. Okay? Like where I live now. And it's not all black. But guess who lived next door to me? A black family. Yeah, a Haitian family. And Hispanic over there, a white over there, and everything. And I don't got to lock my doors. So it depends on your neighborhood. So would I be safer in that Atlanta neighborhood than sundown town? No. Would I be safer in that Atlanta neighborhood if I was able to afford that, living in that neighborhood, than a all white community in Oklahoma? Maybe not. Because you might have Sister Alice and Sister Susie might be nice, but the other dude over there might be a secret racist, you see? So again, now, everything, so when you make these blanket narratives, and what people don't understand, it's bad. You're trying to use statistics and stuff, you're wrong, all right? Because they always talk about, when they discuss the blacks, they always talk about the Iggers of the black nationality, but they don't compare it to the Iggers of the white nationality. You hear me? So when they do these comparison, they compare it to Chicago and the thugs and the stuff. You're like, bro, I'm not going to move there anyway. They don't compare it to the trailer park with the crankheads and the fentanyl and the meth hat. You get what I'm saying? They don't compare it to the PDFs and the serial killers and stuff. They compare the whites to some nice suburban, upper rich middle class neighborhood, and then compare the ghetto. It's like, bro, so everybody is just, it's a very ignorant bias that people do. So the people don't have this understanding that, like he doesn't, that there is a danger. That's why I just showed you the other case. We get unalived. So we have to, yes, I'm never going nowhere. It doesn't mean I don't like my righteous white brothers and sisters. It doesn't mean I don't love my young Cullen who just came on the live stream and said he's going back home, right? It doesn't mean that some of his other relatives might be like, oh, you like that Igor, right? But young Cullen don't have that in him, right? I love young Cullen, right? He's a young white brother in the ministry, but I'm not going, that don't mean that I'm going to go, like I might love a black brother in the ministry. That don't mean I'm going to a bunch of what they call, I don't know these gangs no more. I'm sorry, I'm an elder. What they call them dudes, these G something, the ones in Chicago, I can't remember it, but folks and, I ain't going with these people, these thugs in these hoods. No, I'm staying away from them too. I ain't living in that neighborhood. So for those who can get out of a ghetto neighborhood, what they doing, guys, they keep saying that's black. So you got people, the blacks, right? These black conservatives, honestly, a lot of y'all are coons. It just is, y'all raccoons. I'm sorry. It is what it is. And your ignorance, right? Call yourself wise, you become fools. Yeah, GDs. Thank you, Mike. GDs. Thank you for helping me out. I'm sorry, guys. I'm an elder. Sometimes I can't remember GDs and folks and right. I'm not right because I'm not down with that. Now, when I was in my sin of transgression about 40 years ago, oh yeah, I would have been GD what, GD what, when you was in your sin of transgression, right? But now I'm an elder. I'm righteous. So a lot of the black coons, they actually, all they target is the black underclass. They don't talk about the white trailer parks and the white indignant. And so what they try to say is, I wouldn't live in a black community. So you mean to tell me the only way that you denote black community with lack of success? So because now again, my people destroyed for a lack of knowledge. You don't know that there are black communities that are thriving, that are very safe, wealthy, and they take care of one another like we did before these wicked serpent people, right, would attack our communities like Seneca Village, would attack our communities like Ocoee, Florida, would attack our communities like all of these other ones that I can go on and on and on and bring out. I might bring out some later, but this is going to be, I'm about to go somewhere, so I don't think I'm going to get to it tonight, right? I was going to break some stuff down, black cities and towns. You understand? Like Nicodemus, Kansas, the oldest remaining black town west of the Mississippi. Okay, all right, like Princeville, North Carolina, called Freedom Hill. All right, the very first town to be legally chartered and incorporated. All right. So these people came in and destroyed our civilizations, our successful towns, our right. And so now you even got these black raccoons who won't teach the real history, right? Hate your own. You understand? You're destroyed for a lack of knowledge, and all you try to see is the dark in our people, and not see the systemic situations that put a lot of the black people in this situation. Because if left alone, we would have been very successful, and a lot of the crime and a lot of the things that's happening in these ghettos and neighborhoods would not be a thing. It will be very small amount, but they leave that part out and act like it doesn't exist. Nah, the devil's a lie. So the brother on the screen, he doesn't understand that there are systemic things. So he never experienced it. So he's like, I understand what he's saying. He's like, why? He's with his friends. You see, he's going with his friends. I'm like, bro, everybody ain't your friend just because you grew up with somebody. I got people that I grew up with, that I went to elementary school with, I went to middle school with, and we don't talk. But black, for no reason. You understand? To this day, I don't know why we stopped speaking. Was best buddies in middle school, in 6th grade, in 7th grade, best buddies in 5th grade. I mean, thick as thieves. And then by high school, 9th, 10th grade, we don't even talk to one another. Never had a fight, no beef. I can't understand it. And forever, never talked to them since. I just seen a couple of them died on Facebook. And I realized, Dad, we were so close in 7th grade. We used to cut school and do all this. And for some reason, we just never talked again. And now they dead. So life is, you can't do all that friend stuff. You don't, bro, stuff changes. You got childhood friends that y'all were one and the same when you was little, 5 and 6 and 7 years old playing on the playground. And later you never say anything. You never even speak to each other again.
While this mother and this father talk about is how all
yes,
an 18-year-old kid goes missing at Horn Lake. And all y'all want to talk about is how, oh man, you're the black kid, don't go out with nothing but whites. Y'all somehow turn this incident into a racism controversy yet again.
That's because it happens yet again, brother. But you don't know that, right? So you get in charge. It's like you want us to ignore it and just keep doing it. What is a fool? A fool was not a fool. What do they call that? Insanity is when you repeat the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So you just want us to be insane, right? Because it's not happening to you. It's easy when something ain't happened to you to judge a situation when you don't got to worry about going nowhere with nobody because you got the complexion for the protection. It just is what, and they don't like that. You understand? But then they want to people want to turn it around and say that we're just victim blaming and when we're trying to stop ourselves from being victims, and now we can't even win for losing. I can't even warn my people. I can't warn my son or my daughter. I love little Ricky and Susie, and they all good, but you is not going on no camping trip for 3 days in the woods with them. No, I need to sit them down and give them a black talk, a cultural talk. Everyone in your nation of people, you should have cultural discussions of history that has happened with your group of people. I don't care what you are. There's things that have happened, traumas that happen to certain sets and groups of people, and your children need to understand that, but a lot of people are dumbed down and they're not teaching and informing their children. So you can't get mad, everybody, and even to the black raccoons. You can stay in your little bubble all you want and let your kid go ahead, right? And you go ahead out there, and then when they end up at the bottom of some lake somewhere, now all of a sudden you're gonna come crying. You know what I mean? Nah, don't cry to now. No. We need to warn. So this brother, I understand they want us to make everything not about race when things be clearly about race. Do you understand? Clearly about race. The misjustice in the justice court system, the systems is systemically racist. So if it was on the other hand, on the other foot, it would be, right? Like when this case happened, the first thing that you're going to hear the sheriff say is, this is not a murder investigation. This is not, there was no foul play. You ain't even get an autopsy report. How are you just going to rule out foul play? You see? So this is what a sector of people is up against. So now you can't get mad at us trying to tell each other. So what's wrong with us telling this young brother, don't go to that thing? Don't be, what, does that hurt you? How does that hurt you? Why do you need me there so bad? What does that have to do with hurting you if I tell a young brother, do not go on no trip, no camping trip with no nation of people, no white people, I don't give a crap who it is, no white people, by yourself and be the only one, and you do not do it. How does that hurt you? How does that hurt you? You still go out and do your thing. It could be just one less brother that might end up missing in case of stuff go left. So again, you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. Now I understand you got other sides who throwing racist stuff in them because they're the media and stuff, they're racially charging it. And these things incite, but this is a lack of understanding. That's why the Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. That's why these discussions and like what I'm doing is very key and important, because I'm trying to bring balance, right? Because you got the black conservatives, the coons, that's what they are to me. I'm sorry, right? Because instead of you doing what I'm doing, you see one side, right? And you're applying that to like all blacks are the crash out ignorance, right? You kill me, all your Chicago and all this stats, like they ain't nothing systemic going on over there, okay? Like Johnson Products and Proline and all these successful companies like that got destroyed, okay? That got eviscerated, okay? That would have been things that would have been incentive or generational wealth passed down, so the black communities would have been successful, right? All of the communities that was destroyed. So it's systemically set up, and now the product, you want to blame the product and act like, come on, man, and then compare that product to a successful of another nation's, their successful product. It's like, come on, bro. So anyway, let's continue.
Have sick, disgusting comments in every comment section, while this mother and this father and these friends that went out on this boat are losing their shit because this boy's missing. Yet y'all want to stay in the comment section and talk about, oh man, he should have knew better. He shouldn't have done that. Why? Because he grew up with them his entire life. They're best friends. It really triggers me how this world is just totally incompetent to just sit there and look every time there's a black person, a white person involved in something or something happens. It strictly goes to racism. That's your number one output right now.
That explanation has sparked intense debate online, with many people wondering why someone would be left behind on an island that can only be reached by water.
Black people have got to stop hanging out with groups of white people. And I mean that. If you're going to be the only black person in that group, go home. Go home. Because these days, you just can't trust white people anymore. Obviously. It happens time and time and time again. You see
how I try to bring balance? I try to bring the white brothers saying, shout out to Vroom in the building. Yo, Vroom, I didn't know, I seen on the last live stream, Vroom, you wrote that fruitarian, and I'm like, whoa, what you know about that, boy? Vroom, I went fruitarian for almost 2 years. Facts. Most people have no idea what that is. And I was back in the, what was that? Like the 90s, early 2000s. No, that was the 90s, late 90s. I'm like, Vroom, no, what you know about fruitarian? Most people don't know nothing about that. But anyway, let me continue. So I try to bring balance, right? So you see this white sister. She's saying so some people experience and they can see clearly. So you see how he's triggered and wants to, why are y'all making about racism? Listen to what this sister just said.
That explanation has sparked intense debate online, with many people wondering why someone would be left.
Now, raccoon, that's not respectful. Hold on, let me see. He said, but Coon is respectful, right? There's a reason why you were kicked out of D.C. No one trusts you. Who is he talking about? Who was kicked out of D.C.? Who is rebuke and reprove talking about? Oh, Hakyama not here. who was kicked out of DC? What did you? Boy, okay, it's all right. I didn't see the chat, so I'm out of touch with it. So anyway, no, coon is. We have words, okay? We have words, all right? We have words. You have bigot. You have slang terminologies. You have derogatory terms. You have Sambo. You have now they got raccoon. You have sellout. You have okay, of every nation. Okay, so if my so-called white brothers and sisters, they got to look out for the sellout of their nation. You got people who hate their own kind. Okay, yeah, sell their own kind out. Okay, we had that during slavery. They were called Sambos. Now we call them raccoons. So if you got a problem with that, then don't be a raccoon. That part. That's really simple and easy. All right. So you have terminologies of, and I'm quite sure my white brothers and sisters got a terminology for their people who sell out their own people. Okay. That's just, we just speaking the terminology that they got today. All right. So anyway, all right. So let's go. And to me, it's nothing wrong with you not liking the iggers of your nation of people. I don't coincide or like the iggers of the so-called black nation of people in America, or the white iggers, or the Hispanic iggers, the ignorant people, the crash outs, right? But we're called to understand why some of them are in the situation. It doesn't give it, justify it. It doesn't mean I don't side with them, but I do understand that we can't judge a whole generality of people based on the results or the acts of one or some. You understand? And that's where people are doing. They make a blanketing, you understand, on both sides. All right. So I'm not right or left. I'm a child of the Most High. I think you're both crash outs. Facts. Sorry, not sorry. You can get mad all you want. I don't really care, because that political crap, you both wings of the same bird. They using both of y'all. them politicians don't care about neither one of y'all. They playing both sides of y'all. Got people all charged up, this side against that side, while the puppet master is just dividing and conquering us all. You understand? Their agenda goes forward while they got y'all still biting and battling each other over scraps, and they're wings of the same serpent. You're two forked tongue of the serpent, or wings of the same bird, however you want to put it up. All right. So you fell for the Kool-Aid as well. You understand? It's still divide and conquer. I don't play none of that. Righteousness, spiritual warfare. These doggone serpents, see, half of them ain't even, they sell out for the bag too. All right. But let's continue.
Behind on an island that can only be reached by water.
Black people have got to stop hanging out with groups of white people. And I mean that. If you're gonna be the only black person in that group, go home. Go home. Because these days, you just can't trust white people anymore. Obviously. It happens time and time and time again. You see one black person hanging out with their group of white friends, and they're like, oh, I've known these guys for forever. We grew up with them. I'm the only black person in the high school or something like that. Especially down here in the South, okay? Down here in the South. Obviously, we realize that these pieces of crap.
The investigation is still ongoing, and officials have not released a final determination about exactly what happened.
My mama always told me, if you the only birthday candle at the birthday party, you not there for the birthday party, you there to be depressing. Huh? Nolan Wells and this whole entire thing down there in Mississippi look fishy. One of the boys' mama is a judge down there. Don't nobody know what happened.
And the reason why so many people...
I like, he said, my mama said, if you the only birthday candle or the birthday cake, you ain't there, you there to be eaten. Something he said. Hold on, let me put him back again, because that's hilarious. Hold on, let me put that back again.
And officials have not released a final determination about exactly what happened.
My mama always told me, if you the only birthday candle at the birthday party, you not there for the birthday party, you there to be depressing. Huh? Nolan Wells and this whole entire thing down there in Mississippi look fishy. One of the boys' mama is a judge down there. Don't nobody know what happened.
And the reason why so many people resonate with this Nolan Wells...
Go ahead, Hakim, you was going to say something? I thought I heard you say something.
Yes, there's a comment that maybe you might want to address. Will you let
Go
me
ahead.
know?
What is it?
This is from Dustin. Dustin says, you seem like you turn racist, bro. Like, what your words can cause more division, and the father wouldn't want that, man. Every video on this on this tube is about race issues, but I don't see it in the streets.
You said you don't see it in the streets?
Yes, that's what he said.
So Dustin, the reason why, first of all, every video in this channel is not about race issues because I have over almost 600 of them. Okay, so shout out to you, Dustin, if you just found us. So you found me on video number 500 and something. I've been doing this for 5-6 years. Okay, all right. So, and we've never did current event topics like news stories. So, oh, he said not your channel. Hakyam, you might have misunderstood him. So what did he say?
He said on the tube. He said.
On the tube. He's talking in general. Okay, so say it again, Hakyama. So thank you, Dustin. She might have misunderstood. So say it again so I can understand what he's saying. Let me. So I can break it down.
I'm reading it word for word. You seem like you turn racist, bro. Like what your words can cause some more division.
Hold up, pause. So Dustin, you just said you seem like you turned racist, bro. So you're talking to me. How did I turn racist? Dustin, I don't know if you just joined. I said, if to my white brothers and sisters, I would tell you not to go out by yourself again with all black people. That wouldn't be wise. Because there's spirits that take over people, and you can't control the narrative on what people, all nations of people, we're pointing out. So the reason, Dustin, let me explain. I can never be racist, you understand? And I don't care about all that, what you call they say, because you ain't got power. I don't care about all that stupid stuff or bigoted or stuff, because I see individual people as individuals, the spirit over people. I don't care if you what your color you is. We just had, before you got here, Dustin, young Cullen say, blessings, Unc, I love you. He's going back, and he lives in a country white town. He's a young white blind brother in our ministry. Now he's about 12 or 13. And he said, I love you, Unc. I love you, Cullen. You understand? So that is not racism is not, or bigotry is not calling out what's actually happening on today's stage and breaking it down for each nation of people to understand the differences and the nuances. Because if you don't know some of the experience that I experience as a so-called black man today, and I don't know your experience as a so-called white brother today, then we'll be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Because the serpent spirits are trying to make us divide and fight against one another, and he uses ignorance. He uses a lack of knowledge. That's what the Bible says. We're destroyed. Destruction comes from that lack of understanding. So the fact that we can have discussions and discourses, and I just said the black coons, you understand? I just called them raccoons, the ones who only look at one side and they just blame everything against blacks. I'm talking about black people blaming everything on blacks. They hate the black crash outs like I do, but they lump everything together. That's destructive as well. So I'm trying to rightly point out for all the nations to see that in all of our nations, we have devils, meaning what you can call them iggers, you could call them crash outs, you could call them wicked people, you could call them people who are evil. You understand? In all of our nations, and us, the righteous, we have to discern that individually, even in our own household. You understand? In the black community, we got black on black crime. In white communities, they got white on white crime. And, in Hispanic communities, every community got their crash outs and got their own problems. But there's a higher power that's trying to keep us against one another so they can destroy us all. So us righteous remnant, Brother Dustin, we need to call out all the serpents that are in people, because spirits possess people and they coming in through these narratives, right? That's why I just showed the clip I just showed. I showed a white brother speaking like, why would you tell, it's a problem to tell a black brother, a black person, a child, do not just go out on no boats with a bunch of white people. And then the white sister, I played her, and she said, black people do not go out on a boat with a bunch of white. See what I mean? So again, so is she racist? And he right there, the same thing. So again, what I'm trying to do is bring understanding, and the cultural understanding is that yes, there is a thing that that's what I'm saying, was we to be careful not to divide each other so we can figure it out. Yes, that's what we're doing, Dustin. But your words. So I'm gonna hold you for your words. So that's why you got to be very careful. Let your yays be yays and your nays be yays, because you said you are becoming racist. Now I understand that you should. The way you do it, Dustin, is you phrase it as a question. Let me help you, young king. When you trying to discern something about an individual, right? So I got what you're saying. You probably came in at a certain part and it's looking like, keep talking about racial issues. All right, let me explain that. The reason why people lately see me keep bringing up these topics, because the Most High is telling me these need to be addressed, because the serpent seed this is spiritual warfare that they're doing against us. They're building destruction, a powder keg. So I can go on here every day and put a title and be like, we're going to break down the Garamantes. We're going to break down Jacob, and we're going to break down Nero during the Hellenes and the Romans, which I've been doing for years. We're going to break down, the Aksumite Empire, you understand, which became Abyssinia, which became Ethiopian, which was actually ancient Kush. We're going to break down ancient Sumer and the Marine King. I've been doing that for years and years. But the Most High said, I need to address what's happening, because this is happening right now. And they're dividing and destructing people. And you need to have the righteous light to be able to discern what's happening. See, the church, you know what the church does? They run from these topics. You understand? Because they worried about money. This stuff ain't popular, so it's going to offend certain people. So they stay away from this stuff. That's why you don't see people, where are the organizations? Where's the NAACP, right? Where's these organizations that's supposed to be fighting for right? They be silent and stuff with all this stuff going on. You know why? Because they don't want to offend, and they want to protect, cover their bag. They want to, you see what I mean? So no, the righteous remnant, just like they did when they was putting that Jim Jones jab juice in us, when they was trying to make everyone take the C19. I was saying, don't take that C19. Do not put that poison in you. And guess what? I was shadow banned. I was losing my channels. I got my channel taken as conspiracy theory. So I've been calling this out, Dustin, for a long time. And now the Most High said, I need to speak and I need to bring it out, because this is the device of the serpent. He's trying to destroy us all as he ushers in his new agenda. You understand? Come on, this is a perfect time, Dustin. Watch this. I got it for y'all. Look at this. This is what they're trying to do. And I'm going somewhere after this. I'm going to go to Haiti after this. Yeah, it's Friday night. We going long. Wait till I show y'all what they doing with the Haitians versus. See, this ain't just the white brothers versus the black brothers. They got the Asians. They got the Haitians. They got the Africans. They got all of it, right? And remember, these people, watch this. I got you. Share this tab instead. This is the ones who are against us all, right? I showed this clip before, but now I got the second part of it. Watch this. Listen what he said.
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel. And then there's going to be people maybe of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or...
So there's going to be people, this is their agenda, World Economic Forum. There's going to be people with means, the 1%, the serpent seed. Everybody listen up, Dustin, everybody, who will travel. I'm going somewhere after this. Watch this. I'm going somewhere. It's going to get very important. Who will travel. So they're going to have the right, they're going to have flying cars, they're going to be traveling and living it up. And he says there's going to be some people who have the ability, the means to have, listen.
A magic leap or some other kind of magic Oculus or a magic.
Hold on, let me, here's verse.
Means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or.
There's going to be some other people with means who might be able to use an Oculus, VR goggles. Now listen clearly. He said might, some. Listen. So the wealthy 1%, they'll be able to travel.
Of means who are going to travel. And then there's going to be people maybe who, of lesser means who might actually be able to use an
people maybe of lesser means. So they talking about the billionaire trillionaires. The people of lesser means are multimillionaires. That ain't us. That ain't us. Ain't nobody in this live stream more than likely a multimillionaire. $50 million, $20 million, $30 million, most likely not. All right, I can't call that out. All right. Now, maybe of lesser means that might be able to have VR goggles. Now listen, they won't travel either. Hold on. This devil just said, because these are devils. I ain't saying it because he's white. I'm saying it because you know to discern the spirit. Because they got black, this class, the serpent seed class too. They on there. We did this on this channel before. The black ones with Larry Fink and Black Rocking them, and the ones, and I was like, who them? They around a round table. These wealthy nations, serpent seeds that run this dark second world against us all. Listen clearly. So he said they would be able to travel. Now the $30 million people, 50 million, what?
There's going to be people maybe who, of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device.
They might be able to use whatever VR device to be able to not travel, not go anywhere, but have the ability to be able to go somewhere in virtual reality. But what about us without the means?
To travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways,
to travel to the same place while they go to Cancun, you going to Cancun from your couch, enslaved from your couch. Now that's the people with a little lesser means and the masses. See? And see how he's smiling? Now watch this. Watch where it go after this though. I left this out last time, but watch this.
Their own couch. But in many ways, own couch, but in other kind of device, or a Magic Leap, or actually be able to use an Oculus or travel. And then there's going to be people maybe who, of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways, it's actually going to create even more distance between those two people.
He's correct. In many ways, it's going to actually create more distance between the serpent seed 1% and us enslaved. Now, listen to what Elon says, right? Because you got a lot of people know Elon is smart. He's a genius and he's this and this. Elon, y'all better listen to these people when they speak. He said in 5 years, hold on. I'm telling you, because I know what's coming. I know what's coming in 2028. I know what's coming in October. I know what's coming in 2030. I know what's coming in 2032 because they have all this stuff mapped out. Now listen what Elon said. In 5 years,
we'll have probably, so 5 years being, say, 2031, I think digital intelligence will exceed the sum of all human intelligence. That there will be, in 5 years, let's say at least 100 million humanoid robots, but maybe a billion.
In 5 years, by 2031, after the 2030 agenda, it should be 100 million humanoid robots, maybe a billion. And look at the face when it stopped. See, this is what I'm talking about. So Brother Dustin, that's why, Brother Dustin, the Most High got me doing current events now. I didn't want to do it, Dustin. I'm like, because, you know, it brings all the people and the people get charged and they say this and you get the trolls and you get all this stuff. But this is what they're doing while they're playing us against one another, while they charging people up to hate one another. And I've told y'all in the last live stream, while they ushering our own demise. You understand? These serpents, bro, these 1%, they don't care about none of us. Okay, now listen clearly. He said, now you better listen to them when they talk to. The Bible tells you about that. It says, discern the serpent, be wise as the serpent, because he's wise looking who to devour. It don't say they stupid, they darkly brilliant, dark light, dark wisdom. Okay, so we are to discern his devices. Okay, we are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Now listen what he said. In 5 years,
let's say at least 100 million humanoid robots, but maybe a billion. I would predict that the economy is probably twice its current size in 5, maybe 6 years. 5 to 7 years.
Now listen what he said. He predicts the economy is going to be twice the size. In that same 5 to 7 years, he's talking about 2030, the agenda. I know it's true, but he ain't talking. Remember, his SpaceX went public a couple of months ago, right? Some of my investment group, they might have got it or whatever, right? Now, so when his SpaceX went public, he just got turned into a higher trillionaire. You understand? So I think technically, if he's not, he's close to the richest man on the earth now because of the SpaceX IPO. All right. So remember, they make this stuff out of thin air, right? So when he's saying that the economy will triple and all that, they're talking about their economy, everybody. They're talking about theirs. See, Dustin, they're against us all, bro. They want me against you, Dustin, you against me, and this one against this. And they play the masses who don't know each other's culture in the media and get us charged up. And these niggas want to say this and this. They want to say, you a nigger and you a cracker and you a this and I'm this and that's this. And the Most High said we are all brothers and sisters, but we have differences and we need to learn and understand each other's differences. But we need to see the bigger narrative happen. The puppet master who don't care about none of us. They want to enslave us all. They just said we will be slaves. They will travel and we won't go nowhere. Come on, Marawa, y'all. We won't go nowhere. Where we going to be? Slaves. All of us. All of us. Now, devil's a lie. That's why we are to call it out. You heard? That's why righteousness will cover you. We ain't to be scared of this, but we are to discern this. We need to understand it. You understand? Now, listen what he says. So when he says that the economy is going to be twice its current, they're talking about them, everybody. They're tokenizing everything in the world. They're tokenizing us. Okay. They did a part of that with the fiat currency system when they did in America, when they did the social security number and all of that, right? Because everything is tracked and everything in your birth certificate, these certificates, these registrations and stuff, right? So now everything is going digital. So they tokenizing us all over again digitally. The rainforest, the waters, the land, the air, everything. And they're making money out of thin air. So when he's saying the economy, they are getting richer and we are getting poorer, the divide. That's why in the first clip, the brother said it's going to make it worse. The divide is going to get bigger. See, when he said
might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways, it's actually going to create even more distance.
It's going to create even more distance. See, that's why you got to discern these devils. These are the serpent seed. You understand? Some of them reptilians, the others soul out. And they have every nation, kindred, or tongue. They got blacks too, all of it, right? And they don't care. They see green, okay? Green is money for their God mammon. And then there's the serpent, their blue blood. You understand the lineage, okay? They don't care about none of us, actually, children, all right, of the Most High, all right? Now with that, now when he says the economy will double, that's what he's talking about. Theirs. Here you go.
I would predict that the economy is probably twice its current size in 5, maybe 6 years. 5 to 7 years, because you're going to hit a doubling period. Where the economic output is increasing so fast that plus minus a few years, you will see giant changes.
This is the first time in.
See, so I wanted to show that because they're telling you what they haven't planned, right? So when they say the economy going to double, that means the price of everything going to double. But everything, we're going to stay the same. Our wages is actually falling because he says it's going to be 1 billion humanoid robots. So the robots going to take all our jobs. So what are we going to have? They're going to usher universal basic income. And the only way for us to be able to receive it, we're going to be enslaved into our houses. That's why the other one, who he predicted it later, we won't even be able to travel. And for those who need to be able to to be able to get these goggles, you'll be in virtual reality, like Ready Player One. All this, they got to put all this stuff in movies, right? So that's why everybody, the Most High got me doing all these current topics. I get it, because he's actually having me current to what's actually happening to us now. Because it makes, I can sit up there and just teach the Bible all day. I've been doing it for years. I do it every Tuesday on our Bible study. We in that word. You understand? We used to do it here. I can teach this to the sun goes to the sun goes black, like the book of Revelation say. But if you don't prepare the children, woe to those who don't prepare. Okay, the children will be slaughtered. So he's going to have his righteous remnant, his children, that's going to warn the wicked, blow the shofar, warn it, tell it, say it, and then give you the fruit of what they're doing, and then how to fight back against these devils. Okay? How to fight back. Come on. I shout out to Psycho Dreams. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family, Psycho Dreams. Welcome to the family. All right? Now let's get back to the video clip. Share this tab instead. So shout out to Summon the Supernatural and everybody else coming in the building. Here we go.
Stories, because Nolan Wells is like the average 18-year-old kid, grew up in a...
All right, now this crash out, but anyway, let's just hear him, because I can, right, in the Bible, we can, the Most High used serpents, he used donkeys. The Most High speaks to anything. So just because a person has an agenda, I can still use their info and bring some light from it, all right? Because he's just, a lot of people, they use their content just to make money. They don't really care off the narrative. They ain't got nothing to help the children with. They just make more views and make money. They all monetize and all that type of stuff. All right, let's continue.
It's because Nolan Wells is like the average 18-year-old kid, grew up in a 2-parent household in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, a regular neighborhood, nothing spectacular. He played football in high school, was good enough at football in high school, to now he's playing football at a community college. If you take away the name Nolan Wells and just put those facts on paper, a lot of us probably won't be able to distinguish between his life story and the life story of our nephew, our cousin, our brother. We all know somebody who lived the exact same life as Nolan Wells, all right? Regular kid, played sports in high school, made it to community college. Nothing spectacular, just the average kid, which is why his story has a lot of people distraught, because a lot of people see themselves in Nolan Wells. They see their family member in Nolan Wells. They look at Nolan Wells and his story and they say, this could happen to me and my family. So a couple of days ago, like most kids his age from that area, he hopped on a boat with a couple of his homies to go celebrate July 4th off coast. Nolan gathered and rode on the same boat as his homies Eric, Wyatt, and Warren, and they rowed their boat to this island called Horny Island, which is like 10 to 12 miles off coast from mainland in Ocean Springs.
So I think the boat belonged to the one Wyatt.
Me and my family. So a couple of days ago, like most kids his age from that area, he hopped on a boat with a couple of his homies to go celebrate July 4th off coast. Nolan gathered and rode on the same boat as his homies Eric, Wyatt, and Warren.
So I think it was Wyatt's boat, and Warren, this one, is the what's the name of the judge on the thumbnail, right? The stepson of the judge on the thumbnail. And instead of they taking the boat to Wyatt, they took the boat to the judge's house, right? And so Wyatt was the one that told Nolan's his friend, the other little black dude, that it wasn't enough room on the boat, right? Which it probably wasn't, right? But so anyway, let's continue.
And they rowed their boat to this island called Horny Island, which is like 10 to 12 miles off coast from mainland in Ocean Springs. When they got to Horny Island, his best friend Javon was on the island and Nolan checked in with him. Now, Javon would have rowed on the same boat as Nolan. That was the plan. But Nolan's boat got full and didn't really have any space. So Javon just rowed with some other people and they all got to the island together. Once he got done talking to Javon, who apparently is his best friend, he then went back to hanging out with the people he went to the island with, even meeting up with this girl called Katie McCormick that he really liked, who was also on the island. They was talking throughout the day. Eventually, when the festivities died down, the people he came with, Wyatt, Warren, Eric, they all went home. Katie went home. Javon went home, but Nolan did not go home. Nolan was nowhere to be found. and his parents were on social media begging for answers. Every one of the individuals that Nolan had contact with on 4th of July on Horns Island had left the island at earliest 3 p.m., at latest 4 p.m., but Nolan's mom made a status at 9:55 p.m. on July 4th, alerting the public that her son still hadn't come home yet from Horns Island and that he was missing. So she posted, "Please be on the lookout for Nolan. Last seen was west tip north side of Horn Island today around 3 p.m. wearing blue shorts and sunglasses. It's unclear if he made it back on land. Please message me if you've seen him or have information about his whereabouts at or after 4 p.m. At 4 a.m. the next day, the mama made another status where she says, "There's no updates. Nolan is still missing. Please, if you're a praying person, please pray he is found alive, safe, and unharmed." At 6:46 a.m., she made another post. "Nolan has not been found. His father and I have his cell phone. So for friends who are seeing his location, it's because we have it. Katie has contacted me. We are currently at Horn Island. We're looking for any information other than what we already know. Please personal message me if you have any additional information." Another post was made at 8:14 a.m. "If you have any information, please let us know." Another post was made at 9:10 a.m. "Please send any information if you've seen him." Another post was made at 9:45 a.m. "Nolan has not been found. So whomever is spreading the rumor he is home, that is not true." Another post was made at 10:29 a.m. "I'm asking for any video or photos from yesterday from Horn/Ship Island that may have Nolan in them. Also, I appreciate all the love and support. We are a bit overwhelmed. Please personal message me only if you have details about yesterday or if it's news outlet." When the family announced the search efforts for Nolan, Katie, the girl that Nolan was talking to on the island, she reached out to the family. She apparently was cooperative and told them everything that she knew. She went to the island with the family to help look for Nolan. But the same level of cooperation and concern they received from Katie can't be said for Nolan friends that he rode on the boat with to the island, like Wyatt, Warren, and Eric.
So that's the part where questions rise, because the sister Katie that he liked, that the one that they said he wanted to stay on the island with her, she had a different story. She said he went to the boat, but the friends on the boat said no, he went to stay with her. So those statements conflict. All right.
Because they were allegedly out to eat the next day while everybody was outside looking for Nolan. And when they were approached and asked why they weren't out looking for Nolan, they were out here eating with no care in the world, according to one of Nolan's friends, their answer was really sketchy and really bothersome.
So some of the questions that the people from the area was saying was, okay, the mom is posting that Nolan didn't come back. He was on their boat. Katie is worried. She's saying that he didn't stay with me. Y'all saying that he said he was going to stay with me, but he told me he was going to get on the boat, right? And they were out eating. They were out not searching for him, right? If this was the friend, I don't care if that they white or black. They could be a bunch. This could be all black people in these boxes in the same scenario. We would be doing the same discussion because we want to find out what happened. Or these could be 3 black boys and 1 white boy. And we need to find out, young white boy, and we need to find out what happened. Why are his friends not concerned where he might be? Why are they out just eating regular, they already lawyered up and everything. You understand? So anyway, so the residents, the people in the community was like, something is not right. Something's not right with this scenario, okay?
And they were out here eating with no care in the world. According to one of Nolan's friends, their answer was really sketchy and really bothersome.
They wouldn't give his phone back to his parents, and they were seen eating out the next day.
Wow.
And when somebody asked them, like, hey, why aren't you out looking for your friend? They said, y'all already think we did it.
If that conversation actually happened.
Now, that is a crazy statement. So the people from the community said they wouldn't give the phone back to the parents. Now, Crump is saying when they got the phone, there was messages deleted. Y'all probably know that update, right? Now, because the case is ongoing. But the people in the community said when they came back with his phone, they didn't give the phone to the parents. They wouldn't give the phone to the parents. And she's like, y'all are out eating. And they asked them why, and they said, y'all think we did it anyway. Wow. That's why I said, bro, the statements, that's why that I know that judge told them, don't say nothing else, right? You don't say nothing else. Okay. So anyway, let's continue.
Really sketchy and really bothersome.
They wouldn't give his phone back to his parents, and they were seen eating out the next day.
Wow.
And when somebody asked them, like, hey, why aren't you out looking for your friend? They said, y'all already think we did it.
If that conversation actually happened, if that's true, the reason why that would be considered suspicious and bothersome is because this is the day after. This is July 5th. Everybody is outside looking for Nolan. Right now, he's being considered missing. His whereabouts is unknown. And according to the family, nobody knows where he is. But if the response is y'all already suspect us of doing it, well, doing what exactly?
I know.
Doing what?
That's my point. Like, doing what? He's just missing. So if you're making that statement on July 5th, now remember, these are people in the neighborhood. What you're hearing, the video, the audio clip, these are the people that go to school with them and all that, right? In the neighborhood, people were out looking, trying to find him. And those who was on the boat with him, who didn't want to give the parents the phone, they said, well, y'all think we did it already. Did what? What? Did what? Left him? That's what you mean? Right? But anyway, let's continue.
Excuse me.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
We have a question from someone that's more new.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Cynthia. She says, why isn't the body waterlogged? He was missing for a few days and later found in the water, yet not waterlogged. Also, I believe, I believe, opened his phone. I believe they opened his phone because they use his face to open it to the water.
Yeah, that's going to come out. So that's going to come out in the video. And what she's talking about is others have reported that because someone's saying his body washed up ashore, right? Because what she's bringing out is they were searching for the body for days, right? And shout out to that something Navy. I think he's going to come out in this video too. The white brothers who was actually searching. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, right? He's searching, and they was trying to get anybody to help them do the searches. They were searching that island. They were searching all the water from Horny Island, all the way to the other part to Mississippi, to the mainland, right? And they searched every square inch, right? And then yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the day before, the body just popped up out of nowhere, just popped up on the shore. And so some people are like, well, it washed up. But what she's speaking of is that they are reporting that the body wasn't waterlogged. Like if it washed up, it would have been waterlogged. It wasn't. So they're thinking the body was placed there. You know what I mean? It was somewhere else, somewhere dry and placed there. So these things will come out. Okay. And that's what she's speaking on. So these are the things, I guess, that will come out with the investigation as it goes further to see if that's actually substantiated true or not. But yeah, so, and then you're going to hear from some of them. Some of that's coming up in this breakdown tonight. All right, let's continue.
Because as far as everybody knows, he's just missing. But that
the room and the other person with the AIS system, that's the whole point of why they're trying to get their lawyer team to subpoena all of the AI system, even on the island. That island every place has video film footage. You understand? There's like no islands in American stuff, unless it's a private island like Epstein, where he had video camera footage of everything, right? So it's like where there's video and all the people got cell phone. Come on, here we go again. Nobody films nothing, nobody, you know what I mean? So anyway, that's the whole point of all the investigating and the which if you don't get outside counsel and outside, a lot of the people in that community, like the persons on the boat with him, parents are judges, and you got lawyers, and you got a civil servant. You know, these people, they blood lineage has been going back years. They're going to protect one another. It just is what it is. So you need outside counsel and outside investigators and outside everything. That's why they take doing an outside autopsy report and stuff, because the what's the name, the coroner, whoever, what they call that department that do the autopsies in Mississippi, she already was known for black cases to be putting out false evidence in the history back past of black people who are unalived in that part of Mississippi. So remember, some of these places, they have histories of mistreatment and injustice, histories. So that's why when sometimes people speak out, you have other people like, oh, y'all just complaining and y'all just making it this. It's like, no, some of these places have histories. You understand? Histories of these practices, and we can't ignore, histories and patterns. All right, but anyway, let's continue.
The action and that reply would insinuate something tragic took place. Now, the reason why Nolan's family and friends, and according to the family,
why aren't you out looking for your friend? They said, y'all already think we did it.
if that conversation actually happened, if that's true, the reason why that would be considered suspicious and bothersome is because this is the day after. This is July 5th. Everybody is outside looking for Nolan. Right now, he's being considered missing. His whereabouts is unknown. And according to the family, nobody knows where he is.
And for Solidus' point, we ain't being racist. You got to watch everybody. Listen clearly. Remember the sister who went with the blacks on that vacation? Were they with the Bahamas or something? And she didn't come back? And they killed her? Right? That's black. Okay, so you got to discern wherever you go. But so when some of the blacks are telling some of the other black parents that you need to teach your children some of the cultural things that happen, they're getting too comfortable just going anywhere. We're telling them also, you need to watch everybody. Watch your circle before it hurts you, bro. For real, for real. You got to discern spirits. So that black sister who went on that vacation trip with the other black people, right? I forgot where they was from, right? And they killed her. They unalived her. They were secretly jealous of her, right? So you go out there and you start drinking and all that type of stuff. So it was Mexico. Thank you. So yeah, so we can't forget that. Thank you. That was Shaquille Robinson. Thank you guys for remembering her name and stuff. R.I.P. to the sister. All right. So thank you, Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. So for us who are really righteously, morally trying to discern each individual cases, just because some of us elder blacks are telling and want to train some of the others, be very careful going with, being the only one to go with any nation of people. It ain't just white, you understand? But there's a repetitive pattern that happens when you go out. But we doing the same thing when you're going out with blacks, with anybody. You got to discern who you going out with, because people have iniquity, secret sin, secret jealousies and envies. You understand? And when you're out with these instances, it's like they take advantage of them. And the devils take over, the devils in people, spiritual warfare. That's why I'm like, discern the spirits. Remember in the Bible, the Messiah said, "Get behind me, Satan," when he was talking to Peter, Kafayah. The Messiah said, "Get behind me, Satan." Now, Peter wasn't the devil, right, guys? But there was a spirit that was working in Peter at the time when the Messiah, which y'all call Jesus, said, "Get behind thee, Satan." He was talking to the spirit that was acting in Peter. Peter is the rock of the assembly, right? He's the foundation of the Sarahaya, the good word, right? The commission. But the Messiah understood that there was a spirit that was working in Peter at the moment. You see, the Messiah wasn't in his feelings. He wasn't talking about, why you don't like me, Messiah? You being whatever. No, he was teaching us instructions to look for the spirit behind people. They said, discern all spirits and test them. So in an individual, in your children, in your mama, in your friends and whatever, they'll have a spirit that'll show up. And if you don't discern the spirit, you can get yourself into danger. Now, when you're going with a whole group of people, listen clearly, and then you got a whole group, then you add wines and spirits and drinking, and you are the outcast, the devil's going to focus on the least common denominator. You understand? The path of least resistance is where the devil is going to gain his focus. So that's why I'm telling everybody, don't go out by yourself with any nation of people when you are the outlier, because the dark serpents are going to take in, the red beam is going to be on your head. So they are going to try to possess the other people and antagonize. They know this one is wicked. This one harbors envy and jealousy. This one, right? And then they got liquors and spirits, and these demons start speaking in their ears. That's demons chattering and chattering, and the devil is possessing all in his thoughts through his emotions. You understand? And they try to start scheming on you and stuff. So this is a warning, a spiritual warfare warning. Okay. Now the masses and media, they'll try to play it against everybody, one another. You know what I mean? So it's like this thing is ancient. It's been going on forever. So we need to discern all spirits, and we need to understand spiritual warfare. And the people are so dumbed down that they don't know that there's principalities and spirits that we fight against in high places. And there's generational spirits and curses and devils, and even the land, you know, even the cursed the waters and spirits over waters. And just there's so many different levels of evil in this dark second world that's coming against you to destroy you because of your purpose that's in you. I'm talking about to the children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. There's a purpose in you, and that purpose in you is to bring righteous, to be a light in this dark second world, to pour into someone, to lead someone back to righteousness, to the Father. It ain't just black, it ain't just white, it ain't just Hispanic, it ain't just children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. There's a remnant of you that are righteous, and that spirit world wants to destroy it. It wants to cause confusion and chaos and have us divide and conquer. That's why I played you the video clip of them talking about, you know, in 5 years, there's going to be a billion of robots running around, right? Who's doing this stuff? What kind of, this ain't nothing but the Anunnaki fallen angel stuff against the children of the Most High. It wants to destroy us and make us fight against one another. Divide and conquer is the simplest and easiest destructive method that's been going on since antiquity. It ain't never stopped. That's what they always use, but it would be old. It becomes old to those that are learned. But the Bible, they have dumbed everybody down, right? You know, they got these generations, they can't even read and write graduating from high school. You see what I mean? So all of this stuff is systemically from the serpents, actually concocted from years and generations, right? To get us to this point where we so divided, and the economy, we can't even afford to live. Everybody's really poor right now. You understand? Because they keep raising the price of everything, but not raising our wages or our salaries. You understand? So all of these different things are all happening at one time, and they cause the chaos. Shout out to Saudi Tate. They cause the chaos of all the media events. Now y'all see why the Most High got me addressing it now? That's why I'm like, I know some of them are like, Dad, Unc, I want you, we're gonna get back. We're gonna get back and teach stuff. I'm gonna be teaching stuff, but right now he telling me, I need to warn the children. We need to rightly divide and show the spiritual serpents' devices which are at hand, because if not, my people will be destroyed for the things that are coming against them. They won't have the knowledge to fight against it in the spirit, because you can't fight against these people physically. You can't fight against these robots. You can't fight against they submachine guns and they nuclear bombs and they such and such. You can only fight in the spirit, but greater is he that is within me. They're fighting. They understand that the spiritual war, the spirit controls the physical. You understand? So if we know how to fight in the spirit, then the body is what? Subject to the spirit. Do you understand? But most people don't know that. Most people live in the flesh. They live in the body, and the flesh is evil continually. continually. So if the flesh is evil continually and the people are not circumcising and destroying the flesh and not becoming one with the flesh and building up their spirit, then they're given over to the flesh. And if it's evil continually, then there's a spiritual law that they would have access to into you to destroy you, because your flesh, you become one with your flesh, and your spirit just become a slave to the flesh. That's why they want your soul. That's your will, your choice, your thoughts. They want to contain your soul. That's what they call it, selling your soul. You understand? That's why they sell their soul for record deals and money and popularity and everything. That's why I said all of them are not serpents. The other one just sold their soul. Do you understand? So they want your soul so that they can have access to you. It's called the Shemaic laws. It's laws of the heavens, and all the spirit realm, the dark spirits, the light spirits, they all have to respect that realm. They show it in all the movies. They show it in all the movies because they got to show you, according to the laws of the Shemayim in heaven, they got to show you what they are going to do so that you can willfully, they can't do it without you knowing what they're going to do. That's why they tell us everything. I just showed you the clip where he said they're going to have us with binoculars. They're going to have us with this. I just showed you the clip where he said they're going to have all these robots, right? They giving us, so we receiving the driverless cars. Those fools who doing it, they're calling up the driverless cars. They're using all of the things they're going to use to replace us. So with our free will is how we are selling our soul. These are marks of the beast. You understand? The beast is sin and transgression. So as we do, we continue to consume. They got legal, spiritual access. Everything that these serpents do is a spiritual thing. They need access to our spirit. The flesh follows the spirit. They don't care about money. They print it out of thin air. Mammon is their God. So they don't care about that. What do they care about? Access. That's why everything they got is access to us. Samsung, for those who got a Android, right? They just did this thing last week, right? Where Samsung messages just sold out to Google, right? So they force-fed me. Now I got the stupid Google message thing that I ain't want to do, right? I know they listening right now like, you think I'm stupid? You can't do nothing to me, devil. You heard, greater is he that is within me. So they made me, because they canceled the Samsung thing, now I got to do Google. So because now they transfer me over to Google, right? Now they sent me something and they said, just to let you know, we got this AI thing on the thing. And I said, what are you talking about? And they was like, yeah. So what they do, they turn on things in your phone that you don't even know is on. So when they did it, it made me, because I'm a thinker, right? I'm a pursuer. So I didn't even know. So I said, hold on, you know what? No, I don't want that. You ain't about to talk about AI is going to do this and it'll do this. And I know it won't. Not in mine, it won't. So I said, no. But then I was another thing. And so I clicked it. I like to go see, and I clicked it and took me somewhere. And I clicked it and found out that I got this. They showed me a history. The one further back was 2020. It deletes every 3 years, or they say it. It was all the way back 3 years ago, where it's watching and recording where I'm going. I said, what? And I clicked on it, and they're like, well, you can say no. Right? You can turn it off. So it's on automatically, right? They have all these things in your devices and phones. So it's on automatically and they don't let you know it. And if I turn it off, it doesn't mean they still ain't going to track me, but they can't do this thing with my they can't, certain things that they was doing, my audio, my everything. It's crazy work. So I'm turned the thing off, they said, well, we can only keep it now for, I think they said 3 months, right? Certain info, right? Which they're going to keep it forever. But anyway, before it was on automatically on 3 years set, and it's on. These things be on and you don't know it's on. You know what I mean? So I'm going to start bringing y'all that information too to help y'all turn off stuff. So I turned that off and it took me down a rabbit hole. I started turning on stuff and I'm like, this is crazy. So anyway, they want entrance into you, right? So entrance. So everything they do is for them to enter our lives, to influence our thoughts, our behaviors. You understand? And they need access. They need our agreement. But if we don't understand what we're fighting against, then we'll be destroyed by that lack of knowledge. So that's why I keep doing these current topics. The Most High got me here now to teach the truth, what's happening right now. You understand? Because we running out. The end of days is coming. So it makes sense that the Most High got me. Come on, Sabayah. Ezekiel 13:20, I will crush you, cause you, because you hunt the souls of my people with magic charms. The reason why the Most High got me doing so much of this current stuff is because we are currently under attack. You understand? The end of days. So I can't be talking about, well, Jacob had 12 sons and the fourth son, Judah. I can do that. We breaking stuff down our Tuesday Bible study, but I got to come with the truth of everyday life now and understand that the destruction of these serpents, and we got to stay current because the war is here now, leading up to the end of Armageddon, spiritual war. All right, let's go.
If the response is y'all already suspect us of doing it.
Go ahead, Hakim.
We have a question from someone new, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
It's from Blake the Honorable. They say, are there any ritualistic patterns that stand out to anybody?
Yes. So there's a lot, Blake. That's funny. I was supposed to do some tonight. It's really dope. I'm not sure I'm going to get there, though. But a lot of, Blake, the ritualistic patterns that they're using today are really simplified. They won't even look to be a pattern or a ritualistic. So, right? So now they got higher level ones that are more deceiving, but the easier ritualistic patterns are like the stuff they doing in our phones, like the stuff they doing with social media, like the stuff they're doing with the news stories, like the story we're doing right now, the divide they're doing with the races, right? These are the most ritualistic patterns of their destruction that they're doing on the broad scale. And it's so subtle that most people don't even see the puppet master's hand at it. They just think because the overflow of knowledge, right? The gluttony of information, we're in the information age, right? So another one, brother, a very subtle one they did was make everyone a meteor person, meaning everyone can report everything. So that means you have 24/7 continual information being outpoured by billions of individuals at all times, all over the world, every day. That has never happened in the history of mankind. That is called information overload. And that is a sin, it's gluttony. So the people won't be able to focus. So now it makes people's attention span weaken, short attention span because of an overload of information. So I had a sister, somebody write in the comment section, another person did a video about Carmelo and they did it and it was only 30 minutes. And yours the 7 hours, ridiculous. I'm like, you see your attention span, you understand? You don't know how much fruit you missed in that 7 hours. We ain't just talk about Carmelo for 7 hours. I taught some of the most powerful things, praise the Most High. He taught through me. The Most High taught through me some of the most powerful things that I have even heard. So how much fruit you could have got, but your attention span is so short. You understand? You want fast food. You hear me? Come on, y'all. You want fast food. You understand? You've been caught up in convenience. That's how they kill us. Brother, another great ritualistic pattern that they did is everything is fast food, fast everything, you right? No home cooking, no slow thought, right? Weaken the attention span, right? Toxically poison the children by spiritual overload. I can't watch. There's a million other videos. I can't watch. Oh my goodness, 7 hours. I would never watch 7 hours. I would sit down there. You would never read a book. That part, you understand? You'll never read a book. So they, come on, room, they weaken the mind, they weaken the body, they weaken the spirit, and they have everybody, you're able to just flip, shoot. So nothing sits, nothing is seated, nothing is foundationally rooted. You understand? So you'll just see that the video was 7 hours and be like, oh my goodness, I ain't got 7 hours. You don't have to have 7 hours to watch it. Just because a video says 8 hours don't mean you got to sit there for 8 hours. You could click on it and watch 20 minutes. And you could come back if you want or not. But people got the mentality, oh my goodness, it says 8 hours. Oh, I can't watch that. Foolish, right? But in these ways, but a wise person be like, 8 hours? What was they teaching for 8? See the difference? A wise person wants to discern 8 hours on Carmelo? Who can do 8? And they click on it. And what I would do, this would be me. I would be like, okay, 8 hours. Let me go to the, right? It's supposed to be coming. Let me go to the middle market quick and let me see. And all of a sudden you see they talking about something deep. You be like, oh, shoot, what is this? That's why people be finding our channel. That's why they don't like to let me through the shadow ban. They ain't let us through tonight. On Friday night, what? Yeah, see, it's only 180 people. Oh, they really, I think because I put the judge, I think it was because the last one, when I put that syringe, I kind of knew it tonight, boy. They ain't even let us, how come they ain't let us get to 300? Did we get to 300?
Yeah, we hit 300.
Okay,
we didn't go above it though.
We didn't get 4? That's crazy, right? So again, this is part of their patterns too, right? So they're gonna keep shadow banning me. But me, I'm opposite. I'm gonna look like, what is they teaching for this long? And then when I click in it and I hear the fruit, I'll be like, whoa, what did I just stumble upon? You know what I mean? Now I'm locked in. I'm like, okay, this brother dropping stuff. All right, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, listen, I'm subscribed to this. I need to, okay. Then that'll have me go click somewhere else and see, okay, so he went 8 hours. I'm watching that 2 hours. Let me go to the 4-hour mark and see what and like, ooh, he's still dropping. Ooh, oh, shoot, I need this info. This good food. But they give us, look, guys, they gave us fast food all over the internet, bite-sized nuggets, fast food shorts, and everything and it's bad food too. Fast food is genetically modified food and stuff. Your information, they gave us information overload, gluttony of information, toxic information, making everybody fat and ignorant. You heard that part, that they can't even receive the truth when they see it. They would think the truth is too much, right? Everything needs to be small. Everything needs to be light. When they go hard and heavy, you understand? But it's keeping the people to be, nutritionally deficient in the spirit, in the mind, in the thoughts. So everything that they do to our physical temple, they do it to our spirit and our mind as well. Now, these serpents, they don't care about your physical temple. They do. That's why they got to make it toxic, because that's your car, that's your vehicle, your movement. So if we keep that toxic, then that limits your mobility in the physical, right? And that also will be a toxicity that will convolute and convert and contaminate the mind as well. So they care about it all, but they really care about your mental and your spirit. So they ain't really got to care about the spirit, because most people are already spiritually dead. You know what I mean? They killed that with religion and everything, So they really just care about the mind and the body and make it toxic to make you an enslaved to an ignorant. So a lot of people calling themselves wise, they become fools. So they're ignorant and they're judgmental and they're emotional and they're toxic. They just so destroyed. So that's why, and then they made everybody have a platform to spread their toxicity. It's like a cancer. They made everybody be able to just spread all this toxic knowledge, gluttonous. So that's some of the greatest dark patterns that they have done. Shout out to Blake the Honorable. I'll be taking a question and turn it into, but praise the Most High. That'd be the Most High, bringing understanding to his children. What you say, Hakim?
Are you standing?
Yeah, I'm standing. Hold on, you can't see me? Hold on.
I can see you.
Yeah, you can see me. Okay, yeah, I'm standing. All right, here we go. Let's get back.
Well, doing what exactly? Where are
you talking?
And according to the family,
what are you talking about, boy? He ain't doing nothing but for content. So, right? This boy ain't doing nothing but trying to get money off the stories.
That's true. The reason why that would be considered suspicious and bothersome is because this is the day after. This is July 5th. Everybody is outside looking for Nolan.
Okay, right now, so what he's talking about, just to bring context, is the person in the video. I'm about to show something else. I got some more exclusive stuff. The person in the video was asking, those who were on the boat, who's supposed to be his friends, the day after they was out drinking and going to dinner and not looking for him. And when they asked him why they not looking for him, they said, because y'all think we did it anyway. And it's like, if that ain't guilty, I don't know what guilty is. Think you did what? So you ain't out searching for your friend who was on your boat who went missing, and you don't know, so you don't care. And that's why everybody telling me that's his friends. Well, if you were his friends, then why don't you care to find out where he's at. 24 hours, and you wouldn't give the phone to the parents. So the people in the neighborhood, people in that Ocean City, I think it's called Ocean City in Mississippi, they was like, all of this looks guilty. All right, let's continue.
He's being considered missing. His
Shout out
whereabouts
to Who
is
Cares, shout
unknown.
out to
And
Danita
according
Thompson.
to the family, nobody knows where he is. But if the response is y'all already suspect us of doing it, well, doing what exactly? Doing what exactly? Because as far as everybody knows, he's just missing. But that reaction and that reply would insinuate something tragic took place. Now, the reason why Nolan's family and friends were allegedly suspicious of the friends he rode on a boat with, like Eric, Wyatt, and Warren, is because they have possession of Nolan's phone. Nolan is nowhere to be found. Nolan is nowhere to be seen. However, you guys have his phone, but yet you guys are saying y'all have no idea where he is. Approximately 2 days after Nolan Wells went missing, his mother showed up to Facebook on July 6, 12:43 p.m. and wrote a status announcing that Nolan Wells' body had been found, and unfortunately, he'd been found deceased. She wrote, "I want to thank our family, friends, community, United Cajun Navy, local law enforcement, and everyone involved."
That's what it's called, United Cajun Navy. Those are the white brothers and out there in Mississippi. They call themselves United Cajun Navy, and they are search and rescue for the island. And those white brothers, it's a good white brother who's running that, and he was trying to find young Nolan, trying to find him.
For all the love, support, resources over the last few days. His father, Elmore Wansley, our family, friends, and I are absolutely devastated. My heart is broken for our sweet son, who was always willing to cheer and uplift others. Nolan was a special soul. God took his time creating our son. I ask that you all please give me and my family privacy as we grieve. Thank you all again. God bless. When the news that Nolan Wells' body had been found and he was found deceased, chaos ensued. See, it was devastating news, obviously, for the family, but it was also devastating to people outside the family, people on social media who didn't know Nolan Wells personally, but they were pretty invested and committed to finding out what happened to him. And when it was found out that this kid was found dead, a lot of questions surfaced, a lot.
Breaking news, a body has been found on Horn Island near where missing 18-year-old Nolan Wells went missing. Search crews like this one you see here in the air have been searching for him for more than 40 hours now. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Brandy McGill. Will Polston has been on the scene at a command post in Jackson County all morning as they search, and he now joins us live. Good morning to you, Will.
Hey, good morning, Brandy. We got word here just at about 8:45 that there was a body found on Horn Island, and the officials are now working on bringing that back. Now, as of right now, we do not have an identity of the body that was found, but I can confirm that Nolan Wells' family is here at the Lake Mars boat launch. Now, they've asked us not to show the camera in that direction right now of the family grieving. There is quite a bit of family and friends here from Nolan's family, but like I said, we do not have identity as of right now. Sheriff Ledbetter did confirm that a park ranger ended up finding the body that was found, and the coroner was here earlier and has since left. They left right at about 10.
Well, that's the point someone making. They've been searching that island upside down, the waters and everything, and then all of a sudden, yesterday, the day before, it just popped up out of nowhere. All right? And what the sister said, they reporting the body wasn't even waterlogged. We're going to see if that's actually facts later when it comes out with the investigation.
O'clock just after 10 a.m. Waiting on getting official
Shout out to Uptight in the building. Shout out to Sister Dawn in the building.
Information on the identity, cause of death, and everything else in between.
Because as soon as a body was found, as soon as Nolan Wells' body got found, the people he had contact with lawyered up. His homies, who he thought were his homies, who he rode on the boat to the island with, Wyatt, Warren, Eric, they lawyered up. Now they told the family, hey, listen, we don't know what happened because everybody he had contact with passed the buck to each other. The people on the boat said, hey, we told him we were leaving. He said he was going to stay by and catch a ride somewhere else. We didn't ask nothing of it. We left. His best friend Javon said, yo, when I seen him, he was talking to Katie. He said he was going to catch a ride with Katie. Katie said, look, We talked, but he said he was leaving with his friends. I said, okay, and didn't question it. So everybody is passing the buck to each other. They passed the buck to Javon. Javon passed the buck to Katie. Katie passed the buck to Wyatt, Warren, and Eric and the friends on the boat. But after the friends gave
Brother Cliff, it was hard to decipher but most people say it was on the shore. Most people say it was right on the shore. And so they tried to say like it washed up, but people say it wasn't waterlogged. But, that's to come out more because I'll try to, right now we don't have no official details, but the most I could come up with, they said it was on the shore.
The initial statement, Wyatt, Warren, and Eric, after they gave their initial statement, they now went quiet. They said he was leaving with his friends. I said, okay, and didn't question it. So everybody is passing the buck to each other. They passed the buck to Javon. Javon passed the buck to Katie. Katie passed the buck to Wyatt, Warren, and Eric and the friends on the boat. But after the friends gave the initial statement, Wyatt, Warren, and Eric, after they gave their initial statement, they now went quiet. They lawyered up, deactivated their pages, and had nothing more to say. The dudes that Nolan rode on a boat with, they claimed they were in a rush and in a hurry to leave the island and get out the water because their boat was experiencing malfunction. The boat was receiving water. They thought they had to get out the water as fast as possible or else they would be stranded. So they told Nolan it's time to go. Nolan said he's not leaving, and he stayed. However, they still had Nolan's phone. So Nolan didn't realize, oh, damn, bro, you guys have my phone. Give me my phone before you guys leave. It sounds like y'all was leaving in a hurry and Nolan had no idea, to be honest. But they also failed to mention that an altercation took place. Now, there's like very grainy video of the altercation that
I should have did this early. I should have did this at the beginning. I should have grabbed this fight clip at the beginning. But let's continue. Shout out to the brother Cliff. Cliff.
Place online.
We have a handful of questions when you're ready for them.
All right, let me get to the fight clip and then I'll do the questions.
That doesn't really tell us much, but it does show Nolan getting into some type of like verbal, hostile back and forth.
So what exactly happened?
All right, now I'm gonna go back. I think I got another clip in here where that fight clip, that argument is a little longer. That was a short one. I think I got it somewhere else in here. So they're saying that was Nolan. So on the clip, I'm gonna put it back. You'll hear them saying, "What? F you," right? And then you're gonna see on another clip, chaos. So what I think it comes out on some of these clips that's coming out on what we about to show now, where some of the locals who was there said that the black boats. So there was white brothers and sisters who got their boats, and then there was they said the black boats, meaning the people on those boats was all black, right? So they were there too, all right? So they said that in this fight stuff that happened, it was supposed to have been some of the blacks against some of the whites. And some of them are saying that Nolan was arguing with some of them on his boat against whatever beef was going on at this island. And it's an island, so it's not a beach, but I guess it's a private, I don't know what that is. I don't know, maybe the city owns the island and they allow the people to go there to party or something. I don't know. I don't come from a place where we got water like that and islands and stuff, so I'm very foreign to that. I'm from New York City. All we got is concrete jungles and and I was gonna say big ASS rats. I almost cussed. Right? Rats the size of dogs and pigeons with Timberlands on and fitty caps. That's all we got, right? So anyway, all right, let me continue. Let me put it back a little bit.
Like very grainy
so you're
video.
Gonna hear a little bit. I think I got another clip where they are you can hear them arguing longer.
Of the altercation that took place online that doesn't really tell us much, but it does show Nolan getting into some type of like verbal, hostile back and forth.
So right there he said, "You are mother up that." So they're saying that was Nolan. I don't know for sure, but that's what they're saying. They're saying he was arguing with one of them on his boat. All right, let's continue.
What exactly happened from you guys' side?
From our side, there was an altercation with a different boat, which had other kids on it, black kids, and there was an altercation. There was a fight, something happened, and they went back to their respective boats or whatever. And when his best friend was on the other boat, so when he went to go like check up on Nolan and everything after the fight, Nolan's boat was gone, but they had stayed for a couple more hours. And so when they got back to land, they had his phone. So Nolan didn't even have his phone. The phone was at one of the boys' houses, and they didn't want to give it to his parents, and they had to send somebody to go get the phone from his house. That's why, like, when we checked his location, everybody was like thinking that it wasn't serious because we saw his location and said he was in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, like at his house. But they wouldn't give his phone back to his parents. But the story that they keep trying to push out to everybody is that the boat was sinking and taking on water, and they were telling Nolan that he needed to get on the boat, but Nolan wanted to stay back with a girl that he never met, which he wouldn't have done. Because if that was like, we're all from the same surrounding areas, she goes to Moss Point, which is like 20 minutes away. Why could you not hang out on land when you got back?
If the boat that you came in was sinking.
Okay, so now you're hearing from the kids, from the youngsters in the community, right? And so you heard that Javon, so they saying this story. So what she is saying that they made up this pump story about something was wrong with the boat, right? And Javon, so the fight was between the blacks and them, and they said that when the fight, when that was over, they went to their boats, right? And so, and it was over. But the video clip we played, they said that was Nolan was arguing with some of them on his boat. So let's go back.
They went back to their respective boats or whatever.
Go back a little more.
So what exactly happened from you guys' side?
From our side, there was an altercation with a different boat.
So they're showing the altercation of the people,
which had other kids on it, black kids, and there was an altercation. There was a fight, something happened, and they went back to their respective boats or whatever. And when his best friend was on the other boat, so when he went to go like check up on Nolan and everything after the fight, Nolan's boat was gone, but they had stayed for a couple more hours. And so when they got back to land, they had his phone. So Nolan didn't even have his phone. The phone was at one of the boys' houses, and they didn't want to give it to his parents, and they had to send somebody to go get the phone from his house. That's why, like, when we checked his location, everybody was like thinking that it wasn't serious because we saw his location and said he was in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, like at his house. But they wouldn't give his phone back to his parents. But the story that they keep trying to push out to everybody is that the boat was sinking and taking on water, and they were telling Nolan that he needed to get on the boat, but Nolan wanted to stay back with a girl that he never met, which he wouldn't have done. Because if that was like, we're all from the same surrounding areas, she goes to Moss Point, which is like 20 minutes away. Why could you not hang out on land when you got back?
If the boat that you came in was sinking and you knew that.
And so that was like the crazy thing is that they're talking about, oh, the boat was sinking, and he didn't want to get on the boat, and the boat had to get towed back. But if that was the case and he said he wanted to stay there, why did you take his phone back and not leave him on an island without a way to get home?
The only people who truly know what happened to Nolan is Nolan and the people involved. But if Nolan was my friend, if I was somebody who was on the boat, now I don't think they left that island without Nolan's body. That's just me though, right? But I'm gonna say this, if my friend was missing and I left him behind in and there was rumors that something bad happened to him, wouldn't the first thing I tell the family and the police, yo, he was in an altercation with this group of people and this group and this group and this group? The only way I wouldn't tell them folks about the altercation is if the altercation was with me and my group.
I agree. Not only that, if I would be looking for him, I would be part of the search party, and I would be saying, bro, we told him to come. He didn't want to come. We forgot. Listen, I'm gonna give some scenarios to give benefit of doubts. We forgot that his phone was still on our boat, and he must have forgot it. And we left him. He was going with that girl, Katie, and we left him, but they was already beefing. You know what I mean? So I seen him, with this, and like, you would be literally trying to help. But instead, they lawyered up and silenced everything. Let's continue.
If it was me and my group of friends that he was arguing with, if we all got into a heated altercation, even if I'm quote unquote innocent, I probably wouldn't tell him because I don't want him to think that something nefarious is going on. And if something nefarious did go on, I damn sure wouldn't tell him that, hey, by the way, just so you guys know, before he went missing, he was arguing with us. We got into a really, 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 really heated altercation. And that led to what exactly? Oh, nothing. We squashed it and then we left and we just happened to leave him and take his phone with us. Excuse me, you had his phone? Now, even what they did with the boat is suspicious. The boat is probably the single most important and crucial piece of evidence in this entire case. You know what they did with the boat? Take a listen.
But in the videos that you can see, obviously the fight was loud enough and big enough to cause all the other surrounding boats to pay attention and that be the main focus of what everybody was seeing at the time.
And Alexis, I do want to ask you something else. How long were they friends?
Well, the argument that Nolan had with his brothers on the boat was so big that everybody, the surrounding area, was paying attention, and it was loud.
They've been friends for a minute. I mean, these people have gone to school together since elementary school.
Yes, and I want to ask another question from the chat. Dark Chocolate said, my thing is, why did the boat really have to get towed back, and was his BODY on it?
There is some speculation, like this is just like hearsay, that the boat was owned by this dude Wyatt, but when the boat got brought back, it was parked at Warren's house, which is his mom is the judge or whatever. And somebody said they drove by like later that night and like they were cleaning out the boat. Like it was like dark night, not like regular time when you would clean out a boat. It was like.
So the people in the neighborhood says they went by and seen them cleaning the boat really late at night, right? Evidence, but whatever, let's continue.
Later at night. And then there was a girl on the boat that's not in any of the pictures or wasn't the girl that he was talking to. And when she got back on land, she turned off like her Snap location, but her best friend still had her location on Find My iPhone. And she was all of them were at one house for like 4 hours.
They were kids. They could have been partying at the house for 4 hours after leaving Horny.
So it was another girl on the boat that wasn't Katie, right? So this investigation with an outside lawyers and investigators should open up a lot of cans of worms. It sounds like a lot of cans of worms is going to be opening up. So there was another girl there on the boat, and they ended up all at this location after it for 4 hours. All right, let's continue.
An island, but I don't know, bro. All right, why wouldn't you take the boat back to your crib? Why would you bring it to the judge crib? It sounded like, hey, mom, we got ourselves in a pickle. We need your help with something. We need your help to figure out what to do here. Now, again, this is speculative. This is just day one. We're going to do a much deeper dive into this case once more information comes out. But things ain't looking right. Now, the judge who apparently is she's the mom of Warren. Now, apparently that judge deactivated all of her pages too. Now, everybody is secretive. The kid dies, everybody lawyers up, don't got nothing to say. Right? Refuse to say certain things like, hey, he got into an altercation with some people, probably look at that group of people. But you wouldn't say look at that group of people if you were the group of people. Because it'll be easy to say, yo, listen, we left, bro, but bro was still there after getting into an altercation with some folks. Look into them folks, they probably did something to him. Which is why also too, though, like I could already tell, man, they not really boys, bro. Like they're not really homies. Think about it for a second, okay? You and your homie go out. Let's just say, I don't know, y'all go out to a party, man. Your friend get into an altercation with a group of dudes at that party. Are you leaving that party without your friend? Are you letting your friend tell you, hey, bro, I just got into an altercation with this group of people. Now, my only homies I came with, they about to leave me, and I'm about to be at this party by myself when there's hostility and resentment with a group of guys, and I got no backup. Does that even sound right? Clearly not. Now, the judge, she decided to respond back to her son's suspicion and potentially being involved in this case, as well as why she deactivated her page. Now, I'm gonna say this, bro. The Sheriff County came out and said that they didn't find any crimes involving this Nolan Wells case. But the autopsy ain't even come back yet, bro. The autopsy ain't even come. The sheriff who's investigating a possible murder involving the judge's son came back and said, we ain't find no crimes have been committed without the autopsy even coming back yet. Think about it for a second. You think justice is like gonna get served in this case? Clearly not. Now, the judge put out a statement, and here's what the judge had to say. Judge Ashley Cole, who apparently has a despicable track record, like despicable, like things like telling like this black woman that the baby dad cannot meet her at the police station to drop off the kid, and that she ended up getting murdered, or somebody else lost their kid. She tells the person they can't grieve online. This lady has a despicable track record.
And to me, I think I was like 20.
All right. So now this clip right here, this is a young man telling his experience of something that happened with him. All right?
2 years.
Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video.
So working at Texas Roadhouse. You know what I mean? Young, silly.
The person they can't grieve online. Despicable track record. Despicable track record.
And to me, I think I was like 22 years old working at Texas Roadhouse. You know what I mean? Young, silly. Forgot a couple of the things that my granddaddy told me when I was growing up. But at any rate, every year, the employees and managers, they would take this little, resort, and it wasn't really a resort, it was in the country, and they would take a couple of canoes, some ice chest of beer, and you know what I mean? Everybody was out there smoking, you know what I mean? And I'm like, man, that sounds like a good time. And mind you, I could swim. Been swimming since, I don't know, maybe it was 4 years old when I jumped in the pool for the first time. But at that point in time, I thought these people were my friends. Another lesson my grandparents taught me when I was younger is that you don't have any friends. You know what I mean? You really do not. Like, my siblings were always my friends, and I learned that. At any rate, I signed up to go on this, little trip with these people. And, it was good at first. It was, the water was kind of shallow. You know what I mean? We maybe had 6 or 7 canoes out there, music, people having a good time. And, I'm not really used to that, and I'm not having a good time. But usually when me and my people, my kinfolk get together and play music that loud and was as rambunctious as they were, and because the whole time I'm looking around like, when the police showing up? We smoking weed out loud and everything. So mind you, after a while, I got comfortable into it. You know what I mean? Everybody told me, loosen up. But I'm on edge, you know what I mean? For many reasons. And so the trip continued. And at one point in time, you know, they let us know, okay, so we're going to get up on the bank right here, and then we're going to go see the waterfall. So I'm like, oh, okay. So, but what we going to do at the waterfall? You know what I mean? Because I'm vibing, but at the same time, I'm not stupid. And they was like, you know, we're just going to look at the, you know, sit there, light a fire, you know what I mean, smoke some more, drink some more. And I'm like, oh, okay. So we get to the little spot where we pull up the canoes, we anchor them off and whatnot. And then they tell us, okay, so this little piece of water right here, we got to swim across that to get to the waterfall. I hate when people add extras to a plan. You know what I mean? Especially for me, I think into a lot of things and I got a plan. So I'm still like, you know, cautious, and I'm watching everybody dive in this water, you know what I mean, and swim right across. You know what I mean? And I hadn't jumped in yet because I'm still leery. I don't know what it was, but it was holding me back. But so I'm the last person. Everybody like, come on, let's go, let's go. So I jump in and I get almost halfway through over that water to the other side. And then I realized that I'm swimming rather hard and ain't moving nowhere. Long story short, nobody told me that there was a strong current at this spot and you needed to be prepared. At this point, I'm smoking and drinking. So I couldn't understand. Just get back to the story. So I get halfway through the water and I realize that, and I'm losing my strength slowly but surely. And at this point in time, I am calling out for help. No music is playing at this time. You know what I mean? None. Yeah, everybody was rambunctious, you know, excited, whatever, but you could clearly hear me out there in the woods. It's still daylight. So I am screaming that I can't make it. Somebody please help me. They turn around, several of them look at me, say, you can do it, come on, let's go. And they continue to walk off. At this point in time, I have already said my prayers and have already decided that I'm going to meet my maker. I scream one more time, I am going to drown, and I went down. I don't know can't remember who was and what just made them decide to change their mind and come back, but one person jumped in that water, grabbed me, pulled me up onto the bank, and mind you, they didn't do anything else after that and continued on their way.
Praise the Most High for the righteous white brother who came and helped them. He said, I don't know what got into that person. The Most High did. Saved his life and touched that white brother to jump in and save him. And he said he didn't do nothing after that. He pulled me to the shore and then walked off back with them. But if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be here.
The bank. And mind you, they didn't do anything else after that and continued on their way. So I said all of this to say that I have Caucasian friends, you know what I mean? And I ain't saying friends. I have Caucasian people that I love and care about. You know what I mean? Because that's what God said. But I will be honest with you. It is a lesson that the elders taught us as young Black children. The same lesson that I'm sure you're telling all your children now. Do not be the only one. And it really doesn't matter how people feel about that, because the concern is preservation of life. So for some reason, God saw fit to not allow me to lose my life that day. And for some reason, God called Nolan home. So I will say that despite what anybody feels about how you feel about the situation, please have that conversation with your children. And that's all I'm going to say. Rest in peace, Nolan Wells, and to his entire family.
So hopefully to some of my white brothers and sisters, the understanding of a cultural thing of the so-called Blacks in America. It wasn't too long ago, guys, that we were being lynched and hung in the street. Everybody, the other nations, even the immigrants, everybody that's not so-called Black American. I don't care if you're Nigerian, Caribbean, Jamaican, whatever, Brazilian, whatever you call white, from European or anything. There is a history of the so-called Blacks in America, and that history is still alive. There are sundown towns right now that if I go and get caught, I can be unalived. I did Uber it's been about 2 years now since I was out, and I had a bad accident. Most High told me just teach the word. And so I've just been teaching the word nonstop since then, praise the Most High. But for those who was part of this ministry and watching our channel back then, you remember me tell the stories that whenever I would Uber, because I would pick up from the airport in Orlando, Florida, right, tourist destination. So I was able to make I could make a lot of money. I could make $200, $300, $400 in a night. All right, so decent money. So what thing I would do was I would make sure when I pick something up from that airport that I would have enough gas, because sometimes I'll pick them up and they want to go far, right? They want to go 2 hours, an hour, 3 hours, right? So I remember the time I told a story where I picked up this older white lady and, help her with her bags and everything. We are, nice and polite. And so I was like, okay, ma'am, we about to be on our way, because I had to go past the highway entrance to go to the gas station. And I said, but I got to stop and get gas. And she said, but your tank it's on, it was over like half. And I said, she said, that's enough gas to get there? I said, yes, ma'am, I understand it is enough gas to get there. But ma'am, I would like to get gas enough to fill the car so that I can get back. And she said, no, but after you drop me off, there's a gas station right up the street from my house. I said, yes, ma'am. I said, but by the time I drop you off, I'm paraphrasing now. I said, by the time I drop you off, ma'am, it'll be 4 a.m. And I'm a black man, ma'am. And I don't need to be getting out to get gas at 4 a.m. in your neighborhood out there, because my life could be in danger from police or anybody. And she stopped, basically. She's like, I'm so sorry. She's like, I never thought of that. You're such a nice young man. She's like, oh my goodness, this world. She just started, I cannot. And she basically started crying and everything. She was basically like heartbroken. And she was like, I am so sorry that you have to, that's your, I didn't even think of that. I said, yes, ma'am. Whenever I take anybody, I make sure I fill my tank so I don't have to stop. I said, I don't feel safe until I'm back in the city. And she says, I understand. And so we went to the gas, and she wanted to give me a tip. How much? I'll fill the tank. And I'm like, no, it's okay. It's okay. Well, I'm going to leave you a tip, and this is not okay. You should be able. I said, I understand, ma'am, but this is just this my reality. It's just I'm used to it. This is just the precautions I have to take in my everyday life. Just how I am. It's just a reality. And I dropped her off. So when I would drop off in these cities, and then I would make sure, because they got speed traps, right? And it'll drop to 35 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour and stuff. And if you're just driving, and that's why my Uber light is my savior. My Uber light, bro. I'm like, Uber light in the front, lit up, Uber light over here. Like, I'm a server, I'm working, right? So it's like, because I don't want to get pulled by a cop. You understand? You want to avoid the situation as much as possible. So for some of us, it's the reality. So that story that brother just told, it could offend some other people. It could offend some people. Shout out to Matchless Above. It could offend some of my other brothers and sisters, my white brothers and sisters, my other Hispanic brothers, and others from other nations who don't know and haven't lived the experience of the so-called Black American. We have sundown towns that we can't go. It was just not too long ago that, they were lynching and hanging us and all of this stuff. So this stuff is still current. It's not, and that's why some of the the other generations that are being born, some of the parents are not instilling what that man the young man who told that story, he said his grandfather told us. They told us stuff. So you see this one that says, as a black mama, we teach if y'all go together, y'all come back together no matter the color. Facts. That's culture. This person said, never be the only one. Okay? So these things people can see like, well, that's racist. It's not that, we're not being racist, we're being realistic. Like we live a reality. Like if I tell someone don't go to this town because you might not come back because you're black, that's not me being racist. When the town says, if you come here, we're going to unalive you. It's so the Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So the understanding, right? The understanding that that some people don't have that reality and they've never lived it. Now this person said, I'm Asian, and even I have this conversation with my kids from day one. So this is my point I'm trying to say. You tell your children, I don't care what race or nation of people, my white brothers and sisters, you tell them, yes, it's being race aware. Come on, ROI. It's not, I love my righteous white brothers and sisters. I know some people are traumatized. They think nobody's righteous, but I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? I've had white people help me, through my life. I've had people that I stood back to back with. And then I got my people in my ministry who I know. But there's still racial awareness things. And we need to tell the children that they need to be very cognizant because the world is looking, it's like a pseudo safety, right? And so they're like, they're shaming anybody who tried to bring cultural awareness because there's dangers. There are people who literally still hate me because I'm black. Not because I did anything, because if they got to know me, they would really like me. We would be cool. Some people hate you because you're white. See? That's true. And see, when people can't say that, it's hard for a lot of blacks to make that statement because the generality and the overall is the opposite. But yes, there are some people that really hate them because they're white. They call them everything under the sun. And a lot of that stems from trauma, but it doesn't matter where it stemmed from. Some of it's passed down. You see, come on, Tammy, making them curse themselves. So I'm trying to bring spiritual healing from the trauma for all nations to stop generalizing everyone and speak and see individuals, right? Now, you do have everybody. See, it's a will within a will. It's different dynamics. You do have a collective that you have to fear. That's why the brother wrote race aware. Just because, listen, I individually discern every spirit, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, right? I receive you as long as I'm discerning you. I ain't rejecting you until I see that you are wicked or devil or not, you're not equally, or you're not congruent to my righteous life. Then you can go along, whatever. But I receive you, right? Of every nation, kindred, and tongue. So I have to discern each individual I come across, but I can't block out the collective narrative. This is what I mean. At the same time that I'm individually discerning my white brothers and sisters that are here, right? And those in the ministry and everything. Collectively, I don't say all white people are evil, none of that, but there's a collective narrative or a collective understanding, awareness that I have to have about groups. So the same way that I'm discerning each individual, right? Let's do my white brothers and sisters, for example. The same way that I know my brother Yahakanan, I know young Cullen, and I know my brother Matthew. I know my brothers, so-called white brothers who are with me. We together, we teach the word of the Most High, we together. But at that same time that I'm discerning that I can trust Yahakanan and Matthew, Matyaha and them, I still can't go to a sundown town. You see what I mean? collectively, I know that this group, this place, I'm not welcome. You get it? They will unalive me. And this is today. So at the same time that I'm discerning in the individual, I still have the collective awareness. You see, of where I'm at. It's like going to Brazil, right? Or going to one of these South American countries and leaving the tourist area and going into the what they call it, the ghettos, the ones they're in the mountains, I forgot what they call the name in Spanish. You don't want to go in there. The only way unless you got somebody inviting you in, and they need to be very powerful, and you need to be able to trust them. For favelas, I'm gonna go into a favela. No, I need to stay in the tourist area. Thank you, Varun. Favelas. I don't need to go in no favela. You tripping. And it could be a black favela. It could be a black South American country. Or it could be somewhere in Africa or something. It doesn't matter of the color of skin. It's a collective awareness of environment. You see? So we have to understand these spiritual factors on both sides. It doesn't mean I don't stop discerning individuals, each individual, but yeah, I have to discern a group narrative as well, an environment, and where I'm at in a place. We knew that growing up in the hood, right? You don't go, if you're in Cali, a blood don't go into a Crip neighborhood because you're going to get beef, right? Like where I grew up, it was different neighborhoods, right? Terrace Ave was battling in Crown Heights. Crown Heights, Hempstead Strong Island is battling Parkside. Parkside is against, the Martin Luther King Drive. Midway is against, these are all neighborhoods in my block versus 600s. And these got beef, but because I was an elder, well, I was, even when I was an elder, I was one of the very, very popular and very, very respected. I can go on all sides, but everybody couldn't go on all sides. So it'll be a thing that we was back in the day. I'm talking in the 2000s and stuff, right? Early 2000, right? I'm talking 2001, all right? 2001, 2002. So we in my Benz, right? Or my Escalade or something, right? These are my stories in my 25 to Life channel, my life story, pictures of everything of my life, right? So we drive, I go on the heights because back then I was, praise the Most High, I repent for all my sins and transgressions. I was selling drugs. So I'm going over there to make a sale or do something, drop some money off, pick up some money, some crap, right? And I went to jail. I got 25 to life and all that. Praise the Most High for a second chance in my life, right? Now I'm a righteous man serving my Father, right? So I repent for all my sins and transgression. I did time for all the crimes committed. All the stories on my Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life testimony channel. So anyway, I'm going on the heights, right? It's about 5 of us, 6 of us in my truck, my Escalade. Let me do my truck because the truck hold more people. We 7 deep in the truck, smoking, we doing what we do, right? I'm in sin and transgression in the world. It's 2002, all right? I got the 2002 white Escalade with the 24-inch rims because that's when 24s was the biggest rims in 2002, right? And a pearl white Escalade with the Rolls Royce grill, all that, right? So we driving, music system bumping. I gotta hit somebody off or meet somebody on Terra Avenue, right? The projects. And I drive on over there, I get out, and then somebody else jump out with me, right? I go walk up and I look at my mans, I'm like, yo, and they're like, I can't get out. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm in the first time happening. I'm like, what do you mean you can't get out? Yo, Rob, man, we on they used to call me Rashawn. We on terrorists, man. We at war with terrorists, yo. We can't. I said, I'm like, I forgot because, I had like kind of OG status, right? Even though I wasn't old. It's just I had a lot of respect from when I was young. I just carried myself like that, right? Got respect for everybody and everybody got respect for me. This is to handle my business where I'm from, right? So, and I'm not I'm not promoting this, just reality, it's just a real fact. So I'm like, oh crap, I didn't even think of that. You're like, yeah, man. I'm like, all right, I'll be back. I understand. Because if they get out and walk up, it could be some young dude or something come up, and next thing you know, they can pull out on them. They could lose their life. You know what I mean? Or it's going to be a shootout because, you know, we had guns and stuff. That's why I went to jail. I didn't tell nobody to do this. You understand? I had 2 charges, and both times it was falsely charged too. So I was falsely accused of stuff, but I was doing sin and crimes too. But the first one, they tried to give me 55 years of life, and the second one, they gave me a 25. But the Most High, praise the Most High, He gave me a second chance at my life. All right, so that I was able to get that thing reduced. Praise the Most High. So the reality I'm talking about is a lived experience, and this is Black and all Black where we're from. That you have to have situational awareness and an environmental awareness, okay? All things, even racial awareness. So in my hood, we also have a lot of Hispanic, okay? So if I'm in the Hispanic part, it's a different energy. You understand? Because they got beef, right? Because you got a lot of MS-13. When I'm talking 2002 Hempstead Strong Island projects and stuff, a lot of MS-13 from Salvador. We had SWP 15 and MS-13. Most people don't know the Salvadorian War Posse, okay? So they don't even know what SWP 15 because they got kind of consumed by Marisara Ducha MS-13, okay? People, y'all heard of that because they kind of consumed SWP 15. But my hood was half Central America, half Spanish and half Black. You understand? So it's nothing to play with. So they was flooding in SWP 15 and MS-13. You understand? And back then, the Blacks had already started being Bloods, and it was some Crips, but it was mostly Bloods, right? But I was a little older by the time that happened. So by the time of 2002, I was an OG then. You know what I mean? So that's why when I was pulling up and they couldn't get out, I'm like, what? You can't get out? I'm like, oh, that's right, because I got OG. I go anywhere. But when it came to the Hispanics, it was a little different because I could go in the Hispanic parts of the hood, but the OG Hispanics, they was gone. They was already doing businesses and stuff, right? Chino and them, right? And Jose and them. So these young ones, they was coming over straight from Central America. You hear me? Honduras and Salvador, El Salvador and stuff. They didn't know, you know what I mean? They was coming slinging, taking people's heads off of machetes, and they was just straight from the bush. So it was a different energy. So I had to have, listen guys, I had to have environmental awareness that, okay, I got to remember back in the day, these new Hispanics that are coming straight from the jungles. Yes, they don't know that I know Jose and them, and I know, you know, Chino and them, and I'm Rashawn from Parkside, and I'm cool with the Hispanics. You know what I mean? I'm cool with them in Bradley Park in the gym, and I'm like, you know, they don't have that because they coming straight from the war in Central America. Okay, I'm from Queens, Brooklyn, and Strong Island, Melvin. So Southside Jamaica, Queens, Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and Hempstead, Strong Island. That's the place I'm from in New York. So you have to have awareness also. So that's also time, meaning, so you have to have situational awareness, racial awareness. Remember, so that's a racial thing because I'm a Black, and now I'm in the Hispanic part of my neighborhood, and they have really infiltrated in this new generation. So it's time-based awareness, because back years earlier, all they OGs, well, that's not there, the Hispanics that was there, they all knew me. So I had a pass where some people from my hood couldn't go there because they had beef with them, because they used to rob, they used to, beat up the Hispanics back in the days. This is the 80s in New York City. The Hispanic men would get drunk, right? They would go to work. This is the thing in the 80s. I'm not promoting this. I'm just telling y'all real life stuff. Back in the 80s in New York City, where I'm from, this part is Hempstead, Strong Island, they would, the Blacks from my projects, the youngsters, I never did. I used to tell them stop doing it, but you can't stop people from doing their stuff. They would, every Friday and Saturday night, they would go and try to catch some of the old Hispanic men or Hispanic, because they would get drunk and they would be walking and they cash their paychecks and have pockets full of money. You know what I mean? $400 or whatever, right? They work and they get drunk and they go get a prostitute or something. And so they be walking the street drunk at night. And so the little homie, my homies, they would catch one and they would knock them out and take their money. So they had a lot of beef with the Hispanics. I never did because I never would do nothing like that. That wasn't my stuff. And I would stop them if I would ever say, yo, stop, bro, get it. Because we would be driving and one of the goons, they want to, yo, Rod, pull over. I'm like, what for what? Look, Poppy, let me get Poppy. No, you ain't get us. If you open that door, do not open that door. They're like, come on, Rob, man, that's a payday. I know Poppy got about $300-400 in his pocket. Look at his pocket. I'm like, boy, get it. You ain't not in front of me. Like, oh, you making me miss a lick, Rob. You make me, nah, I don't care what you say. You ain't. So that's, even in my sin and transgression, that was my spirit. I would do it if they would try to catch a white person or something, not in front of me. You're not jumping, you're not taking advantage of somebody in front of me. So from that, some of y'all could see why the Most High would probably choose me to do the purpose in the election I got now. I've saved so many people in my life and my sin and transgression, and that could be killed too, because people do stuff and you don't know. You hit somebody and they knock their head on the curb or something, right? And and they be jumping. I stopped so many people from hurting innocent people, white, black, Hispanic, whatever. You understand? This is the work of the righteous. Even when I was in my sin, I was doing these acts. Sorry that I did that long story, but it is what it is. It's real life testimony of the awarenesses. So because of that, I have so much situational awareness, racial awareness, time awareness, environmental awareness. So when I'm saying I won't go on no boating trip with a bunch of white people, it's because I come from a different reality, bro. That's not smart to me. It doesn't mean I don't love my righteous white brothers and sisters. It just means I have racial awareness. Thank you, class, with me. Thank you, Kai. I have racial awareness that some situations I'm not going to place myself in. So we need to. So that's why this Asian boo thing, I don't know if it's a sister, said, I'm Asian, and even I have this conversation with my kids from day one. It's awareness, bro. Everybody ain't safe because everybody ain't free from dark spirits. And it just take one to really get yourself into some trouble. Hakyama, didn't you say you had some questions? Let me do them. This person said, crazy, I have to teach this to all three of my boys, especially my oldest, because he think that they are all friends, but mama see the difference and he don't, and it's hard to explain it to him. And this is the point we're talking about. So the generation, they think, no, mama, these are all my friends. We go to school together and everything. But some of us, we have different experience. We understand, this one might be your friend, that one might be a friend, but things happen. And when you're in a group and you're the only one, we were taught. So for the other nations who don't know this, the so-called blacks, this is what we were taught. In my generation, 70s, 80s, 90s, we were taught, don't you be the only one, and do not go nowhere where you are the only black. Don't go, I don't care, no camping trip, no boat trip, no bicycle trip. Don't go no party. I remember, let me do one more quick. I was doing Uber, right? This a couple of years ago. And, and I'm cool. I'm like, everywhere, I'm cool, right? So it was downtown Orlando, and that's where they party, the club. So they're all out to make a lot of money. It's toxic. It's all outdoors, though. You get drunk people, but the price was surged. Now they took over Uber, so they try to make it where people can't make money. But this was back when the price was surged. So I would get a ping, and I could get $150 for a ride, and they only go in 20 minutes. You hear me? Then I can drop them off, try to hurry up back, get another ride for another $100, $200. You know what I mean? That's how much money it was. So I'm hustling, right? I'm doing my thing, right? But it's toxic. It's all outdoors because people drunk. You get pick up anything, right? So I pick up this So my car was a Prius because I was smart, right? So I got the hybrid car, so I save on the gas. I'm hustling. I'm making money. I'm pulling 100 G's with this little Prius. You heard? So I'm hustling. I'm from New York. So I'm only supposed to fit 5 tops, 5 people, right, at a time, right? Really, yeah, 5, 1 and 3. Really 4. No, 4, because it's 3 in the back and 1 in the front. So 4. But I will squeeze 5 because, people after the club, they trying to save money. So it'll be a thing. They'll give me a ping and then it'll be 7 people, 8 people, and they'll try to squeeze in your car. That's why it's kind of toxic. And Orlando is straight multicultural. I love it. It's the most multicultural thing I've ever, New York is multicultural too, but New York is multicultural, but it's all divided. New York is very racist, okay? So New York is super multicultural. Every nation, I'm talking about, you got Italians, Polish, Germans, Russians, Nigerians, Grenadans, Haitians, Jamaicans, Black Americans, you got everything, Germans, Italians, white, you got every culture in New York City, every culture, but everyone's segregated. It's the most racist. So everyone got their own, but it's not a melting pot. It's not. New York is toxic. It's nothing to play with. It's a survival. It's not a melting pot means it's all melting together. It's the opposite of a melting pot. Okay? Orlando is a melting pot. That's probably what you meant, Abriya. Now, what that means is everybody in Orlando is all together. So when you're downtown, you'll see a Black walking with an Asian and a white walking with the Black, this walking with the that, and everybody's just mixed. It is Babylon. Everybody is just, and it's really, honestly, I know some people who are traumatized won't like it, but I know it was really cool for me to experience, honestly, because I grew up, everything is segregated, racist. Doesn't mean I'm racist against you, but everybody was kept to themselves in New York. So Orlando, they all together. Like all together. It's crazy. So I was like, this is insane. It took me a while. I was like, I've never experienced nothing like this. It's like they don't see. Now you'll get your outliers that be racist, but for the most part, they just all together. So anyway, let me give it the story. So let me hurry up. So I go to pull up. I get the beat, right? And it's probably like $180 ride. And they go on like 25 minutes, right? So I'm like, oh. So when you get those, you don't want to miss the ride because the surge could go away. And then the next ride could be $40, right? So I'm going to get this 180. So the key is once I get the ping and I answer it, the goal is I got to find the customer because it's so many people after the clubs let out. So I got to find them, be on the phone. Where you at? And they drunk and they're like, yo, we on Orange and such. And then you try to get there and they're like, oh, we not there. We walk down to such, right? And if you in the ride, then you don't get the money and the surge be gone. So it's like, I'm not into this ride. I need to find these dudes and put them in my car so I can start the ride. That's my 180, right? So this is it's toxic. It's a horrible experience, but I used to make a lot of money. It's hustling. So I'm trying to find a ride, right? So I'm like, yo, where y'all at? So now I can tell it's white boys, right? Because cultures of people, I can hear what you are over the phone. You know what I mean? I could tell, I could tell if it's a Haitian, if it's a Florida Black. You know what I mean? Because they got the accent. I could tell if it's somebody visiting because Orlando is the melting pot. Remember, you got people coming to Disney World, Universal. So there's people from all over the world. So I could tell. So on the phone, I could tell these white boys, right? And I could tell they're young and they wild because you can hear them and they, drunk. And I'm like, oh, but I can handle it. I'm like, So I handle everybody. You know what I mean? I'm not small and I handle people with my strength and my wisdom and my mentality. You know what I mean? Because they'll act out. I'll be like, all right, this is what we're going to do. Y'all want the right? So I'll be like, listen, ain't nobody, no vaping, Do not know. You can roll the window down. Who drunk? Who drunk? He drunk. And they like stuff like that. Like, well, he kind of drunk. I ain't drunk. You drunk? If you drunk, you want to throw up? Come on, we're gonna pull over, right? And so you take authority, you take charge, because they're going into my car in my space. So if you don't, I understand the mentality of different individuals, especially the youth, right? So in male, it's like a alpha beta thing. They'll look for, if you're weak, they'll look to take advantage. So I immediately establish my authority right off the rip, right? Right off the rip. So you turn around and I look at them in the, yo, right? And you talk with like DMX. you turn into DMX. Yo, my man. Yo, where y'all going, yo? Yo, and you take authority, and they're like, because you catch them off guard, right? This is how you get them to act right. Facts, you got to give them some act right. Okay, yeah, no vomited in the car, no nothing, right? So I know what I'm doing. I play chess. It's spiritual warfare, mental warfare. So I'm like, all right. So let me give you a story. So I pull up. Sorry it's taking so long. People enjoy. That's what I know. They like the channel. They enjoy stories. I like story time too. So anyway, let me explain. So I pull up. I finally find them. First of all, everywhere they going, they keep moving. So I'm like, stop moving, bro, because it's always one who's trying to get the ride. Let me explain. There's one who's sober enough, usually, or focused enough to be like, come on, guys. We can't keep doing this with the Uber. I hit that young white. We can't keep the Uber. He's going to cancel, guys. He's going to cancel. And it's hard to get an Uber, right? Because the Uber drivers don't want to drive because these people are crazy. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about just white. I'm not talking about white. Well, it's mostly white, Hispanic, and that's it. And out of towners, because the blacks, they don't take Uber. Blacks, I'm sorry, it's hilarious. The blacks, they drive drunk. That's the fun. Yo, I learned so much driving Uber. The blacks, they don't take the Uber in Orlando. Even the club, they still drive. They come out the club, get in their car and drive themselves home. It's just a fact. But the other nations, they call the Uber, right? And there'll be a lot of tourists and stuff too, right? So anyway, a lot of people don't like to take these because they crazy. They'll be throwing up. They be rowdy. They crazy, right? So people are nuts. I'm just used to it. I can handle anybody, right? So anyway, so I finally, I'm going back with the one. I like, make them stay at Planet Pizza, all right? Do not move from Planet. And then I threaten them. If you move, I'm going to cancel. And you can't get an Uber. Now I'm fronting because I know I'm not canceling. It's a 180 ride. If I cancel this, I'm screwed. And I can see, because I got another phone to check to see the surge already went away. So the next ride I'm going to get is only going to be about $20, $30. You know what I mean? Now I'm about to get this 180. So I'm threatening. No, if you're not at Planet Pizza, then I'm canceling. He said, okay, guys, we got to go to Planet Pizza, right? So I finally get there. Pull up on Planet Pizza. I look. Why is it like 7 of them? I think was like 6. And I'm like, oh my goodness, tell me it ain't. And they could see on the car that it's only supposed to take 4, right? It's a Prius, but they don't care, right? Because they're not going to do SUV because they got to pay more money. So I'm like, okay, so now I got a choice to make. Do I squeeze all 6 of them in my car and get this 180? Or do I cancel it and now I'm going to get $30 trips, $20 trips? It'd take me 3, 4, 5 trips to make the 180. You see? So I'm like, man, I'm about to squeeze them in. So I pull up and I'm like, so I see them. I'm like, oh man, they look like they white boys, but they kind of rowdy, but they like, yo, what's up? And once they see I'm black, yo, what's up, B? It's so hilarious. You know how the youth is. You know how young white boys is. They trying to, yo, what's up, B? I'm like, oh my goodness, right? So anyway, so I'm like, all right. So I knew that I had to take authority right off the rip, right? Because, I can tell that they'll get out of hand if I don't. So, so I'm like, so what I did, I got out the car, I get out. So I wanted to see my size too. So I get out. I'm like, how many of y'all is it? And like, ooh, this the Uber driver? Right? Some of them drivers like, yo, where you from? He from the hood. You got muscles. I'm like, stop. Is he drunk? Is you? Who's the one I was on the phone with? It was me. All right, who are these? What's their name? How many of it? 6? I'm like, it can't be 6. I ain't taking 6. Now I'm about to get Now I'm about to get a tip. I'm about to get more money. I'm about to no, 6. I'll take 5 of y'all. 5 is the most I'm squeezing. Well, we can't leave. I'm like, listen. So he's like, all right. So listen, I'll give you I'll give you $50 more. This the hustle. So I'm like, dang, I just thought you was gonna say 10 or 20, right? 50. Oh yeah, it's gonna be 6 riding tonight. So I'm like, all right, get 50, not on the cash. I got it right here. All right, let's go. So I'm like, come on. So now we got to squeeze 6 of them, right? So 1 get in the front, and now you got 5 of them in the back. So they got to sit, right? So then immediately I get them in the car, I'm like, listen, no vapes. And, I'm trying to get them because they rolling the window, they yell out the window, yo, bunny, yo, baby, yo. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this going to be, and I'm going to work for this 100, this 200 and something now since he had another 50, right? So yeah, Yaga bomb. Come on, room. And I'm used to them. I know how to, I know how to y'all. So we pull off. So they like, yo, right? So they all out the window, and I'm like, yo, stop, bro, because the police ain't gonna mess with us. Because I told them my name, Rashawn, right? Because they try to say my government name off the app. I'm like, that ain't my name. What's your name? My name is Ra. Yo, Ra. So I took, because they rolling out the window and they hanging out the window to the cars. We pull out the car and they're like, yo, look at that girl. Yo, mom, they're hanging all out. I'm like, yo, get in the car with the police. So the dude, he looked back, he said, yo, Ra, we white. You ain't got to worry about the popo. You ain't got to worry about the police. We white. I said, oh, they know what it is, right? So we riding everything. So now this the key. This the part. So the one that I was talking to with on the phone, and then another dude, the two that was kind of sitting in the middle, right, talking to me, right? They were cool. They were really cool. We were talking, they were cool. The other ones, I could see one in the back kind of looking at me side-eye a little bit. You feel me? See, that's what I mean. You could feel a jelly belly spirit in someone, right? So I could feel one in the back kind of looking at me a little sideways, right? So I'm like, Then, you see others, they just neutral, but the two in the middle, they was really cool, right? So as we riding, I'm playing the music, we talking, we laughing, they finding out where I'm from in New York. Yo, I wanted to go to New York. Yo, have you ever been, what about Brooklyn? I'm like, yeah, I used to live in Bed-Stuy, Bedford-Stuyvesant. Ain't that where Jay-Z from? You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I know Jay-Z. I know, we know that. Like, I know these people. Yeah, I was on tour with Wu-Tang. He loves Wu-Tang, so it was like, it was that thing, right? But at the same time, as we riding, I could see the one who was side-eyeing me getting a little jealous, right? And so I would make sure I'm watching. And so as I'm driving, I realize that as we're driving, it's getting more and more secluded. Like, we're going into like, basically the woods. Yeah. So as we driving, everything is all good. We laughing and icks and giggles and, SHITS and giggles and, and everything. But as I'm looking at the app on the phone, how you can see on your GPS, you see just green. You see, you just see empty space. And I'm driving and I can see that where the location that we going is empty. And it looks like it's in the middle of nothing. So I'm driving. So this is the awareness. As I'm driving and they laughing and joking and the other ones, I'm laughing and joking. I'm like, where's this going? And I'm like, this is going bad. It's going, and then it turned to like an empty road. Listen, guys, just a empty road, just one road, no nothing, just dark. And it's now 3:00 in the morning, right? And it's just pitch black, only our car lights. We're just driving, and it's getting more and more desolate as I move. So I'm like, okay, right? So I'm like, okay. Now here come that instinct. I'm getting nervous. I'm getting scared. So I'm like, okay, so I check, I got my knife, right? And I'm like, okay, it's 6 of them. You feel me? Now the 2, they cool, right? They all about 20, 21, 19, 22, right? So we get to, we going through, and I'm not acting like I'm scared. So I say to the ones in the middle, I'm like, I say it to them, I'm like, yo, where y'all going, bro? I'm like, what? So I'm acting, again, everything is about appearance, right? So, right, and perception. So I like, yo, where y'all going, yo? Would y'all live in the middle of the woods or something? And they start laughing, right? So I ain't trying to act scared, but I'm trying to. So I said, where y'all going? Y'all live in the middle of the woods? I said, what? I thought y'all was city boys. Y'all country, y'all live in the woods? And he was like, no, it just looked like that. No, once we get through this, it turns into a subdivision. It turns into, and he's like, no, don't worry. It's going to, so he didn't say don't worry because I ain't act like I was scared, right? But it's like, no, you'll see, once you get through this part, it's going to open up. So that made me feel, right? So I was like, okay. I'm secretly inside like, oh my goodness, right? Praise y'all, right? So we still going. So then we go through, they was correct. I could see further up, it started to be things. I said, oh my goodness, good. So we come through, right? So we get through, now it's back populated, but they're correct. It turned into a rich neighborhood. It turned into, the houses on the other side were like mansions. Yeah, so these were rich young white boys, right? So I'm like, okay, so it turned to a rich neighborhood. So I'm like, oh. So I started driving. So I said, oh, so y'all rich boys. And they started laughing. I said, oh, y'all got that money. Y'all parents got that money, right? So then one of the thugger cried, one of the snaky ones, I'm gonna call it that. He was like, yo, wow, would you mind if I plug his what they've got, the thing where you do your Bluetooth to play his music, right? Through the thing. He's like, yo, Rod, would you mind? Come on, Rod, come on, right? He's like, you gonna like my playlist? I'm like, whatever. So I plug the thing up, he threw the thing through, and it comes on, and it goes, I swear I've never heard nothing like this. It must have been like, they must got a genre of white music called rock, kill, horrorcore, Freddy Krueger, Jason, Aleister Crowley, Elon Musk. It came on, it said, kill him, suck his blood, eat his guts, kill him, stab him in his. I had never, first it came on, right, like some heavy metal rock, crazy, right? And I thought, because we were vibing to the hip hop from the radio all night, right? So what happened was we lost they lived so far that I lost the station. Okay, so the station kind of went out. So I was trying to find a station. They said, could you plug in? I think it was the auxiliary cord. That's what it was. You plug in the cord. So then the music, it just, right? So I thought it was just like heavy metal or something. But when it came, death metal, that's what it's called. Come on, ROI. That's what it was. I had to look it up later. Death metal. So it came on. It was like, kill him, kill. And it was just like, and they just started to, it was like hyping them up. And they were like, kill. And so they rolled the windows down. Now listen, this part is crazy. They rolled the windows down, right? And we in the most richest, quietest, we in a white people neighborhood, a rich white people. There ain't nobody outside. It's quiet. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Everything is silent. These crazies rolled the windows down and the music, kill. And they went out the window singing, kill, and yelling. And the one in the front rolled his down and 2 out the back. And they just said, yeah, and it was charging them up. And I'm like, yo, I said, stop, yo, stop. And it was so loud enough. I'm like, stop. And I turned it down. I said, what are y'all doing, bro? It's a quiet neighborhood. It's like, come on, Rod. You don't like it? You don't like it? It's like, this our neighborhood. Ain't nobody, they know who we are. He was like, my dad is the like the senator or something. He was like, my dad is like the senator. My dad is the governor or something. Like they were just, and I was like, yo, y'all. And then the other dude reached over and turned the music back up. Wow, kill him. I was like, dude, I turned it down. I said, yo, what the? So I stopped the car. I said, yo, what the? Yo, y'all crazy. How y'all just get to your neighborhood and just turn out? They just flip the script, just turn psycho, right? So the one of the two who was cool, he had joined them acting crazy. And then the other one that was the one that was with me, he said, they don't mean no harm, bro. So then the other dude was like, it was like, so when I stopped the car, they wasn't too far from the house, right? So it wasn't too far. So he was like, you see that? That's my house right there. The house looked like a shopping mall. You know what I mean? There's some rich stuff, right? So they got out the car, right? And it was like, he said, it's okay, this our neighborhood, Rob. You with us. It's like, everybody get up, right? And I said, what? And so then they took their phone and they played it on his phone, right? And it's kill, like mother, stop him. And I was like, oh my goodness. So then they started pulling out drugs. I swear to you, praise the Most High. They started pulling out drugs and they was like, they started, yo, give me some, yo. And they started sniffing and they was like, yo, and they was calling people. So so that's another thing. They was calling people while we were riding. And they was calling people they was having a party, an after party. So they was calling people and that part scared me. Okay, I forgot that part. So when we was going through the woods part, they started calling people and they was like, yeah, you're gonna meet us there? Yeah, who? And I was like, so see, this that instinct, right? And I'm sitting here like, that's what made me like, yo, where y'all live and stuff. Because they was calling people and inviting people to meet them. And then they was calling us like, oh, y'all there already? Oh, who else there? Yeah, make sure you go get the liquor. Make sure, yo, we got this. They was talking about the drugs. We got this and we got that. And I was like, and so I'm like, oh man, when I see like they was in the woods, I was like, okay, I'm about to pull over. I'm not about to drive to that. You lost your mind. But then once they say I could see it opened up and they said, no, we don't live in the woods. It's like we live in a rich neighborhood. It's just, once you come through this, and then I could see it on the app, it was further up. So I was like, okay. So by the time we got there, they started doing the drugs. So then the one dude, he was like, that's another thing. They was giving me money. So the other dude said, yo, Rob, I'll give you $50 if you play on my Biggie Smalls or something. They wanted to, so I'm like, what? Oh, shoot, the thing fell again. He's like, I give you $50 if you play Biggie Smalls or something, right? So I'm like, what? And he's like, here, and gave me the $50. So then when the other dude wanted me to play the death metal music, I think they gave me like $100. The other dude, right? Because they rich. They don't care about no money. So the other dude gave me like $100. He was like, yo, come on, let them use your auxiliary cord. Just let them, because I was like, man. And he's so now I'm at 180 for the trip. I done made about almost 200 again from them just giving it to me. So when we stopped, so now they out the car. So the other dude who gave me the first $50, I think that was the dude in the front, if I remember correctly, he came around to the driver's side. So he's like, yo, you cool as shit, Rod. You cool as shit. He's like, yo, Rod, this our man. This Rod. He's like, everybody, Rod, cool as shit. So then the other people, because their house was further up, so it was already cars on the block. So the people, some of them started to walk down. So I'm in the car. My car door is open because they left the car doors open, right? Because they just got out, right? So now they loud in the street. So some of them started to walk down, like about 4 of them started to walk down. So as they walked down, and I could see them looking, some of them got that, that punk, not that black, how they wear all black and stuff like that, that dark, remind me of trench coat mafia type of stuff. So they start to walk down, and I'm keeping everything. See, this one, I'm from the hood. I see everything that move. I'm testing. I'm sitting there and I'm like, dang, my door is open. This door, I'm thinking okay, so I can skirt. I can, I'm all ready, right? So they walk down, and so as they walk down, one of the mean ones, one of the ones who was hating on me, he walked over to him, and I could see them talking, right? He don't know I see it, because, he don't know how wise I am, right? So as I'm talking to the dude at my car, at my door, and then the other dudes, yo, Rod, right? Come on, Rod, you want some? Here, Rod, take a hit. And I'm like, man, I don't do drugs, right? So I'm like, come on, Rod, we partying, bro. You working? So the other dude came. So he said, yo, Rod. He came to the open door, right? Because I said, close my door. So he came. He said, Rod, come on, man. How much you done made? We already done gave you an extra 100. He's like, come on, Rod. How much you'll make for the rest of the night? I said, I'm probably do another 100 and then go home. So he said, here go 200. And he just came out and gave me 200. I dropped $200 bills on the seat. Here go 200. So I'm like, bro, I don't need your 200. Nah, take it, Rod. You cool, man. You the man. You don't got to work no more. Forget it. The night over, bro. There you go, 200. He's like, nah, come ahead. Take a hit. I said, man, I don't do drugs, bro. He's like, come on, Rod. We got beers. You drink? We got wine. What you drink? What you want? You want some Cristal? We could order Cristal. I'm like, nah, bro. I'm like, I don't even drink either. Come on, Rodney. Come on. So you're gonna turn off the app, right? You're gonna end work, right? Because I said. So then the other dude who was at my driver's side, he's like, yo, he said, now he calm. He said, we having a party at the house right there. You see that? And then some girls started to walk up. They have them little mini skirts and stuff, right? Some white girls. So they started to walk up. So he's like, yo, we got a lot of girls, bro. He's like, yo, they'll love you. They'll love you, Rod. You got muscles in your locks. He's like, you have a bad girl. And I was like, yo, he said, what you do? You smoke weed? He's like, yo, he said, Rod smoke weed. Y'all got any bud? And he was like, yeah, we got bud. We got the this and we got that. I'm like, I don't smoke no weed. He said, but Rod, you got locks, right? So I said, I don't smoke no weed, right? So I said, I think I would stay. Exactly. See, that's my point. It's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm like, nah, I don't smoke no weed. So I'm peeping as I'm talking to them, right? And the other ones, 3 of them, they keep coming back and they laugh and they go to them and they being playful. But the two that was kind of standoffish, they talking to the other ones. And I seen them look back at me, right? And when he looked back at me, I made sure I looked at him. I made sure that I let him, shout out to Jedi, I made sure that I let him see, I see you. You heard? I see you. Facts. I see whatever you scheming, I ain't sleep, bro. Somebody told you wrong. So when I looked at him, I caught him off guard. So he looked at me and he kind of jumped a little, yeah, I see you. And then he looked back and then the other dude looked around him because his back was to me. And this other dude looked. And I'm like, whatever y'all scheming, it ain't gonna work. Because I ain't getting out the car, right? I ain't getting out the car. I'm gonna run y'all, I'll run everybody down. I ain't getting out this car, right? I ain't stupid, you ain't, right? So I'm like, whatever you thinking, you better think again, because you're gonna be a bumper, you're gonna be a hood ornament, because I'm getting out of here, trust me on that, right? We wasn't in no cul-de-sac or nothing either. I'm like, I'm getting out of here. So I know that's right. I ain't born yesterday, and I know I'm a survivor. I know how to get out. I'm from the hood. I know how to get out of a situation. I've been doing this my whole life. So he look over. So the dude that's trying to, the nice dude, he like, yo, come on, Rod. So he like, yo. So he called one of the girls over, right? And she come over, and he's like, you like her? I'm like, bro, what are you doing? She's like, oh my goodness, he cute. Ooh, what is your name? I said, bro, this is not working on me, right? So I'm like, yo, bro. He's like, come on, Rod. And I was like, come on, Rod, take a hit. So he came to the driver's side. He got $100 bill. I guess it's Coke. I don't know what it is. He's sniffing it, right? He's like, come on, Rod, take a hit. He's like, go ahead. He gave her, take a hit. And she take a hit, right? And I'm like, well, how old are y'all? First of all, not everybody. I'm like 100 years old. Listen clearly. But they think I'm like 27, right? 28. They think I'm, 27, 28. They don't know I'm old enough to be their grandfather almost. You know what I mean? So I'm like, how old are y'all, right? But I could tell they like 20, 21, right? So anyway, so they trying to get me to get out, to go to the party. Then I could hear the music. So whatever it is, they must have started up the party, right? So I could hear the music from the house in the distance, right? He said, see, Ra, they turned the music on, Ra. It's our house, bro. He's like, my parents is gone and this is that. Look at all the girls. So other cars is pulling up. So it's starting to get lit. It is. It's starting to get lit. So other cars is pulling up and girls is coming down and dudes is walking down and they walk, but a gang of them is starting to posse up of those two who was Jelly Belly, right? And I'm still watching all that. So then the other dude, he's like, yo, Ra, how much more you need to just come to turn off the app and just come in and party with us? And I said, the nice dude, I said, bro, I'm not coming in. Like, come on, Ra, you need to enjoy yourself too. Like, come on, man, we got girls, bro. That girl like you, man. They gonna like you, bro. And I was like, I'm not coming in, bro. It's like, why, Rod? Like, and I'm like, I'm not coming in. I'm going home. I'm going back. He's like, you sure? I'm like, yeah. And others like, come on, Rod. So then the other dude, the two mean ones, they turn around and they kind of start to walk to the car. And I just start screwing them, right? So I'm screwing them. And he was like, yo, he whispered to the other dude and he said, nah, he don't want to come in. He don't want to come. And then the other dude said, nah, I already gave him $100. I already gave him $200. I already, like, he don't want to come. And he was like, so the one who was kind of hating, he said, yo, Rob, you don't want to party, bro? Come on, bro, you'll enjoy it, bro. We're going to have fun. It's a lot of girls, Rob. You'll enjoy it, bro. And I was like, nah, I'm good. So I was like, all right. So I just reached over, right? I just reached to the back one. Bang, shut my door. I reached to the front one, bang, shut my door. And then the other dudes who walked over with him, they was like looking in my car. So I started screwing them like, I'll knock all y'all out. I'm like, I'm out of here. Like, I know when this, I look like you devils, because the devil in people. I'm like, you devils think y'all about to get me? Wrong again. Wrong, dude. I was like, so the dude was like, yo, Rod, you sure? I said, yeah, I'm sure, dude. He's like, yo, Rod, you cool as crap, bro. You cool as all outdoors, bro. I'm like, yeah, you was cool too. He's like, yo, give me that. He said, yo, all you gotta do, Rod, is once you go out, he said, it'll let you around. It goes around into a loop and it'll take you right back out to the road. I said, don't worry, I'll find my way out of it. He said, you out? And then I could see the dude looking like pissed that I'm not going. I'm like, boy, you stupid. I ain't about to end up on no milk carton. You bugging, you tripping. I'm like, yo. So the other dudes, the other two who would just kind of go with it, they was like, yo, Ra's the man. This is a New York friend. Everybody, this is Ra, our New York homie. He the man. He was with Wu-Tang. Everybody, Ra was with Wu-Tang. And they was just yelling in the street at 3 o'clock in the morning in the most quiet, rich neighborhood. And I said, it was crazy, bro. I pulled off and they was just in the street. And then when I pulled off, I could see, I'm looking at the side rear view, and I could see the other ones, they start walking back down towards the thing like, yeah, you ain't get a mark. You ain't get a Vic today. I pulled off all together, what I had, like $500 or something crazy. But it's like, my spirit was disturbed because the Grim Reaper was trying to take me out. You heard? The discernment of individual spirits. The main dude who was answering the phone and the one who was not, he seemed pretty nice. Now, could it be shout to A Villa? Could it be that he was actually genuinely nice and would have tried to, didn't really know what they would do, because the other two were scheming on me and he didn't see it? Or could it be he was setting it up too? See what I mean? It doesn't matter for me, because either way, I wasn't eating that dish, you heard? But this is what the warning of these stories, that people don't understand the spirit behind people. That's not going to make me distrust all white people. You see what I mean? I get another white ride and they cool. You see? But again, discerning individuals. Okay? So it's like, but what happens, guys, in these situations, let's say if the nice one was really genuine, he wouldn't be strong enough to help me in the situation. When it would go down, these happens, they used to have these CSI stories. They used to have this, when I used to watch TV, they have these channels and they used to tell these stories of these situations. I used to watch that. That's why I'm falling for none of it, where people go and they get invited to the party and everything, and next thing you know, they flip out, they turn on them. You know what I mean? So yeah, they flip and turn on you and stuff, right? So shout out to Antoine. All right, they flip and turn on you. So the thing is that the discernment of the situation, everything, you got to discern it could be blacks inviting you, right? Whatever. So again, I know that was a time that I could have lost my life. And it was, you could feel it. You know how you can feel death? You could feel it, like you could cut a knife, that tension, that energy. Death was just waiting for me to cut that car off, get out that car, especially to go in. I think it would have set off. I think, honestly, if I would have parked, like that, just park, bro, just park. If I would have just parked and cut the car off and got out, I don't think they would have tried to not let me make it back, to get back to the car and start it, right? That group that was building, right? The way they kept looking side eye and stuff. And some of them was kind of big, some of them a little older, you know what I mean? And I'm like, you don't know what they got on them. And all I had was my pocket knife. There you go with that Carmelo case. You understand? I keep a pocket knife. That's all I had. But yeah. So Hakiyama, you I was gonna do my Haitian tonight. It's only 2:40, but I don't know. I might do some of it. You said you had a question?
Yes, there's a couple.
Go ahead, let's do them.
This first one is from someone new. Let me find it for you real quick. This next one is from Niall. Niall says,
shout out to Niall.
I'm still asking this question and have been for several days on various channels. Why is this so-called friend in the photo of the four gripping the inner thigh of Nolan? 'Cause we don't roll like that.
I did not see that. Hold on, let me let me see the picture. Hold on.
I think it's the one where they're on the boat.
I know. I'm gonna try to find it. It's in here somewhere. I'm gonna try to find it. I didn't see that.
You passed it.
Let me tell you.
I mean, these people have gone to school together since elementary school.
Well, the funny thing, look where his arm is. Yeah. But his arm is going like down, right? I'm like, bro, where's your hand at? Right? Where you hook? But y'all know youngsters, they I come from a generation, we don't do all that manly touching crap, right? So anyway, I don't know, we hugging him around his waist or something. All right, so anyway, hold on. Let me try to get to the one.
Yes, I want to ask another question from the chat. Dark Chocolate said, my thing is, why did the boat really have to get towed back? And was his...
See, they all hugging each other around the waist right here. Yeah, I don't come from that generation.
BODY on it.
There is some speculation like this is...
Oh, wow. Joe, bro. Bro. Yo, could y'all bring me my rag and my alcohol, somebody? Please? My face, I'm hot. Wow. First of all, someone said he hiding the weed. That's, yeah. You definitely not touching my leg. You ain't touching you ain't touching my knee. You ain't touching me, period. I ain't got no pants on my leg, bro. That's crazy. I didn't even see that. Thank you so much. I didn't even see that. That's crazy. All right. That's a whole nother topic. All right. But we do know these people, these generations get very touchy-feely. They're very, they call us homophobic and all that stuff. I'm just old school. I call it what it is. I call it masculine. We don't do none of that. Cam said they edited.
Just like hearsay that got back on.
So give me a question, and then they got some more of this. Go ahead, Hakeem, give me a question.
Our conversation.
So that's the girl, and I know some of them was jealous of that. That's the one he was meeting on the thing, but she told a different story. But go ahead, Hakeem.
This next one is from Tammy. She says, Jim Jones Juice had a trademark assigned to it. Question mark, is that how they will tokenize humans?
So the tokenizing of the humans and the land and the animals, it's making the same way that they made the dollar, when they made the fiat dollar, Jekyll Island, right? Back then, they made a paper note and they assigned a value to it. See? But it had no backing. It wasn't backed by gold stuff, right? So they assigned a paper value to it. Well, it was backed by gold when they first started it, stuff like that. But it was still some witchcraft stuff going on, right? So later, by the time I think it was Tricky Dick Nixon when they stopped the gold and went to petrodollar, right? So anyway, but they made this currency, this debt note, and it was nothing. It's worth nothing. So the value was what they announced on it, the value, what it was worth. So the tokenizing of us and everything on the earth, everything, is put in a digital value on. So what they're doing, I did it on one of our live streams. So they go into the Amazon jungle, right? They go to it and they'll say, they claim it, they're doing this right now. They claim in land, they'll say, this acre, hectare, or whatever they call it, this from here, I claim this now. I'm tokenizing it. I'm going to call this Anderson's land, right? And then they make a digital currency, right? A cryptocurrency that's called, it's a digital asset called Anderson's land. And by token, meaning I'm putting a value on it, and then I'm naming how much it is. So this plot of land in the digital world, it's like the metaverse. In the digital world, remember they was doing the metaverse and you can create a hotel in the metaverse, right? That's what they're doing with the real. So I can say this now is worth $3 million. So I make a cryptocurrency coin and I say, this is the coin, I'm gonna call it whatever coin. I'm gonna call it Anderson Land coin, right? And my Anderson Land coin, now I give shares, I release it, and I make it have a value. And I put it on the crypto exchange, like the stock exchange, right? And so if you want, you can buy pieces, you can buy shares, right? Pieces, fractions of my Anderson coin, which is backed by this land. See, which I just took and pronounced that as mine. That's what they did with these countries too, right? This is what they're doing right now. So I say that this Anderson land now is mine, even though it belonged to those people in the Amazon, those people over there. This is what they're doing right now. BlackRock, Vanguard, Chase Manhattan, all of it. They all do it, tokenizing the world right now. Most people don't know because they don't know digital currency. So yeah, I got my XRP too, brother. So they tokenizing this plot, right? And they're saying this is what it's worth. So if I know, and they'll put it on Twitter, say X is the digital currency place with cryptocurrency, right? So they'll announce it on Twitter and give it to some influencer, right? To announce that you can buy a fraction, you can buy tokenize, you can buy this asset of this plot of land in the Amazon. So I can buy that cryptocurrency and I can put $20 in it. So I got $20. It's like buying a fraction of Walmart stock on the stock exchange. It's just digital currency. So I can buy $20 of Anderson land, right? And I hold it. Now, let's say if they get enough people to buy it, the value goes up. This is how Bitcoin went from $1,000 to 100,000. Now it's 60,000, 60-something thousand, right? This is how the digital currency works, right? For those who know, I teach investment. So this is what they're doing. So, and I'm gonna get to how they tokenizing us. So they come on, HODL. So they, especially for the bull run that's coming in 2028 ROI, I'm gonna be preparing the children because they are, that's why, what Elon said early in this lesson, he said it's gonna flip double. That's 2028. Ain't gonna be no new election. They're going to full tokenization gonna happen in 2028, right on time for the 2030. That's why he said in 2031 it's gonna be millions of robots and all this. See, this is the stuff I'm trying to tell you why they doing us with the puppet master. They doing it to have us, what's the name? Stay chaos and don't understand what they're doing. So let me continue. So they tokenize that, right? So now anybody can buy shares if you want, but in cryptocurrency, it's not called shares. You can buy a piece. You own a piece of it. You own how many coins? It's like coins. So if I put $100, it might give me, depending on what he priced, how he priced the value of this Anderson Land coin, it could give me 1,000 Anderson Land coins for my $100, or it could give me one Anderson coin for my $100. Okay. Now I got you. I'm gonna be teaching everything, even what's coming in October. I'm about to do that in the next couple of I'm gonna do it soon because I got to get everybody prepared for the digitization that's coming in October, right? Because there's something we need to do structurally with business to prepare for that. So for this mark of the beast system that's coming. All right. So anyway, so depending on how you structure it, and in crypto, it doesn't matter. Some people would think if I own 1,000 shares, then that's better than owning one share. That it doesn't matter. That's just lingo. It's the same thing. You only own $100. But we got a mindset. We're thinking like, if I own 1,000 of this, but if my $100 will get me 1,000 of this, but it only give me one of this, so 1,000 is better. No, it's not. It doesn't work like that. You know what I mean? So it's it's the value of it. So anyway, the Anderson coin. Now people that these serpents and people who know they are buying up these shares now of the new world asset. That's what Elon stuff is talking about. I'm gonna be bringing this stuff to y'all, and you got to know the right utilities, the right vehicles to be able to buy in. So they're setting up the next wealth transfer because it's going from physical currency fiat to straight digital. That's what the war is about. That's what the Iran, Venezuela, China, it was about the going from the yuan. It's who's going to have the stable coin that's going to run the tokenized digital system, the dollar system of the world. I'm talking about you got what's that Africa, China, what's that thing called BRICS. Russia, so United States wanted to be USDT stable coin. So they're going from the dollar, which was the global, I forgot what they call it, I would say lingua franca, that's linguistics. The dominating currency is called something else of the world, and they're trying to replace it. And everybody wants it to be their digital currency that they're making up. But America, that's what people don't understand. That's what all the green land and stuff for the minerals and fighting. It's world global dominance of who's going to be the head of this serpent, this one world system, and which currency, digital currency, is going to be the head of this digital dollar. because we're going from the petro to the digital. So the tokenizing, they're tokenizing everything, giving it a value. And people, if you're in, you can buy some of the asset of this currency that they're going to use to enslave us all. You see what I mean? It's crazy. So it's going to happen. Yep, global reserve currency. It's going to happen, and this prophecy is in the Bible. It's going to happen for a time, right? And they're going to get wealth. But the people, that's why it says a day of bread will be worth a day's wage. That's why when I showed the clip of Elon, when he was talking about the economy is going to double and triple, I said, not for us, it's for them, for the tokenizer, what they're going to do, right? So that's what the AI data centers and stuff is. The AI data centers are to cool and run as they mine their digital currencies, they tokenizing systems. So now, as I told you on the other live stream, that they have where they trying to have what was it? Chase? I forgot what bank. I think it was Chase, where they're paying people $20,000 to put a small AI mining in your house, an AI data center. So people not understanding these things is for their new world system that's coming, order system. I don't want to say it because they'll give me a flag if I say that. So anyway, the tokenizing. Let me complete the tokenizing thing that they're doing. It is so. They're tokenizing animals, land, the water, and I'm gonna show y'all, because my Akiana in the UK, he gave me, and this was about 2 years ago, he got their white paper. The white paper is a thing when people are creating company and businesses, it's their like mission statements, right? Their white papers, their back office thing of their information. He gave me I got the white paper of them saying how they're gonna tokenize us as humans, and they got a picture of the human anatomy, and it's like how much the heart is going to be worth, the liver, your skin, your eyes, your everything. So they literally already got it written out in the blockchain of how, and I was shocked. He had this 2 years ago. It blew me. I said, Yana, this is insane, bro. I'm like, they literally got the paper of them tokenized, and I think they started writing that. That was like 4 or 5 years ago. But I got it. He got it saved. I got it. And I'm going to show it. I'm going to do it on the live, right? So I got to prepare you where they're tokenizing us, right? Everything. So they already have been making money off us through our Social Security and our birth certificate, America, right? And other stuff, right? But this now is a digitization of us. That's why they're going to the digital ID in October. That's why I keep saying the digital ID. And I'm about to prepare y'all in the next couple of weeks. I'm put it together because we got to get started now. Because if I don't, October will be here before we know it. And there's things we all got to do. I got to do it too. That is going to damage people. I mean, really bad. The digital ID is starting, and that's October. So there's going to be a great increase in the digital market as well. And then it's going to do a little retrace. And then by next 2007, it's going to take off again. It's going to start to move up. And then the 2028 bull run, it's going to go crazy. It's going to go skyrocket. That's why the brother said, how to hold now. And I'll be preparing y'all what to position yourself. I know I've been slack. Because the Most High been having me do a lot of the current event topics and everything, but I didn't forget about none of y'all. Those who signed up for the Patreon, Haki, I'm going to put the link to the Patreon. Sign up for the Patreon investment group for free. You don't gotta pay, right? If you want to pay, I thank you, just a donation. But I made the thing for free because I'm going to give you the basic instructions, and then the more advanced stuff, then later, whatever, we can work that out. However, right? But I gotta feed y'all the basics. So I haven't been talking about it lately for a while because the Most High had me so in doing these topics right here. But when you go to that crypto price alert, and she's going to put it on both, Hakiyama, and you just sign up there, right? So I'm going to be posting more, right? You're going to look and be like, Dad, you ain't posting about a week or two. Don't worry. I just got so much I'm doing, but that finance, the woe to those who don't prepare, that's what's going to destroy everything. It's going to be, because Mammon is their God. They're going to hit us in our pockets. That's what they're trying to do, the universal basic income. That's why they're keeping all this racial war and tension, everything, dumbing everybody down and not understand. That's why I keep saying the puppet master is planning to enslave us all. They have this 2030 thing. They got an agenda. They got a timeline, and they be setting everything up Yeah, the digital ID is going to mark us. And they got to do it with our free will, meaning they're going to make it like they did when they was trying to give us the COVID-19, Jim Joe. Remember, they was giving us free this and free money. They had a free world coin. This was back, and it was like, we'll give you free world coin it's a biometric. It takes your digital ID with your eyes. Listen clearly. Free world coin. So you got to look into this thing. They got an orb. You can go down somewhere. You look into the thing. They do an iris scan, and then they'll give you a certain amount of world coin. And people did it. This was like 2 years ago. And I was warning people, don't do it. I was like, don't do it, bro. Do not do that. And so that's a precursor to what's coming. So now in October, they got the digital ID. I did it on the live, but I'm going to do it again because now I got to show us what we got to do to prepare what's coming, because it's coming for all of us. That digital ID it's the end, bro. And that's October. And these they got dates, they got times. Everything that they do is Mayad, right? They mimic the Most High. Mayad in the original Habariya tongue is the Most High's timing. It's called Moed in Canaanite Hebrew, right? Mayad, the Most High's timing. So they mimic everything the Most High do. So they got times, dates, like October. I know some of the dates, and these are dates, and they prepare for these dates, right? So anyway, the tokenizing, that's what tokenizing is. Tokenizing is I taken this and I turn it into a digital, I put value on this. So I'll take this glass jar and I call this jar, and I put my fingerprint on it, right? And I say, because I have my fingerprint on my autograph, now this is going to be called jar. And I'm going to tokenize this jar, and I'm going to put its value at something, right? And then I'm going to make a bunch of, right? I'm going to put a protocol, I make a white paper. They make these things, they make fake news. It's going to do this, and it'll help the people, and it'll help sustain the money that we make from buying coin. Will help the people in this country, and do this, and it'll do that, and it'll do all this stuff. And we're going live, right? And the coin is dropping, and then they'll have values for the ICO, the initial coin offering, right? The ICO when it drops, right? IPO is initial public offering on the stock exchange when they go live. So ICO is in cryptocurrency, right? So this is simple how they do it. Same thing they did out of free air when they did the money with the Federal Reserve. You understand? They ain't no governmental authority. They did the same thing on Jekyll Island, right? Now it's some bigger scale. They tokenize the world, and they're making everybody under the one world system. So all the countries are fighting who's going to be the currency, whose stable coin, whose digital currency is going to be the global world currency. And America wants it to be USDC or USDT. China wants it to be the yuan. Russia everybody got their own central bank, their digital currency, right? But they battling to see who's going to be the top, all right? And America wants it to be USDT or USDC or US whatever, right? And then they're going to have that's the central banking digital currency that's going to come later. It'll be the one world order system currency, and they'll make all of you bank through it. Through your digital ID. You won't be able to buy and sell. You'll be monitored through your digital ID like they do in China with a credit score system, and they can turn you off. That's why with the WEF thing, he said you can't watch, you won't be able to travel, right? And those with the means might be able to travel with the goggles on, right? With the VR headsets. See? So no, it's not backed by nothing. It's backed by what they say. Just like Cindy, the dollar ain't been backed by gold in 70 years, and our dollar still have value, right? We still got, right? If I got $1,000, if I pull out $1,000 cash right here, or I pull out my debit card, I'll tell you I got $1,000 right here. It ain't backed by nothing. It's backed by same thing our dollar is backed by. What they say it is. It's backed by people's sentiment. All right, but it's on the exchange. It's actually stronger than the dollar, right? Because they're making it now. They're making it, where you can see it and you can store it. So you can bank yourself. It's called cold wallet storage. I'm gonna teach y'all that as well, right? So you can be your own bank. This is what's coming. That's why I'm gonna set y'all up for what's coming with the digital ID thing in October. How to store yourself, how to get your own currency, because they're gonna turn it off in the banks. They're going to turn all your money off, right? So they're going to make you go from, you're not going to have physical dollars. They're going to make you go from, because all the banks is already doing it. A Bank of America, Chase, everybody. It's just, they just still setting their trap, their railroad out. So it's going to come the time where they're going to say, your dollars that's in the bank is already converted to their banking coin. Like Chase got a Chase coin. It's what I'm talking about. It's a Chase coin, right? And they are actually giving you more. Like you can literally get a mortgage with the Chase coin, and you can take your digital coin if you own Bitcoin stuff, and you right. So everything is going digital. So they're going to turn off your physical to the point where it won't be worth nothing but paper. So they're going to force you. That way they can turn your money off. So if you don't know how to set up cold wallet storage with your own private keys and your own everything, they will be able to turn your money off, that's why I woe to those who don't prepare. That's why I'm going to teach y'all and show y'all how to get set up. Now, it's going to come a time later where they're going to shut that all down, but we'll have, it'll be a nice expanse of time that there's going to be an increase in wealth in certain people, and the masses are going to get poorer and poorer and more dark and more chaotic, okay? So this is the system. That's why I'll be trying to teach. That's why people that's why sometimes, remember the brother Dustin was like, it seemed like you're getting racist. I'm like, no, I'm trying to teach that they're trying to divide us and they have a bigger agenda, right? They don't care about none of us. I know what they're doing, right? Because the Most High been put me in a space in 2022 to prepare for what's coming. It's 2026. And we got 2 more years. Everybody, we got basically a year and a half that I'm going to get you set up in a position which is going to take care of you financially and how to store it. And then by the time it all is over, I don't know, it's probably like 2035, 6, by that next bull run. See, because they're trying to put all their spiritual systems together, portals opening for them to enslave us all. So there's a little time that we got, but there's going to be increase, then there's going to be there's going to be a time of famine. A famine is coming. It's biblical, all right? You can't ignore it. The famine, you can't stop it. It's prophecy. So praise the Most High that he got his righteous children. I didn't even want to go into a space in 2022, but like I do with everything else, he said, do what, he basically told me, do it. And so I did it. And once I did it, now I understand it. I'm an authority in the space. So I can teach, I can protect the children, I can guide them and teach them what to do to set them up. Most people who are in the space, they just want to make you exit liquidity, meaning they want to tell you to buy this, buy that, because they own it and they want you to be their exit liquidity. They just want to make money off you. Praise the Most High, he got children who don't want nothing from you. You see? That's why I don't ask nobody for nothing. I just teach the word. So for those I haven't spoke about it in a while, I ain't forget y'all. And for those over on the Patreon, don't worry about it. I ain't left y'all. Just stay signed up. For those who paying for it, I thank you. Just look at it. It'll come back to you because I'm going to get back to it. Trust me, I got no choice, right? Woe to those who don't prepare. That's what it's about. Ministry is about taking care of the Most High's children. They made religion prey on us, right? Religion just want us to give me money, give me money. They just want to take your money and they don't teach you nothing. They don't teach you how to survive. They don't teach you spiritual warfare. They teach you more mental and spiritual confinement. You understand? That ain't the Most High. The devil's a lie. That ain't nothing but that's the adversary, clothed in a robe with wolf and sheep's clothing. You heard that part? So we are the children of the Most High. So yeah, I got that coming. So that's just a basic generalization of tokenizing. You can tokenize anything, and they're tokenizing everything. That means they're claiming everything, even the stars, the sky. Remember, they did that hundreds of, I don't know how long ago, years, where they claimed they buying the Big Dipper in a constellation, and they say this is worth $2 million. These serpents, bro, these serpents are crazy. They take the Most High's creation, what's Shatan, and try to own it for themselves. Shout out to Faria, shout out to United Kingdom, right? And so this is what they're doing. They're just doing it all over again. You understand? Now it's going digital. That's why anybody who they know that this is since the great industrial age, since the great, what was the last one? The last one was the technology boom, right? When you was able to buy Amazon, you was able to buy Microsoft, you was not Amazon, you was able to buy Microsoft, you was able to buy Google, you was able to buy even Amazon, yes, sorry, Amazon too. You was able to buy all these companies. This is the biggest one. This digital one, because it's all the world is becoming one. This is the new system. So for those who get a part of this one, it is the wealth gap, and they know it's only probably a fraction of a percent that was going to even know how to do it. And they don't care. They can't stop the Most High's children from doing it. So they don't care because they know the masses, the global masses, they just, I don't know, no Bitcoin, digital currency. They keep us arguing with these news events, right? They unalive Nolan. It ain't black, he was white, and the black was against the white, and the this one, and you, what about Chicago? And right? All this chaos. While they tokenizing our land, the Most High's land under us. The righteous know how this ends. It doesn't end with them winning, but 2/3 will perish from it. Facts. 2/3 will perish. So they know. That's why Elon took them out. The economy is going to double and triple and stuff. Yeah, because they tokenized everything and their money is going to triple. Their trillions is going to triple and double. And the masses is going to be triple and double in debt. That's why he says it's going to be billions of robots. So they're going to have, the great wealth transfer. They're going to take all the jobs and the people won't be able to buy anything. So now you'll be reliant on the beast system. And they'll have the universal basic income, the UBI. These are, so for everybody, I ain't forget y'all. I didn't forget. Every time I'm just doing so many things, but I will be preparing you for your digital. All those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, as whenever I really, when next time we try to bust through the shadow band a little bit, I'm gonna try to bring some of it out because I want the most people. No, I'm gonna make it just real easy. Just anticipate. It is very confusing, very hard, but it's simple too for those who know. Just anticipate. When we went to kindergarten, learning math, learning to add was very difficult, right? For my generation, learning cursive writing was very difficult. You see what I mean? Everything, when we don't know it, when I first went into it, oh my God, it's like another language. I had to learn greetings, jazzy jazz. I had to learn enough, but the Most High told me endure. Because if I don't, right, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So what I'm going to show you, you're going to be prepared. It's going to be simple, plug and play. This is what you do. This is what you set up. You open this, you do this, you'll be step by step as the Most High do. He's in the simplicity. The Most High is in the simplicity and he takes care of his children. And what does he say? He says, just like a baby can understand. So yeah, so it is very difficult. It's a language, all that, but it's also simplistic. It's also simplistic when you're a master, when you know how to do it. So everything will be plug and play. You just do this, you do this, you do this, and it'll be explanation of what you're doing, how to do it and everything. And then you'll have assistance. It's not, you won't be left, it won't be left alone because we live all the time. So it'll be, so everybody who is over there on the Patreon, y'all just have patience, okay? It's coming. I got everybody. Don't worry. Most High never leave none of his children. And a lot of us are elders, right? We don't got all that, all this crap. It's a whole nother world and language. You understand? The Most High never leaves his children. He always. So I got you. You ain't got to worry about that. It's for, and me and Akiana, brother out in the UK. So I got my brother in the UK. We elders. And we both got a calling to prepare the Most High's children and financial. Woe to those who don't prepare. Shout out to War Chief in the building. So, yeah, so I got you. So everyone else who've been waiting, don't worry about it. It's coming. So everything, I never forgot y'all. Everything is still coming to pass. I know you're elder, Elijah. I know you like me. Praise the Most High, us elders and the youth, because everybody, the youth, the elders, most people don't know, right? Literally a 0.something% of people own these digital assets. And the masses, I'm talking about everybody. I don't care if you Democrat, Demodevil, what they call Democrat, Republic Devils. I don't care what it is. Your political leader owns these. Our president got his own coins, owning, made certain amount of trillions off it. So they thinking it's a conflict of interest. Well, he making money like they all making this money. This digital thing, it's a highway. It's like buying real estate in the 1800s, I forgot when they 1600s, right? Buying a piece of Manhattan for $24. You understand? Right? So praise the Most High for preparation. All right, go ahead, Hakyama. Give me another one.
We have a couple more that came in from some people who are new. This first one is from Origins of Smallpox as Egypt. They say, why doesn't anyone dress like Rerun from What Happened, What's Happening anymore?
That's hilarious. I don't know. I think he was trolling. That got to be a troll question. That is definitely a troll question. I don't know anybody. I didn't dress like Rerun for What's Happening when they was out. That was a California thing. They was called the Pop Lockers. So before we made popping, I can't pop no more. I used to pop, right? And before we made break dancing, it was called the B-boy. And we created the moonwalk. Michael Jackson didn't create no moonwalk, okay? Jeff Daniels and what's the name? I don't know who was the first one. I know Jeff Daniels was the first one from Shalimar to make it public, and Michael Jackson seen Jeff Daniels. But by the time Michael Jackson started doing the moonwalk, we was doing it 20 years earlier in the hood, in the 80s, okay? So this pop, by the time break dancing, right? And now they call it, they doing it over, you know, where they spin on their head and all that stuff. I can do the up rock and stuff, right? So when we created this, we used to do pop too. So I could still do the moonwalk frontwards, sideways, right? You got the rope where you pull like this, right? You pull and you go, right? So we used to battle in the basement parties, battling each other with these dances, and then they spread out. So by the time the break dances and it became pop, where you pop your body, people do it now, would come up in your head and your neck and go down and stuff, right? Yeah, I used to do windmill, I used to do all that, right? So, and this is in the hood, the Black Americans, we created this when we created hip hop, all right? So hip hop was about dancing first, okay? It was dancing, DJing, and graffiti. That was really first. And then rapping, on the mic came second to boost up the DJ, the MC, master ceremonies, before it was in such thing called rap, right? So it was all about dancing. We would dance battles in the, Vince Jackson said, what's your mama, Vince? What's your mama's? All right, it's okay, T. We understand, Vince. I know you might got Tourette's. So I thank you for not putting a cuss word, because I think STFU, if I'm correctly. So I thank you for not spelling it out, Vince. We understand you might have Tourette's, but welcome to the house of the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you as you work out your unrighteousness, Vince. Welcome to the house. All right. So anyway, so it was about I almost made me lose my train of thought. That's what the devil wants, distraction. So it was about dancing. Right? It was about dancing, DJing, right? Who got the biggest speakers and to make the party rock and dance. We used to be in the parties and in the park and in the street, block parties and stuff. This is New York in the 70s, right? The beginning of hip hop. And then it was about graffiti, because we all used to draw graffiti, right? We used to have these big magic markers. You would draw your name on the walls and the trains and everywhere you go, you know what I mean? You have your tag. It was called tagging, right? And so that was where hip hop culture came to be a little later by the time y'all got introduced. But that pop locking thing, I knew he was trolling. That was on What's Happening, Rerun. He was a fat dude. He had suspenders and he was a little fat. And they had a group called the Pop Lockers. They were from Cali, where Soul Train was, and they were really good. But that's when our pop lock, Poppin' and B-Boy traveled over to Cali, and then they took, bombing, and they took, come on, Orochi, and they took, and I was a tagger, me and Raheem for my projects. I did it all. I did B-Boy, I was a DJ, and we tagged, and then later I became a rapper, MC. This was before rap, MC, master ceremonies. But anyway, so By the time it got to Cali, like everything else, things evolved. So when our pop, lock, and dance got to Cali, they took it even further. And they do what Rerun do. They dance, they call the pop lockers, and they were dope. You can Google them. They was on Soul Train. That's how you got to start. That's how you got on the show What's Happening, the Black show. But they dressed with suspenders and stuff, but we didn't dress like that in New York, right? And they would pop their suspenders and do all that type of stuff. We didn't dress like that. Yeah, Fred Berry, R.I.P. to Fred Berry. And that's how, so none of us, we didn't dress like that. Cali didn't really dress like that either. That was their group. The pop lockers, they dressed like that. Cali back then was still into Chuck Taylors, khakis, you know, and the Hispanics was into the ASA with the shirt with the thing open with the khakis and the Chuck Taylors. You know what I mean? Cali was, the thugs was into that. Those who was doing the pop locker, they were dancers. You know what I mean? So anyway, so that was a little hip hop history because the Most High have the troll to come in and I'll still do an education lesson on. Praise the Most High for wisdom. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What's the next one? Because that was straight a troll question. Yeah. Oh, War Chief. Yeah, you're right. War Chief just went back. You're right. That was in the 20s. You're right. They called that the Zoot Suit era, that era, right? That's when the Malcolm X movie and stuff, right? When Harlem used to wear the Zoot Suit and the hats. If you watch the Malcolm X movie with him and Spike Lee, when they was walking with the Zoot Suits, they used to do the dancing. Under the Zoot Suits, they had suspenders, and they would wear it with their suits. That was some gangster stuff. Yeah, that was gangster stuff. Shout out, our eldest from Oakland, California. Yeah. He said that's Southern California, not up north, not up Oakland. Yeah. But the Panthers, that was the time. You're right. That was the same time. I was about to say the Panthers was later. No, that was the same time. But you're right. Shout out to Oakland. But yeah, so he's correct. Cali brother, he said, remember, everything is regional. So I was talking about one region. Thank you for correcting me. Who was that? Mandria. Thank you for correcting me. He said that's Southern. They said that's Southern California, not up north in Oakland, home of the Panthers. Facts. All right. So let's what's the next question, Hakiyama?
The next one is from Just. They say, is all of this the mark of the beast? ?
Marks. Mm-hmm. So I went on a show the other day, and I spoke a little about the marks of the beast, and someone in the chat said, well, I disagree there because the Bible said it's a mark and it's a chip in your hand. Guys, the Bible is not just one faceted. The Bible speaks of prophecies, right? And it'll speak of one instance, but it's perpetual. You understand? It doesn't mean these things repeat. Nothing new under the sun. So when because they don't understand the original Hebrew tongue, they don't understand when they translate certain words, it doesn't mean the same thing. So I didn't even answer the person. I was thinking I was going to say, no, you got to understand the mark of the beast was sin that was brought into the world with Adam and Eve, the beast. That's the mark. That's Genesis 3 and 6. 3 * 6. That's the number of the beast. That's where they get that 3 6s. That's when they throw all that up. That's a mystery to the scriptures most don't know. The beast got introduced, Shatan, he got this world when Adam and Eve transgressed. Sin, the wages of sin was death. Death took authority from then until the Messiah went and took the keys. When he took on death, when he sacrificed his life for that sin, he became the second Adam, and he went into hell and got those keys. He went to Sheol from death. So death had no authority after the Messiah came. You understand? Now we have a spiritual death. You understand? So now the physical death, because death had the authority from Adam transgressing, him and Eve transgressing their sin and making the second world be the God of this world. That's why the Bible says the God of this world is the devil, Hasatan. For a time, he's given an allotment. Do you understand? So That sin, that is the beast. Now, the mark of the beast, or marks, but people don't understand. I was going to do that. I'm going to still do it on another lesson. I'm going to do it because I'm going to bring full understanding with the original tongue so you can understand what it actually means. So all of these are actually marks of the beast, sin, his fulfillment, his what they call it singularity. His singularity. You know how they have the AI trying to make a singularity? The oneness, the hayat, his complete oneness, that's the Armageddon. When he get complete oneness, and the Most High is calling his children to be one, right? So that singularity, all of these marks lead up to the beast being one. And he is the beast, and all the marks lead up to his complete domination. And that starts the judgment. The day, they call it the day of the Lord in the Bible, the day of Yah, the day of the Most High. 1,000 years of woe. Do you understand? Okay? So this, and the Most High is speeding up time. So it's crazy. We'll do that on another lesson, which scriptures and everything. So when I try to get the election to understand, these are marks. Yes, the system, the beast system, these are marks of the system. So yes, they're going to be chips, not just in your head, in your arm. People are taking, right, in Sweden and stuff, they already got the chips in their arm, using it to open doors. Those are marks of the beast. All these different things, this tokenizing system, when the people going to choose to allow them, they're going to choose to serve the beast and all of these type of things, these devices. Another one, the thing they putting in the brain from Elon, marks of the beast, marks of sin, marks of death, marks of destruction. You see, marks of transgression. But people, they've let religion, they get a little jelly belly when they come, sometime they be introduced to me. So the person was like, oh, I'll disagree because it's only a mark and it's a chip in your, I'm like, bro, you have no, calling themselves wise, they become fools. You understand? I'm like, bro, this election is so much deeper than that. It's okay, Ting Ting. I didn't even say nothing. See, guys, everything ain't to be challenged. Sometimes the Most High, less is more. Sometimes you don't even say nothing. I sat back and I'm like, the Most High, I let the Spirit lead me. Spirit said, no, don't even say nothing. I'm like, all right. For those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, y'all better listen up. These are marks of the beast. Okay? All these marks, they've been adding these marks up. Each of these marks is a sign that you have made covenant with the beast. You understand? That's what the marks are. The marks are like a signature. Right? It's like a coupon, a hell coupon check. You know how you used to have coochie coupons in the hood? Your wife give you a coochie coupon, right? Here, take that. You can cash that. On any day that I don't feel like smashing, you got your coochie coupon. Like, I'm gonna hold you to that, baby girl. You know what I mean? Got that coochie coupon rack. I'm racking up Shemed coupons. You understand? I'm racking up that they call it treasures stored up in the heaven, in the Shamayam. You understand? That's what I'm doing. That's what the Righteous Works is doing, storing up my treasure in the Shamayam. I got plenty of coupons in the Shamayam. All this work I'm doing, teaching the Most High's children, the devil's a lie, teach you how to come out of her, teach you to come back to righteousness. I'm storing this up. You understand? Come on, it's legally binding contract in the spirit realm. Come on, 2001. So these are marks of the beast. You're signing these record contract, everything. These are marks and they add up. So when you get to the judgment, see, people don't understand how this works. Those are things, that's coupons that's going to come out at the judgment. Some people going to have a whole, you know how people be chasing that bag? They be chasing that mammon, chasing that wallet, dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around. Okay, you're going to have a lot to pay back for. You're going to have a lot to answer for. I hope you've been doing some righteous things with all that cash rules, everything around me. I hope you've been doing some feeding the poor and you know what I mean, protecting y'all's children and the earth. And I hope you've been doing something with that coinage, because you're going to have to pay for all that. All that comes back. It's all written. They have Malayak angels who record everything. They record, ain't nothing that you do ain't being recorded. Just like the beast mimics the Most High, and he recording everything we do on our devices and everything. That's why they kill me when they do these cases and they act like ain't no video recording. When they freaking record everything, Sorry, Tate, you know that's right. I got to walk. I'm like, boy, Saudi, and it's funny, I'm not bragging. I put in so much work in the spirit. The Most High tells us to be understanding, know, and have your confidence, right? I'm going to serve everybody. I'm humble. But I know how much because I know what work I do, right? Tirelessly. You understand? So, Saudi, I got so much spiritual coupons that it'll fall off me and somebody pick it up. Go on, pick it up. Put it in your pocket. I got more where that comes from. Just take it and make it increase. Come on, parable of talents. If you see some spiritual Shemaic coupons fall out my pocket somewhere on this live stream, you understand? That's called the gleanings. The Most High said, don't pick up all the gleanings. Leave stuff for the poor. Leave stuff from the meek. Don't forget the strangers. Don't forget the heathens. Don't forget the Gentiles. Leave some in the corners. Don't clean it all up. So when y'all see some of this spiritual water, the spiritual increase fall off, y'all grab it on up, clean it. This good food, this is good for eternal life coming from the Father through the Mashiach, through the Messiah. You pick that on up, Elijah. Y'all put it in your pocket. I don't need it. I ain't asking for it back. All I ask you to do is increase. When the Messiah come back for the parable of talents, I want to see you turn what you picked up to 2 to 4. That's all I ask. Increase it in the name of my Father. Increase it in righteousness. You heard that part. Come on, Saudi Tate. I already know. And that confidence make me keep going harder. And I'm not doing it. I ain't doing it to be storing up treasures, but the Bible says store up your treasures in the Shamayam. It just happened to be a byproduct of me living out the word in righteousness that these treasures starting to store. And I'm like, what in the world? I got a hope. I can hear the Shamayam, even my Messiah and stuff. I can feel it in the spirit, the Most High, because you could feel when the Most High is proud of you. He says, in you, my son, I am well pleased. Yo, I'm telling y'all what I know. There be days I can hear my Father like, good job, my son. Good job, my son. And that gives me that gas, because I ain't got the money I used to have in the flesh and transgression, right? But I got the spiritual currency to keep going. You know what I mean? To keep that gas going, feed my children. He always say, feed my children in spirit and in truth. You heard? So I feel that spirit. That's why the people don't understand. You feel the Father speaking through me. You feel it. Like when I was on the live stream the other day, some Hispanic elder man, he was like, he said, Uncle, yeah. I was catching the Holy Ghost when you were speaking, because I was on a new channel. They never heard me before. And when the Most High started speaking through, he's like, I just had to tell you, I was catching the Holy Ghost in there when you were speaking that word. You understand? That's the Father speaking through his children. And these are the fruits of the Spirit. Praise the Most High. Come on. Sally said, I'll be dropping some of the jewels in the combos. That's that parable of talents. Come on. Praise the Most High. All right. Hagyama. Did I answer that question?
Yes, you did.
Praise y'all. You have another one?
Yes, there's a couple more. This next one is from Cliff Brown. They say, where was the body found? On the shore, in the water, or in the brush?
I answered him when he was on the live. He said, thank you. Shout out to Cliff Brown. Go ahead to the next one. It landed, they say it landed on the shore, but we don't know for sure. And they say it washed up. They say it, but people are saying it didn't have no waterlogging. So it really looked like somebody placed it there. But all right, let's continue. What's the next one, Hakeem? Excuse me. I hate that they shadow ban this one. I love when they let us do the shadow ban. The Most High children could find us. I'm like, it should be 500, 600, 700 people. Stop, YouTube. Leave us alone. Let the Most High word go forth. Go ahead, Akiyama. You had another one, or that was it?
Yes, this next one is from TikTok Challenge. They say, do you feel like, quote unquote, the walls are closing in with them releasing all of this soon?
But that's a great question, TikTok. It is on the people who don't have the keys to understand. See, that fear that they want it to feel like it's confining, enslaving us, the walls closing in. But what I'm going to teach you is freedom through their captivity. You see, peace in the midst of the storm. So these prophecies, these things have to play out. They have to come to pass. But the children, we have freedom in the midst of this calamity, right? Shalom. Come on, Joy. Shalom, shalayam in the midst of the storm. right? And the Messiah said, find your peace in me when these trials and tribulations will come. So that's why I'm saying I'm not teaching fear. I'm teaching strength. I'm teaching discernment. I'm teaching acknowledgement. I'm teaching spirit and in truth. That's why I keep saying I teach spiritual warfare. I'm teaching you how to fight. I'm teaching you how to be covered. You need favor, grace, and mercy. I'm teaching you how to have faith. You heard? I'm teaching you how that ayadah, how that amanyah faith and that ayadah the works. You heard? And that's where you have the completion, the kalalayah. You heard? And they are covered. So as it's going to close in on the world. Yeah, where it's going to close in on your brothers and sisters. Anybody that's not covered in the name of the Most High and His righteousness and His authority and His blessing, they will succumb to the beast's devices. The walls will be closing. It will be confining them. It'll make them seem like they have no hope. You see what I mean? That faith is substance in the things hoped for, evidence of things unseen. I don't know if I said that correctly. I might have took it out of order, but it's something like that, right? Substance, the hope of substance, the things hoped for, the substance of the things hoped for. So people are losing their hopium. You understand? They're losing their hope. And that's why I'm teaching you, no, don't lose your hope. They're going to want you to feel, confined and boxed in and like, well, I might as well give up. No, greater is He that is within you. I have to build the children up. That's why I was on that live stream the other day, and the topic was something like, is Gen Z, like something about Gen Z, and it was kind of like they was throwing them away and saying they're like useless and they lazy and they don't work. And I'm like, nah, bro, that's not what the elders are to do. Yes, Gen Z got their problems because of what they've done to Gen Z. All the toxins and the poisons and the aluminum and barium and the fluoride and the dumbing them down in school. So yes, they do have some shortcomings, but Gen Z got their anointing just like we did. They've been trying to stomp us. The devil been trying to stop out every generation. So now they got Gen X, some of these talking down on Gen Z. I'm like, nah, bro. They need us to pour into them and show them in the areas where they're weak and show them to cover them. So I brought spiritual warfare to it. You understand? I'm not about to sit up here and bash Gen Z. I'm not called to bash them. I'm called to point out what's happened to them and not be on my high horse over here and looking down on them and say, we had this and we had that and we were the generation. No. That's where the elders fell us at. I can't be in agreement with that. I can't be in agreement with that. Danita said, I stopped on that one because you were there. Shout out to Danita. So I can't. So I have to bring what as an elder? I have to bring understanding to understand there was a systematic destruction of Gen Z. Now they got Gen A that can't even, and then what's going to happen to Gen Beta? You know what I mean? So they got this generation now that just graduate, can't even read the diplomas, right? So again, as elders, we got to call out. So that's what I did. I understood where they were going, but when it came to me, that's why I'm glad that it's a perspective, because I got a different perspective. Mine is always going to align with the spiritual warfare over the whole matter. And I'm never going to look down on the other generation because I know what's happening to them. You understand? I know what they did to me. They pushed crack and stuff in my neighborhood. They destroyed the Black Panthers. They destroyed, right? J. Edgar Hoover said a Messiah will come through this generation. They know that about Gen Z, so they destroy it. They know that about Gen whatever after that, A. They knew that about the millennials, right? So they've been always destructing. That's the serpent. So, and then again, keeping us divided. Have Gen X versus Gen Z saying, and Gen X and millennials trying to come together. Brad said he eat bulls, SHIT. Brad, don't be eating the crap of bulls. That's not good food, Brad. That's not good food. Eat from the ground, Brad. The Most High in Genesis, Barashayat, he said the fruits of the herbs of the trees and the herbs of the field, that's the diet. You don't eat bull crap. Brad, come out of that bull. Don't eat bull SHIT, Brad. Okay? All right. So Brad, we understand that you're triggered. We understand that you're bridle your tongue. We understand that you're hurting. You might be a little jealous too, right? So it's okay, Brad. We understand. You can repent too, okay? It's fine. It's okay. We don't like the iggers either, Brad. So we don't like you either if you were igger. Okay, Brad? So all this don't act something, okay? So you need to bridle yourself, Brad. All right? You need to stop being an igger. And if you don't act better, then how are we going to treat you better? You see? Okay? So when you're slow and your deficiencies, right? And your PDF tendencies, you understand? Right? And all of the ignorant stuff that you do, there are some of us that can see purpose in you. You see? We know that it's okay. You inherited this stuff. Okay? All right? So it's okay, Brad. It's okay, Ting Ting. We got binkies and blankets for you. You're in the house of the Most High. We got hugs and kisses for you. I know that'll melt the devils all around you. We understand, Brad. The devil lied to you. You don't got to be jealous. You don't got to be jelly belly. It's fine. Okay? It's fine, Brad. We understand. Okay? We understand. We know it's ass, not axe. I know you think that makes you really smart, Brad. I know. Brad, I got another one, Brad. We was kings. Watermelon felon. Woo, Brad. that tickles your that tickles your panties, Brad. Okay? I got you, Brad. He says it's axe, not axe. Okay? It's ask. Spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, Brad. Spell anti-disestablishmentarianism. Oh, Brad. Oh, he's a smart igger. Oh, crap. This is an igger with intelligence. By God, this igger got intelligence. This is the upper igger. Brad, it's okay. You don't have to be jelly belly. We're not all, we forgive you. I forgive you. The Most High forgives you. Just repent. That's all you got to do is repent. Okay? It's okay, Brad. You could come out. Thomas, you better hurry up. Okay? So welcome to the house of the Most High. And now you got your binky and your blanket for today, Brad. Okay? And everybody gonna say, we love you, Brad. Come on, everybody. Everybody tell Brad, we love you, Brad. That's how you Wicked Witch of the West. You're like, I'm drowning. They're loving me. Don't love me. It's okay, Brad. Everybody, binkies and blankets for Brad. Welcome to the house of the Most High, Yah, Brad. Salvation is available to you too. All right. Thank you, Sister Joyce, so much for your donation. It's all love. Thank you, War Chief. War Chief said it's all love here, Brad. There you go, guys. Give him some love. The Most High done taught me how you do these devils, these spirits that's over devils. You understand? Love, Ahaba Yah, is the potion, right? So you see how they come with hate, right? Venom, and they just want to, you are this, and you are that, and you are. It's like, we love you. Blessings over you, Brad. Ahaba Yah, peace to you, Brad. Right? A hand up, Brad. Come on, Brad. No, nobody hates you here. May you be a child of the Most High and stand in your righteousness. May we call out all darkness together, Brad. All wickedness from every nation, culture, tongue, and people. You understand? To my righteous white brothers, we call out the white iggers. To my righteous black brothers, we call out the black iggers. To my righteous Hispanic, we call out the Hispanic iggers. To the righteous children of the Most High, we kill darkness with love and kindness and morality and respect. Come on, Tamayah. I didn't know you were still here, Tamayah. That's how everybody, remember the question when the brother said, do you feel confined? It's closing in. No, it's closing in on these people who are in sin and transgression. The righteous, the Most High, is opening everything up because the earth and the fullness thereof belongs to the anointed. It belongs to his children. So we need to know who and whose we is. Come on, Ashaya. You understand? So as the world is going to feel like it's closing in on those who are one with their sin and iniquity, us who are becoming more and more strong and righteous in love, we get more freedom. Do you understand? The Messiah said, I come to free the captives. He who is free, Ashaya, is what? Free indeed. You heard? So no, these walls ain't closing in on the righteous. It's closing in on everybody else. And it ain't even closing in on the 1% serpents. Well, it is getting more confined. That's why they going to and fro and going in the ground and doing all this stuff. But they know the freedom they got in there because they know the timeline they got. They know if we could keep the masses against each other, right, we could keep them cursing one another, their reign can go longer. That's why we called to come out of her, Brad. Come on. The righteous, we called to repent, for the kingdom of the Most High Yah is at hand, Brad. Come on. Come on, Brad. You got it in you. You're a tough young man. Somebody, you probably, ain't nobody ever told you they see purpose in you. They believe in you. You can do it, Brad. Little train that could. Sometimes people just need inspiration. That's why when I be going to these other channels, I can't see people gathering together. They want to talk about this group. This one want to talk about this group. This one, that's divide and conquer. Nah, we're supposed to pour life into people. The living water. The Messiah said his word is life. His essence is bread. That's the substance of all things. That's that hopium. That's that amayat, that faith. You heard? That's that we are saved by grace through faith, and faith through our works. The works is denote the faith, the belief. You understand? The works is the action. You know them by their fruit. You understand? So we putting in this work, children. The Most High just taught y'all something the Most High taught me. He said, you get them with love. You get them with righteousness. You get them, meet them, get them with truth. Because they come in here and they're traumatized. A lot of them are damaged. So when they come here and they spit that evil stuff and they spit that just cursing and stuff, it's because they're damaged. And the Hasatan has been damaging people. So we are to heal the children for those who can receive. For those who can't receive, then so be it. But that doesn't change us. The Most High taught me, I don't let none of them change my righteousness. Because you know the old me, remember, guys, you remember the old me? I used to cut them with the tongue. I used to ridicule, just meet them where they at. Yeah, it's called parable of talents. It's called increase. The Most High be increase. That's where y'all can see it live. For those who stay with the ministry, like, man, I seen Unc come a long way. I seen it play out live in effect. Yeah, because I listen when the Most High speak. This is how you grow, guys. It's parable of talents. You listen when the Most High give you instruction and you just do it. You apply it, even though, and then you keep trying because you might not get it right the first time. But the more you keep doing it, your memory, you understand, you start remembering, and then you realize the fruit that come from it. You be like, wow, that was powerful, Father. I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing, Father. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. All right, Hakiyama, was there another one? I can't do my Haitian thing. If I do my Haitian thing, I'll be here till 6 o'clock in the morning. I want to do it too. I thought I was going to get it done tonight. So we're gonna play the little rest of this, and then I'm gonna do. I'm gonna teach y'all a little history, and then I got to do my Haitian thing because I need a long one to do my Haitian thing because once I open that, I got some stuff because it's tying into all the other nations. So it's a Haitian thing, but it's the other nations, everybody, all the immigrants, everybody, because it's a device that the serpent is using a lot of the Haitian community to start it. You understand? Because it understands who the Haitians' purpose is, right? Shout out to my righteous Haitian brothers and sisters. So it's really destroying the Haitian and making the Haitian go against the Black American and making the other, like it's making everything, but it's trying to destroy them. So when this lesson, it's going to show you a lot of fruit, and it's going to have the Haitian brothers and sisters have more understanding of what's happening to their people and why he want their people against our people, why a lot of the Black Americans are delineating away, because the Bible says each nation will go back to their own, right? These things are to happen, but the Hasatan wants to confuse it. So when I do that lesson, it's going to be really good. I thought I was going to get it done tonight. I really did, but I couldn't. But praise the Most High. Hakyama, was there another question?
Yes, there are 8 left.
Go ahead.
The next one is from, we just did TikTok. Let's do,
Could somebody bring my slippers, please?
Saudi Tate says,
And some more water, please. Sorry. And some more water.
doesn't the man of perdition be revealed, and the abomination of desolation occur before the mark of the beast, and the revealing of the beast?
I don't know. That's Revelation. I would have to look at the timeline. That's a great question. I would have to look. I know stuff, but I can't remember right off the head the timeline if it happens, but before, because when we're speaking of mark of the beast, when they're speaking that one, they're talking about a prominent mark. Because there's marks always leading up. So there's been all these marks before that happened. So these are marks, but you're talking about that this big monumental thing that's going to happen. That mark thing that's spoken, that's synonymous with the collapse, the total enslavement collapse of this whole world order system. So what you can look and say like is a mark of the beast thing, when that happens, that's when the Most High will be ushering his children into the wilderness. That's when the Malach, the angel, Michael, will be coming to, it's in Matthew, Latanya. Y'all can grab the scripture if y'all want and find it. The man of perdition, the anti-Messiah, the Antichrist. So in Revelation, so I see they're saying it's Matthew. So what they do, guys, it's in Matthew because it's all precepts, right? So Latanya, find that scripture for me, the one in Matthew. I want to see what it says because it's tying into Revelation. So I'm not sure the timing. I will have to look in the script and then compare them, and then I'll be able. Somebody can find it if y'all want, my Bible scholars, and put it together in the ministry if y'all want. And because I'm live, I don't have time to look. But I'm not sure if that one's. But now remember this Antichrist, right? This anti-Messiah. That's how can I say? That's a build up as well, right? So, because a lot of people is like the Antichrist, that's how could I say? They're saying that's like more than, it's kind of systemic as well. But I know it's going to be a person because the Messiah says, don't follow him, don't listen to him. But it's systemic too, because I think those convertites, that is not real people, that Messiah that they're trying to bring back with the third temple thing, I think a lot of that is going to usher in the Antichrist to come back and have people fooled in receiving him. But yes, there are many antichrists. That's what I was talking about, Ashaya. And Ashaya, but people don't understand that. Because Ashaya, they don't understand the original tongue and the translations and transliterations. They don't understand that just because something says, it's like in English and slang, right? And I say that the person is, that's cold, right? I'm like, that dude is cold, right? That could mean 4 or 5 different things, right? Depending on the context. I could thank you. They gave me Revelation 17:4. We're going to open the script too. 4, and they gave me, hold on. We're going to do that. That's a great question. Matthew 24:4. Matt 24:4. All right. And that was Revelation 17:14. 17:14. All right. We're going to rock that out. Let's do that. Let's do it live. All right. So the point of people thinking that everything just means one thing, that's not how the scripture is written. Even when the Messiah, he talked in mysteries, precepts, parables. You understand? Yes, layered. Yeah, it's layered and it's perpetual. It's like things are like a wheel within a wheel. It's just not one thing, because when the Bible, when it was written in the Habariyah, it didn't mean the same thing. So I was giving the example, like when we say the slang word, yo, that dude is cold, right? So if I say that dude is cold, one group of people, depending on the time, they're going to think, oh, it was winter time, right? He needs a heater. But in another group of time, I would think that dude got no heart. You know what I mean? He's just a cold stone killer. You feel me? Emotionless. On another group of time and region, context, that could mean he got swag, he fly, he cold with it, right? When I grew up, we used to call it cool. Come on, y'all getting a history lesson. Cool, C-O-O-L. When I grew up in hip hop, your name was Cool B Chill, Cool Roski, Cool J, Cool in the gang, Cool this, right? Cool mean you cold. He cool with it. He's smooth. He cool, right? You wanted to be cool, right? I wanted to be cool. You wanted somebody to say, yo, he cool, right? Then later it changed, he cool, right? Later it changed, he cool. That means he's all right. He's okay. LL Cool J. Come on. Ladies love Cool J. You understand? Come on, King Cooper. Now, later, it turned to, see, these are the what they call Black Americans or FBA vernacular, okay? Where we create language, you see, from an inside language, a wheel within a wheel, right? So later, it became, oh, he cool. That means he's okay. He got a pass. You can trust him, or he's safe. He's cool. So I just said, and another one, cool, right? If I go to a doctor in hospital, they say he's cool to the touch, right? Cool cigarettes, right? And they take all that stuff from us. Y'all know where that come from, right? Solid dust, right? Now, what I did, I took one word and it meant 10 different things depending on the context, but that was the same word. See, people don't understand that Bible is a Hebrew book. These are Black people's lingo. Habariyah is a Black, one word does not mean one thing. Come on, guys. It's context. It's the time that they're saying it, the manner that is spoken, the context, the region. You see, it's wheel within a wheel. So people are trying to read, come on, people are trying to read the scripture and say, oh, the mark of the beast is just one mark. That's it, just a mark. No, and the thing, these are, so yes, it's prophetic layers to it. That's why even the curses are perpetual. You understand? And people like, you know, when they try to debunk the Hebrews of the manuscript and they say, well, no, that prophecy played out in this part in Assyria. No, that curse, it played out. Bro, curses are perpetual. They repeat. It's repetitive. As long as the people don't fully come out and repent for it, it'll continue through the generations. It'll happen over and over again. That's why the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun, because things repeat themselves. So when you think and it's just one Antichrist, you're going to be in trouble. It's many coming. It's many different marks of the beast. It's many different. Now there's a culmination, a grandstand, like a big event. Those are called Yabalayahs. Those are called Jubilees. Those are called Mayads, timings. It's a thing that happens that's so monumental that it'll get imprinted in history, right? But generational curses, but things have led up to it. That's why I was trying to teach, bro, there's more than just one mark of the beast. We've been getting marks of the beast since Shatan, since the beast came in Genesis 3 and 6, 6. All right, let me do those scriptures. Let me put it on the screen. I already got the Bible Hub open because we was going to open our Bible. I had some things to teach, but the Most High took this lesson where he wanted it to go, right? He let the Most High cook and let every man be a liar, right? Let the Most High be truth. And every shout out to Cam guys in the building. Let everybody be a liar. Let man, right? So let's go. Let me come. I got to stop share, right? Because I'm going to share the screen. I'm going to put the scriptures on the screen. Stop share, right? Then I come back to y'all. Hold on. Where y'all at? Over there. I don't want to look. I don't need to see how many people here, how many people not, because they shadow ban and that upsets me. Share screen, so I don't need to be upset. You don't have, everybody, guard your emotion, guard your gates. So I'm the type, I block out things. When I know a thing could affect me spiritually, I won't look at it. I won't give it attention. Attention is currency. So right now, what I just did, when I stopped share, when I went to share this screen, I would be able to see how many is on the live stream. Don't nobody tell me, right? And if the number is not that big, what I know it should be, then it'll make me, it'll lower my spirit. So you know what I do? I don't give it attention. So what I did, I just didn't look at it. I just blocked it out with my vision. The Bible tells us to do that. You understand? Protect yourself spiritually. Protect your eyes and ear gates. Stop being so nosy. You ain't got to know everything. I don't need to see everything. I don't need to read everything. I don't need to hear everything. I'm good. Less is more. All right? Praise the Most High. I'm trying to give y'all spiritual warfare tips. So that's what I just did. So I still don't know how many on the live. And don't nobody tell me I don't want to know. Right? I only like it when it's going up because I know I'm reaching more of the Most High's children. So that brings joy to my spirit. But when I know they blocking me from reaching his children, it brings a dampening to my spirit. So I know some like, don't let it bother you. Yeah, it does, because I want the Most High's children to learn truth. And I know these serpents will block it as much as they can. And I don't like it. I wish they could just leave us alone and let us just do what we do. I wish it was millions that could hear this truth. You understand? But so anyway, let's continue. Shout out to Kiam Quelly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What was he said? Hold on. What did he say? Oh, they blocking my chat. Now I can't even see. I'm going to do the pop-out chat. Let me put hold on. Let me put that up, right? And put the scripture up because we're about to answer that question. Now, let me put that pop-out chat. I did that early because this is spiritual warfare stuff I go through. They block the chat. All right, there you go. Now, where he at? Oh, man, I can't see it. What happened? Did y'all erase him? Agama.
What are you looking for?
It was a person here who said Kiam something, and he just left a chat. He said, I liked on the way in. And maybe it's because I didn't scroll down. Maybe it was earlier.
Yeah, there's no one with that name been commenting.
Wow, that must have been a long time ago. So they be messing with my chat, guys. I apologize. No, because I'm all the way up to Ram Revelation. I just saw it. That's crazy. So Cam wrote 17:4, and you wrote Matthew 24. And I said his name. Didn't y'all hear me just say Kiam? What, and then he said, I wanted to read what he said. He said, I liked on the way in, and I'm certain, boy, they be messing with, this is some spiritual warfare. I swear, I literally just read it, and then I went to look for it and just woof. So I'm like, where did it go? That's crazy, because I wanted to read what he said. He said he liked on the way in, and then he did something else. So if you out there, Kia, thank you. And it's gone. That's crazy. Now that is crazy. It's gone. Wow. Unless one of the moderators erased it by accident. All right. So he said, I remember the message from earlier. So how did they just show it to me? That's crazy. Zayaliya, could you find it and tell me what it said? Because I know, Young King, you good at that. I thank you. Shaliyam Sabaya. All right. Yeah. He'd be pissed off, Saudi Tate. All right, so let's get to the script. The script should be on the screen. There you go. So they said it was Matthew. We're going to do the Matthew, then we're going to do the Revelation. Matthew 24:4, right? We're going to do this live. Matthew 24:4. Matthew, I like when we open your Bibles. I like when we open this Bible. Matthew 20, I was going to be deep into something else, but we was going somewhere. And I had some history to teach y'all, but it'll come out on another live. I'll be live again. I might not do it now, but I'll be live again. Oh, praise the Most High. So Matthew 24, and on Fridays we go long. So y'all just hang in there with me. Matthew 24 and 4. All right? So there you go, false Christ. So, and he sat upon, so we was trying to find the man of perdition, right? And so is this abomination of desolation? Okay, this where he got. All right, so Hakiyama, you want to help me read?
Yes.
Let's start at start at 3. Matthew 24 and 3.
Matthew 24 and 3.
Could y'all bring me something to drink and my slip? I don't think they heard me. Could y'all bring me my slippers and something to drink, please? No pork sausages, Mom. Please. I said no pork sausages. Go ahead.
Matthew 24, verse 3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world?
Okay. So they asked him, and I can already guarantee you the Messiah answering in a parable, because Mashiach is dope. Asked him in a parable. So he said, Tell us, when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world? Now that sign, so this is what I want to teach you. I'm teaching y'all a little spiritual fruit of how to decipher y'all Hebrew manuscript. Just because it says the sign, that doesn't mean it's only going to be one. That's the part I need you to understand. When they transliterate this over in the Habariyah, nothing means one. Let me explain. If I teach you the Habariyah language, and I teach you the word ayadah, right? In the English, that means to work. But in Habariyah, it means, oh my goodness, to govern, to manage, to take authority. It means to worship. It means to love. It means, and then depending on the context, it has a kalaliyah, completion. It has a negative a connotation. Well, it's a negative because the kalaliyah of it, right? Then it has, depending on the context and how it's used, the tonation, it has different iterations of its meaning. So everything, thank you so much, everything is complex. Well, everything, and it's concrete, it's verb, it's action-based. So everything means you have to do something. And when you do something, it opens up, everything leads to something else too. And then they marry one another, 2 or 3, like when they come back with 7 more spirits, that's the dark side, right? And the righteous, it's the same as kalaliyah. So nothing just means one thing in Habariyah. That's not how the language is spoken. So the word one is ayad. In Canaanite Hebrew, they call it echad, right? Even the word one doesn't mean one thing. It means in the likeness, in the nature, in the function, in the character, one with. It means in the image of, one with. It means, so again, it's like nothing, the actual Hebrew manuscript is so alive, it's spiritual. The words are spirits and they are alive. You understand? That's why so many prophecies come through the scriptures, the manuscript, because the manuscript itself is alive and breathing. It is hayah. It is the breath of the Most High. You understand? That's why people don't understand how the prophecies come out on top of prophecies, inside of prophecies, over prophecies, to things that didn't even come. That's how they could say things thousands of years ago that come forth today, because it's alive and breathing. It's never just one thing. But when they transliterate it into a language, a dead language, where things mean one thing, where each adiyat, each letter doesn't have a meaning, doesn't have a definition, you understand? The only way that they can translate it and transliterate it is to what? To the confinement This is the walls closing into the other brother's question, the confinement of the language that their transliterating it to. You understand? But when you go back, it opens up. That's the freedom. You see? It's not confined. That's why every name has a purpose. Listen, every name means something collectively. So if I break down the name of the Hebrew Messiah, right, and I use the Hebrew dialect, Habariya dialect, Yeshaya, right? I'm going to make it simple. The Hebrew Messiah, you say Yeshua, Yahshua, Yahusha. I'm going to say Yeshaya because I'm born to the more original Habariya, consonantal, no vowels. Now, when I say the collective name of the Hebrew Messiah as Yeshaya, collectively, that has meanings of he who delivers to Yah. Yah is salvation. The Most High saves. You see? So this is the collective of the name, of the purpose of the name Yeshaya, which translate into English as Joshua. Y'all listen clearly. Okay. So Joshua, that's why he call it Joshua of Nun and all that type of stuff, right? I'm translating and transliterating. Now, when I go to the Habariya of Yeshaya, it has in the general across the name, it denotes his purpose, what he's come for. That's how we name the children in Habariya. They never just name nobody willy-nilly. You ain't name nobody Northwest like Kanye and them, right? You had a meaning and that denoted your purpose. So collectively, his name means the Most High is salvation, okay? All right? The Most High saves, okay? Now, and he came, his purpose is in his title, Mashiach. Mashiach means deliverer. He who delivers, right? A deliverer, an anointed, delivering to the Father. So that's why he is Yahayashah HaMashiach, or Yeshua HaMashiach. Some of y'all heard that in the Canaanite Hebrew. You see what I mean? So this is HaMashiach, the Messiah. So it's Yahayashah, the Messiah. That's why it's titled, they call it Jesus the Christ when they translated that into Greco-Roman, but that's a whole nother thing. They call it on another God, but that's all right. They call it on Christos and they call it on Zeus. You understand? So that's why it's a real problem, but praise the Most High for grace and mercy when we didn't understand. You get it? He's covering us because, we're not calling on these fallen angels, but they tricked us and, writing their likeness in our scriptures. So I'm making a statement about the name because I'm trying to teach you how nothing means just one thing. So when you take his collective name, you can give the description of what it denotes, right? Just the name Yeshaya or Yeshua, this Canaanite version, right? I don't like doing Yeshua because that ain't his name. You're taking the Father's name out. That's actually blasphemy, but most people don't know that. But again, the serpent, they want us to call on that. You see, it's like they want you to call on the Lord. That's Baal. You see, they want you to take the Father's name out. But anyway, now let me continue. Now, so that's why I said the simple one, Yeshaya, right? Now, and this is a Hebrew dialect. So his name collectively means the Most High is salvation. The Most High saves. Then I can take his name and each Adiyat letter, the Ya'ad, the Aliyah, the Hayah, the Shayan. You see? So each Adiyat, once each Adiyat has its own attribute, a letter has its own attributal descriptors, and they have a positive and a negative connotation of completion, kalaliyah, depending on the context. So the language is so, and then each Adiyat is a spirit, each letter, and they have a work to do. Okay, it's crazy. So when you put each letter, they each have their own work to do. And when they come together a hayat as one to do a collective work. You see? But that oneness is a fullness. It's a myriad. So when he says, and what shall be the sign of thy coming? Everything that you see, it's not just one thing. Because we're going to remember there's many signs that the Messiah is coming. But as they speak, because they transliterated it over, what they've culminated is what would be a monumental, broad sign that you would see. That's why when it says the mark, it's talking about the final culmination of them collapsing everything and that instrument that is in place when that happens. But there was marks happening all the way up that they is having us sin and transgress and building for the beast to be built up to be released. All right. And what shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world? And the Messiah answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. Hakyama, you on it at 5? Save my breath.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Messiah, and shall deceive many, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
Now, hold on. Pause. There go right there, Shia. He just said many is going to say they the Messiah. So there you go. There you go right there. That'll tell you it's going to be many of them coming saying they Messiahs, and they are false Christs, antis. But let's continue. But there's a culminated anti one. But continue. Start again at 5.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Messiah, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass. But the end,
is not yet here. Not yet. So we're going to see troubles increase, wars or rumors and wars. Many coming saying they're the Messiah. Many are going to follow them. Don't be troubled. Stay at peace. All this got to happen. But the end is not yet. That's not yet. Continue.
Verse 7. For nations shall rise against nations, and kingdoms against kingdoms, and there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes in diverse places. All these things are the beginning of sorrows.
The beginnings. Continue.
Verse 9. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall unalive you.
Pause. Pause. Now you see how that's transliterated right there? If we took this literal, right, when they transliterated, that would mean we would all die. See, you can't take our scripture, Habaria, like that. He's speaking, that's how it speaks. It's not speaking that says, they shall kill you, or they're going to kill me? No, it's a generality saying a lot will be unalived. They shall kill you. Not wipe all of us out, but a lot will lose their lives. See? So the same way that it's saying they shall kill you, okay, so that's saying me. No. It's not verbatim that it could be actually you. It's speaking in a collective tongue, but speaking a what's the name word, a singular word, right? That's what it means when it's saying mark. That's what it means when it's saying sign. Come on. Start at 9 again, Hakyama.
Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted. They shall unalive you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall ye be offered, and shall betray one another. And
then shall many be offended. Let me go back. He's speaking of the righteous children, of the remnant. Okay? The righteous remnant. Many will die. They will hate us. Every nation will hate the righteous remnant for his name's sake. And many shall be offended by the remnant and shall betray one another, and they're going to hate one another. That's why when the brother came here, what did we try to show them? The Most High told me, start showing them love. You see, guys? Because they're going to be offended. You see how he's offended? And I said, don't be offended. Don't be jelly. It's okay. You have a purpose, young man. You can repent. It's okay. We're not here to harm you. We're not here to betray you. You don't have to hate me. That's why I said, everybody, tell them we love them. See, this is what's the name? Quenching the fiery darts of the serpent. Shout out to Shirley, Sister Shirley. quenching the fiery darts of the serpent. 11, Hakim.
And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold.
Now, iniquity, everybody, thank you, who cares? Iniquity, everybody, is secret sin. And this is tying in, come on, y'all know how the Father do. He tying it in with the lesson tonight. He tying it in Horny Island. He R.I.P. to Brother Nolan. He tied it in. Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters. Shout out to the righteous black brothers and sisters. Shout out to the righteous Hispanic. Shout out to the righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. What did I say all night? I said, the reason why you got to be very careful when you go amongst a group of people, right? And you being the only one, no matter what nation it is, because there's iniquity in individuals. Secret sin. Sin that is being hidden, that is festering, and you don't know. And that sin is waiting for the right time to rear its head. Do you understand? See? It's waiting for a time that it shall be offended. All right? And it will betray you, and they would hate you. So you have to discern that. Okay? Because, hold on, because the love of many shall wax cold. All right? Now, the false prophets are going to deceive, and because iniquity shall abound. So what it's saying right here, in these end times, a lot of people will be jelly belly. They will be secretly hating. They will be secretly iniquitous of you. Okay? And it will abound, meaning it's going to be everybody. And the Ahabayah, the love, come on, he does it every time, Saudi Tate. The love of many shall wax cold. That's y'all, Saudi Tate. I love when y'all cook. I love when y'all get down. Go ahead, y'all. Do it as we do it all the time, right? So the Ahabayah, the love, the understanding, the compassion, the reverence, the respect, the love, see, Ahabayah is different from that regular love. The love of many shall wax cold. And look, Saudi, he tied in that cold word. Remember we just said cool? I said that brother's cold. Come on, let y'all cook, right? He just tied in the cold. Many shall wax cold. The love of many. And that ain't cool. Ooh, come on, Saudi Tate, let y'all cook. When your love wax cold, that ain't cool, my dude. Now, can you see somebody 1,000 years later trying to discern the lingo, the dialect? They're like, hold on, he just said it was cold, but it's not cool. How can it be cold and not be cool? Because you don't understand the language of the children of the people of the book. You understand? Boy, somebody done told you wrong. This Bible is alive and kicking and breathing. You understand? Come on, he just said cool, but he cold with it. Come on, Saudi. Come on, I was just speaking all this. That's why I'm telling you, this Bible is alive. It does it every time. It never fails. You understand? I love it. That's called confirmations. The Most High always brings you confirmations. Those confirmations are to build up your surety, to know that you walking in the right direction. You walking, you see, you got silent, Sister Tammy. That's the Ahabayah, right? Understand? So you walking in the right direction. We don't want to be led astray, because come on, Saudi. Many false prophets shall rise and deceive many. That's how you know the difference between a false prophet. You know them by their fruit. And their fruit is when they speak a word, you should see the Spirit speak up. You should see the Most High. You should see things tie together. Precepts here a little, there a little. It should always tie up. You should see the Father in their actions and works and deeds and their words. You heard? Not just empty words, because many false prophets are going to rise up and deceive many for his name's sake. You understand? They're going to call themselves Christ and Antichrist and prophets and bishops and mores and this and that and all this crapola. You heard that part? All right. So, because at this time, secret sin shall abound, and the love of many gonna wax cold. But he that shall endure into the end, the same shall find salvation. You see? And this gospel, this barahaya, this good word of the kingdom shall be taught, ministered, preached, sown in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then the end is coming. So I think by them shadow banning us so much, maybe it's not too bad of a thing, because the further the true word reaches, the closer the end. I know a lot of the brothers and sisters like, well, hurry it on up. I know a lot of brother people's tired of Babylon. They tired of this world. But we got to let the Most High time in. His mayad, right? We can't rush it. But praise Yah. Go ahead, Akyama. 24 and 15.
Matthew 24 and 15. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whoso readeth, let him understand.
Woo! See, you see that? Whoso readeth, let him understand. That right there is telling you it's mystery, parable, and precept. Everybody who read ain't going to have understanding. Everybody who read ain't going to be able to unlock the mysteries of the scripture. All right? All right? Then it said, when the abomination of desolation, when the day come that's spoken of by Daniel, the prophet, Daniel, right? It says, stand in the holy place. Everybody, do you know what that is? Let me see. A little test question, little test quiz, even the ministry. Good word. Let me see somebody else. See if y'all, I ain't gonna wait too long. All right, I got it. I might as well go ahead. Everybody, it's kind of late. They're like, we sleep. Yep, it's righteousness. Righteousness is stillness, is his presence. So all of those are correct. Stand in the holy place. The holy place is righteousness. Righteous. The name of the Most High, his name, is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe from the abomination of desolation and everything else that is coming. Okay? The righteousness. Seek ye first the kingdom and his righteousness, and all will be added unto you. When we stand in the holy place, we're in the garden, Ayadan, Eden, where Adam and them got kicked out. When we stand in the holy place, we're in righteousness, in his presence, in his bosom, in his name, in the stillness, in his covering. Your righteousness is your holy place. Holy is Kayadash, set apart. Righteousness sets you apart from the dark world. Come out of her, my people. That's the holy place. It exists within you. People are going to be looking for it outside of themselves. Just like they've been looking for the beast for thousands and eons outside of themselves, when the beast is larger than your heart. They got people looking for the beast. I'm looking for the beast. I'm looking for the beast. Boy, the beast is inside you, fool. Look inward and what? Repent and expel the beast every day, every 24 hours. Die to the flesh, kill the beast, circumcise, take that stony, take that heart out and get the heart of the Most High, spiritual circumcision. Come on. So when you stand in righteousness, Elazayah and Sister Danita, then the beast is not large than your heart. You got the heart of the Most High. You in his presence. And what? The devices of the serpent can't harm you. the desolation, the abomination of desolation, but it will come to pass. Then that let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Now these are prophecies, and this is why I say prophecies are repetitive. They're jubilaic, cyclical, yabalayak. They're cyclical, they repeat. So that Judea, it means your righteous city. When the Bible says, it says at the end times, what's the scripture? He that knows my voice, my children that hear my voice and humble themselves and lower themselves and seek my face, I shall heal them in their land. I know I what's the name that? I just, sorry. I froze
got it for you.
Thank you. Read it for me, please.
2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and I will forgive their sins and heal their land.
And heal their land. Thank you. Thank you. For my people, say it one more time.
If my people which are
Hold on.
called by
If my people which are called by my name, that's why, guys, you see, and to everybody else, it's okay. Take your time. But you're going to have to eventually come in the name of your Father. Eventually, you have to. Because if you don't surname yourself, then you can't be covered by the Father's name. Now, we understand a lot of us are just really coming together, coming to. And I don't care what you do. You just put Yah somewhere in your name. You know how you come in the name of your father? You have your father's fleshly last name, right? Because that's how that would denote you that you, what family, what mashvayah, what family you come from, right? So the Muslims, they come in the name of Allah, right? So they took the name of the Father out so that we don't come in our Father's name. You understand? My people who are called by my name, he's talking the end time. It's my people who are called by my name. So go ahead, continue, Hakiyama. That's why the name is so important. They took it out over 7,000 times.
If my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face.
Humble themselves, lower themselves, pray, seek my face, turn, go ahead.
From their wicked ways.
That means repent. Turn from your wicked ways and become what? Righteous, the holy place. Go ahead.
Then will I hear from heaven.
Then from the Shamayam, I can hear them because they've repented. They're called by my name. You heard? My name has called them. They've come in one with me. My children, I know their voice. I hear them. I will hear them when they repent, when they humble themselves and stand in the holy place, righteousness. Go ahead.
Then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and heal their land.
Then I will hear from heaven, forgive their sins and heal their land. The reason why I'm pointing out that scripture, the land is your temple. We don't have land anymore. See? So at that time of context, when he was speaking, some of our ancestors had land. So these prophecies, these scriptures are perpetual. Do you understand? They spoke to our ancestors 3,000 years ago as well as us. Context, different time. So I'm pointing out that he said land. At the end time, with the spiritual circumcision of the Messiah, the land is your body. The temple will not be built with hands. There will be no physical building temple. Now, those is not real people who are going to build a physical temple, but that's for the fallen angel antichrist and stuff to come through, right? Now the temple is what? Your body, the building. The land is what? Your body. The temple, I will heal your temple. I will heal you. And the Judea, when it says then let them which is in Judea, that's the ancient city, flee to the mountains. when we relate that to the end time prophecy to us, the children, 3,000 years later, when it says to them, to then let them be which in Judea, we don't have the city of Judea now. Do you understand? Because the Most High won't bring us back into New Yerushalayim, right? With the new kingdom. You understand? Ain't no original Hebrew supposed to be over there in that land. It's going to burn down the rubble. Do you understand? So it says, then let them which be in Judea, meaning let them which be in spiritual righteousness, cleanse temple, the holy place, righteousness, flee to the mountains. So when it's saying that, there will be a fleeing that we would do. Okay, so they had to physically flee in 70 AD and stuff when things was coming. They had to flee in Assyria. They had to flee when things happened. At the end time revelation, there will be a time where we will have to flee. That's why we're building homesteads. There will be things that the Most High says, woe to those who don't prepare. He's going to prepare us. And we will have to come out of her. These are the things because they're going to be ushering us into FEMA camps and usher us into internment camps and slavery and trying to make us take the universal basic income and try to take the marks, the chip in our head with the Elon thing in the brain and all this type of stuff. And we will have to flee to a safety. Okay, will it be a literal mountain like it was with the Maccabees? Maybe not. But it will be a homestead somewhere. The mountains, everybody, just because it says something don't mean it's literal. When it says, I give you faith to move mountains, it doesn't mean I'm going to go stand at the base of a mountain and tell a mountain, move, mountain, move. Mount Everest, 141,000 feet high, 141. I can't remember how tall it was. I used to have that stuck in my memory. But anyway, move. You stand at the mountain. No, I move mountains every day. I'm battling principalities and spirits in high places. When it says raise the dead, it ain't saying go to the graveyard and be like, okay, dead, raise. No, we raising the dead. Once I was dead, now I'm spiritually alive. Shall these bones live? So we awakening the children of the Most High every day. I'm moving mountains. I'm moving cities. I'm moving kingdoms. I'm moving principalities. We raising the dead. You understand? This is spiritual. So the circumcision and the Messiah, everything is in spirit and in truth. And it's related to you and your temple. It's related to your land. But these naysayers, they will try to come because they don't understand our manuscript. They don't understand the prophecies. They don't understand the context. They don't understand the continuity. They don't understand the perpetuity of the scriptures. Do you understand? They don't understand it because they don't have eyes to see and ears to hear. They don't know the language. They haven't been circumcised. They can't unlock the keys to the mysteries of the scriptures, the parables. Mashayat, the Messiah, spoke in these parables on purpose because it's for he to have the keys to unlock it. And the way that you get the keys, by lowering yourselves, by standing in the holy place, by spiritual circumcision, by be put in and out of the furnace of affliction, by building that spiritual man up. And then the Most High will unlock. He will unlock the mysteries of the kingdom, of the keys of the manuscript, and you'll be able to break it down so the babies can even understand it. That's why the sister said, all my years in ministry, I learned more in about 1 or 2 lessons than I did in 100 years in the church. Praise the Most High, because that's the Father of all things is here. That's how we know we're in the end times. You heard? He says, when and let them which be in Judea, when this thing come, he telling us, don't go back for nothing. There's going to come a time, shout out to Brother Andre, when he's going to tell us to flee. Come away from her, right? He's going to guide us to go through a thing. And he says, don't look back to the old. There's going to come a time when we might have to leave that Mercedes you got. You might have to leave that 500. You might have to leave that Lexus 350. You might have to leave, that Tahoe that you really like. Do you understand? There's going to come a time where you're going to have to go away from the things, even family. Ooh, that one going to hurt. That one going to hurt. You have to leave your loved ones behind because they chose not to choose. They didn't choose the Most High. They chose to stay in the world when he told them to come out. and they waited too late. Come on, Sister Joy. They waited too late, Sister Joy. And we've been trying to tell them, come out, because no man know the day or the hour, but they wouldn't come out. So the Messiah is saying, you're gonna have to leave. You're gonna have to leave your loved ones. You're gonna have to leave them behind. Some of your babies too, right? Yeah, your children. Yeah, you're gonna have to leave those over 20 who chose. You understand? Praise those who blessed enough to be under 20. You understand? And not in the full adulthood and don't have the full accountability of everything. The closer you get to 20, the more accountability you have. So that ain't a one-way ticket out of it. The younger you get, the more covering you got. You understand? So it says, let him which is on the housetop don't come down to take anything out of the house. It's precept, it's parable. He telling you, when this stuff happened, don't look back. Don't be a, what's his name? Lot's wife. Don't look back. Lot's wife looked back and she was like, my red bottoms. She like, I just bought the S600. I bought the S750, the new CLS AMG S750 Camel with the gold front. Lot wife had a camel with gold teeth with Timberlands on. She said, here, I just bought with the Persian rug on the, right? She looked back, my red bottoms. Lot wife was like, I know it was going on inside of Gomorrah. They was smashing everything, but they was rich. They was living it up, right? So the Most High told her, don't look back. Don't look back at sin and transgression. Don't look at what you had, what you let it go. Look forward. Look forward. Facts, let it go. Come out of her, my people. Don't go back to take anything of your old self. Come on, who cares? Don't go back. I know I used to have the bag. I used to have all the houses and the cars. I used to have the pretty women and all that stuff. Don't go back to sin and transgression. Don't step back into the vomit. A dog goes back to his vomit. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. So those who are away, you see, let me give you the symbolism. Back then, you in the field, it's going, they rushing like, we gotta leave Sodom and Gomorrah, it's going down. Hold on, my clothes. No, you're gonna wear those rags you got on. Now, for us to translate it up to today, to bring it to today, it's saying, don't let those who are, okay, how can I say this? Those who were on the edge of righteousness. Let me explain. Those who were not fully in the holy place, right? They receive, but they kind of, they fall off, they come back, they outside of the holy place. They out in the field. You understand? But they always come back to the house and check in, and then they go back out. And your elders like, all right now, you don't keep playing this in and out game. Close my screen door, close the door. Don't stay in or out of the Most High's righteousness, right? They out in the field. So when they hear, don't let them, they can't go back to get their clothes or nothing. No, just leave. Go with it. Come with us. Yeah, come with us. This is your last shot. Don't look back. This is all about not looking back. Now, this is a crazy one. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that got little infants. That's going to happen. It's going to be bad. Because the children of the Most High will be hunted. There will be mobs of people that have taken the beast, the mark, believe the Antichrist, and they're going to think they're doing something good. They're going to think they're doing it in the name of the Messiah. They're going to be thinking they're doing it in the name of truth, in the name of righteousness, right? But they've been deceived. So they'll be trying to hunt you down to turn you into the authorities because you won't take the Jim Jones jab juice. Come on, does it sound familiar, anybody? they're going to be saying, you're the reason why we can't go back to normal. They're going to be saying, you're the reason why people are getting sick because you stiff-necked, stubborn, you don't want to take the juice. See? They be doing it in the name of Jesus Christ. See? Prophecy. They're going to try to hunt the righteous down because we won't take the beasts. We won't take none of the marks. And they think if, we are the problem, the righteous. So that's why there will be a fleeing away from them, spiritually and physically. Okay? And it says, in that day, those who have little ones, there will be a warning that will come. I remember I almost said one back in 2020, but praise the Most High, I never speak until the Father really, but everybody was flee, run for your lives and all that. And it was a time before he allowed me to release the ministry. And I got it recorded on one of the 1,000 lessons I made when he didn't allow me to release. And I wanted to tell the children to close the womb because it looked like it was happening around the 2020 that was the end. But I'm slow to speak. And so the Most High never gave me the clearance to say. And so I bridled my tongue. And look what happened. It didn't come to pass. Right? So those who actually gave birth back then, your child will be 16 years old right now. Right? Practically in full adulthood. But most people, they don't hear from the Father and they go off their own understanding. And so they was telling people, run for your lives, leave America, flee to Africa. And I was calling them all out. See? You know these false prophets. You know these false teachers. Look at their fruit. You ain't got me. I was telling everybody, don't listen to none of them. The Most High will tell us. See, the ones who receive from the Most High, they slow to speak. They're really patient. They wait to hear clarity outside of their own understanding. So I wanted to say it a couple of times, but I never let the words come out my mouth to tell the others. You understand? And I look back, I'm like, wow, that's that obedience of listening and making sure you hear clearly from the Father before you speak of something because of what's happening. But there's going to come a time where the Most High will give his righteous remnant, the word, his elders, his leaders, the time to tell the woman to close the womb. And it will be in enough time that that those who are already with child, that their child will be old enough when that day comes that they won't cry out. And the reason why it says woe to those who are with child, because if you're pregnant, then you're going to give birth at a time of calamity when they're coming. And those who give suck to the breast with infants cry. They cry out. And the location of his children will have to be protected. There'll be a time where we're going to have to be hiding from the outside masses. And you know what I mean? So if there's people pursuing us and you have a baby, how are you going to keep that baby quiet? You can't. The baby is going to scream out and cry out when it needs to be fed and eat when it feels uncomfortable. You see? And if you're a with child, then you can't really run. You got a time where you got to have a safe place to give labor, and then you have a brand new screaming baby to give away your location. So that's a woe. It's so the Most High, there will be a time where there will be an instruction to close the womb. No more babies. But the Most High will clearly bring that. So don't listen to nobody when they tell you that. If someone tell you that, don't listen to them. You will know it because you will see it and you will hear it. And as real righteous children, they will clearly wait until the Most High tells them to, because there will be false flags and false events that look like it's the time, but it's not, like the 2020. It looked like the end of the world. And that's why a lot of people thought They did that way back in the year 2000. And it's like the Mayan calendar. What was that? 2000 or 2000? They did it in 2000 was the Y2K, and the Mayan calendar was 2012 or something. I forgot what the Mayan calendar thing was. Right? Thank you, Ashaya. They've been doing this crap over and over. The righteous, real, who hear from Yah, they ain't never tell you none of that. So that's the woe to them that are with child and to them that give suck in those days. But pray that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. So the flight being in the winter is that when the Most High prepares you to come out of her, when it gets closer, he's going to prepare your financial, where you be able to build a homestead and come out. The request that I will be telling, and this instruction from the scripture, is do not build a homestead or flee to a place of cold in the north. That's why I'm down here. I didn't want to be down here. The Most High brought me down here, and I didn't know until I got here, and later the revelation, I'm like, because the earth is never freezes here. Never. All year round, the earth is fertile. It gives fruit. You grow your food, and in the coldest that it get, it's not cold enough to freeze you, to unalive you. So woe to those who are in the cold, that your flight be not winter. So when you prepare, I will be instructing all of you as your finances grow, as these things collectively increase later. We got time to wherever you build your homestead with your family or a collective assembly, it should not be in a place where the ground freezes. I don't care where that is in America. And if you're in other countries, most of those are warm. Most of those, unless you're in some northern countries, come out of, you will die. These are the abomination of desolation, and these prophecies will come to pass. So these instructions, woe to those who don't prepare for what's coming. Woe to those who don't listen to the Most High's instructions. A peninsula surrounded by three sides, depending on how close you is. It really doesn't say about the water, so not really, right? I know people talk about there's going to be tsunamis, but yeah, it is. But this the scripture, it didn't really say nothing about the water. So if you're on a peninsula covered by three sides, you need to be far enough away from the water in case a tsunami, in case stuff happens. But yeah, I know, Anna, y'all. So praise the Most High. We'll be getting you out of there before it's over. That's my faith and belief. I got you, Akiyama. My faith and belief is that the children in this ministry, I don't care where you at, that the Most High will provide financially to the point before it's too late. And you will know in your spirit, and we'll get you out of there. Even before they say you can't travel. See, the things that's coming, people don't understand that what they're going to institute, well, I don't have fear of none of it. I know what the Most High will do. And if he doesn't, then he'll prepare you for the place for that winter. You see, there will be a preparation, if he doesn't, for something that can cover you where you at to make it through, because your righteousness standing in the holy place. Because he understands that if you're not able, right? Because what the scripture is speaking on is those who don't listen or don't hearken, right? But for those who do listen, but they don't have the ability to not be in a winter, then I think the Most High will cover them in that time. Praise the Most High. All right? Or he will get you out of there. One of the two, because he never leaves his children. All right? She said, let me flee in my Uggs and flannels. Praise the Most High. You in the DMV? Yeah, so that we got time. Who cares? We just have to you have to stay in the ministry, stay in the house, stay in the ministry, and the Most High will always give us instructions. We'll know ahead of time. It won't be no 11:59. The Most High don't work like that. But we just have to hear and do. And he'll be providing the way for us to accomplish it as well. All right? It says, pray that your flight be not in the winter. When it says neither on the Sabbath day, it's because the Sabbath day is the holy day, and that's a symbolic thing. It is saying that, how can I say that? Neither on the ancestors used the Sabbath as a tool. Remember, they tried to catch the Messiah to condemn him on the Sabbath, right? And they tried to use it. They slaughtered the Maccabees. I mean, the children of Judas, Yada, because the first set didn't want to fight on the Sabbath day. And that's why Mashiach was like, the Sabbath was made for you, not you for the Sabbath. So he's speaking in a parable right here, right? Because we're going to flee 7 days. You can't, what he's speaking on, you can't say, okay, they chasing me, they coming, it's the Sabbath day, I can't exert no pressure, I can't run. You're going to be like you're going to be just like Judas. They slayed the adversary, attacked them literally on the Sabbath day because he knew. And then when Judah Maccabees and them came up, they was like, okay, we got a trick for him this time. The Sabbath day was made for me, not me for the Sabbath. And they came to try to slaughter them on the Sabbath, and they got unalive. They got done for. Oh, we can fight on the Sabbath day. We can heal the sick on the Sabbath day. The Messiah said, if your doggone, y'all sitting up there talking all this crap, putting all these laws on the children, I guarantee you, if your ox fall in the ditch, your money, I bet you'll dig down in that ditch to get that ox out on the Sabbath day, get that bag. You see? Yeah, they send missiles on the Sabbath. You understand? So that's what it's talking about. All right? Because the religious ones would be like, the Sabbath day, I can't move, and you're going to die. He says, all of these things, it shall be great tribulation, such as was never since the beginning of the world to this time, nor ever shall be. It is going to be crazy. This is a lineal prophecy, perpetual. It is coming. That's why this end time is worse than the days of Noah. And except those days be shortened, there should be no flesh saved. But for the righteous elect's sake, the Most High shall shorten the days. Everybody, is these days going faster? And gosh, do y'all not know it's about to be winter again? As soon as it hit July, I said, okay, I'm going to look up. It's going to be September. Then it's going to be 2027. Every time I turn around, every time I turn around, Monday I got to teach, it's Friday, I got to teach, Tuesday I got to teach, Monday, weeks after weeks, months, everybody. And it's happening even to the youth. It used to be a thing that they say, and I'm closing out. I was going to go into the Revelation, but we'll be another hour. Praise the Most High, we opened this Bible. It used to be a thing that they used to say for the elders, the older you get, the faster time goes. Oh, it ain't to the elders no more. Even the babies, even the young, the Gen Zs, the teenagers, they're like, it is so fast. Every time I turn around, it's a new month, a new year. It's just your age. People are growing. It's going so fast. This is how we know. Remember the scripture. The scripture said, how will we know that the end times is here? Right? These are signs. That's why, see, at the beginning it said sign. How would they know a sign that the end is coming? Right? And I said in the Habariyah, here you go, and what shall be the sign of their coming and the end of the world? These are signs. That's why I told you the plurality of the Hebrew Habariyah tongue. Nothing means one thing. Come on, the 4th was yesterday, and it's the 11th already, and it'll be the 17th Come on, Tammy. Come on, Yahweh. It'll be the 17th. It'll be the 27th. I swear. Y'all, come on. And it used to be a thing when it was just the elders, right? When it was like, it's going to, and I'm like, yeah, it's happening. That's how I know you're getting older. But now you got the 20-year-olds, the 17-year-olds. They like, time is flying. Nobody can keep a track of it. It's happening so fast. It's like we can't stop it. It's like you can't slow it. And everybody, listen, guys, this is the signs. It's coming faster. It's going faster and faster. People don't know. It says, and except those days be shortened, and if the Most High didn't speed up the time, none of us will be saved. But for the righteous elect's sake, he will speed up the time. Those days shall be shortened. So everybody, the day, let me explain this. We're going to close out. They call it the day of the Lord, the day of Yah, the great tribulation, the Armageddon. And I still didn't get to the answer to the question. I have to go to Revelation. I apologize, but we're going to close here because if I open Revelation, it would be another hour. Now, and because the question was, I got the question. I'm going to try to answer it another time. Does the coming of the man of perdition, the anti, precede the I forgot. I'll remember it. But anyway, let me continue. Let me answer this question. You say, yeah, I know. Sojo said, you twisted? Well, untwist yourself. Untwist yourself, Sojo. Untwist yourself. What you got against Yah? You hate Yah? Which Yah you talking about? Let me see what you got, Sojo. Enlighten me. What's so twisted about the name of Yah? I want to understand. And which Yah you talking about? So you're going to have to explain to me what you talking about. You got a problem with this man ain't even close enough to be in the readings of Revelation. Oh, you jelly belly. Okay, Sojo. Sojo. Joso. It's okay, Sojo. We got you, Tink Tink. I understand you jealous. It's so that's a very effeminate trait, and I don't understand it. You know, a lot of the generations, they've been very effeminized. So when they see another man, right, masculinity, they get very intimidated, you know. So if they see a person with an intellect or a spiritual anointing or something, and then they get jealous and then they just, you know, try to say something against them and don't even know where they at, right? My God is the God of Abraham. Okay, what is a God? Your God, okay, so what is a God, Sojo? See, I'm not about to waste my time with the jelly belly though, because we're about to close out. Do you think they assist in transport for some? Yes. So the Ashaya, when the Malachites, when the angels come, that's at the end. So we have to prepare, right? We prepare homesteads, we prepare. But when Michael come, that's when it's over. That's when the homesteads, nothing will save you from the darkness that's coming. And then there will be an ushering into the wilderness. So yes, that's actually happening. So Sojo, Jesus has me, brother. Sojo, get your clown self out of here. Get your Roman Catholic ditty gods the mess out of here. Leave our Hebrew manuscript alone. The Habariah Messiah name was never Jesus. So you right there just telling on yourself, all right? So I'm sorry that you don't even understand who the Romans is. What's his name in, Sojo, what's his name in Latin? In Latin. Let's do that. Just Sojo, what's his name in Latin? You ain't old enough to be my father because you don't know my age, clown. You judging a book by its cover, all right? You don't even know how old I am. Thank you for telling me I look young. I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. All right? So what's Jesus' name in Latin? Sojo, do you know that? No, you don't. All right. All right, guys. We're going to let Sojo sulk in his jealousy. But it's okay, Sojo. Repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. And if you don't like the name of Yah, it's because you just like God. Bet you like the Lord too, right? You like Baal, right? I get it. I understand. The Romans did a work on you. Remus and Romulus, right? The Helens, right? Zeus and all. I know you like serving Zeus. So I understand. I get it. I know you won't even receive the original Hebrew. So you like Abraham, Isaac, you speaking all this English. You don't even know like what God. There's thousands of gods. Okay? So again, we get it. We understand. All right? You've been diddied. You've been Epsteined by Romulus and Remus. Okay? All right. So there we go. No, you didn't. The people learned, Sojo. Sojo, let me explain something to you. You're not authentic. The problem with the trolls is, do you not know others came and said the same thing? Oh, see, I got your attention. This whole thing has been about me. Okay, Sojo, we're going to give you attention. Everybody, let's give Sojo attention, because attention is the new currency. So Sojo want this to be all about him. So Sojo, you got the stage. It's all about Sojo. Welcome to the house of the Most High, Yah, Sojo. Does that hurt you? Yah. Does that hurt you? What God you serving, Sojo? Who, Baal? Baphomet? Zeus? Who you serving? Who is Serapis Christos? Who is the Christians, Sojo? Do you even know? No, you don't. It's okay, though. You understand? It's okay, Sojo. So tonight is your night at 5:12 a.m., and you got your attention for tonight. And I know you made it think, see, I got you. But Sojo, it's already been done before, right? You got to come up with new tricks. We've seen it before, okay? And what I do, I give you the attention. You know what I mean? Because you deserve attention. You deserve a hug. You deserve respect. You deserve kindness. You deserve a Havaya love. I know you don't know what that is, but I'll say love, right? You deserve attention because you might not have gotten none. You understand? You might have been bullied. You might have been, abused. You probably have a lot of trauma. So we're going to give you the attention. Okay? So we got binkies and blankets for you. Sojo, what's his name? Sojo? Sojo. Binkies and blankets. We got love for you. I got love. We got the love of the Father for you, Sojo. So everybody's giving you attention. We're saying, welcome to the house of the Most High, Sojo, the Most High Yah. Whether you call him, if you want to call him God, then call him. You want to call the Messiah Jesus, then call him. It is what it is. But don't try to harm another because you lack understanding, because your ignorance of another's election. That's Jelly Belly, Jojo. And you're better than that. I call him Jojo. That's Jelly Belly, Jojo. You better than that. We believe in you. You don't have to think you could come up on trying to ridicule someone else. That doesn't make you shine. It doesn't make you great. Shatan has lied to you. He taught you that device. He tried to make you think you can play us saying you believe in God and Jesus and all that type of stuff. You can't fool the elect, Jojo. We see you. And we love you with the love of the Father. Okay? So yes, you deserve some love, you deserve some respect, you deserve some kindness, because greater is he that is within you. And that adversary, he is a liar, and there's no truth in him. You have a purpose, Sojo, you have a purpose. And that purpose in you is for you to come out of sin and transgression and go forth and be the light in this dark world. But you don't got to hate others to do it. That's not, and you got to be careful because the Bible says, touch not my anointing. So you can't run around and just speaking because of YouTube and just thinking you can talk bad about people and you don't know who they are in relation to the Father. Okay? You get yourself in some spiritual trouble. Thank you, Sister Katie. You get yourself into some real serious spiritual trouble. Okay? All right. So that's it. Welcome to the house of the Most High, Jojo. And we all see you, and we love you with the love of the Father, and we respect you. And go forth and be a light in this darkness. Thanks. Shout out to Brother Ryan. Go forth and pour into somebody else. But just be patient and see people, to discern people who they are before you lash out and speak against. Be slow to speak. You get yourself cursed, Sojo. And we don't want to see no curses. We don't want to see curses. And if you do really read the Bible, read the book of Psalms. He says his name is Yah. It's clear as day. Okay? And Ahaya, Asha, Ahaya is I am that I am. Ahaya, Aya, Aya, Asha, Aya. Aya means I am. Aya means I be. Aya means I exist. It's the first person singular. Okay? And Haya means he is, he exists, he be. So when he said I am that I am, he said Aya, Asha, Aya in the original Habariya tongue. So his name is in what when he was saying I am. Okay? So, so praise the Most High. All right, guys, we closing. Shout out to newer people who find us at the end.
Excuse me?
Mm-hmm.
I do have one more question that's important. Who Cares says, how can this happen in regards to the name? Do you have to baptize us to change our names, Elder?
No. Well, we did a baptism. That was a while. Oh, it's draining. I'll do another one. This is really draining, though. That real baptism is shout out to Brother Ryan. Welcome to the house, brother. Welcome to the family, Brother Ryan. All right, peace and blessings, King. I'm gonna do another one, but I gotta wait till the Father instruct me, because when I real do it, it drains everything. And I did a live baptism, and we baptized people over the world, hundreds and hundreds at once, and it trained me so bad. So whenever the Most High calls, I will do another one. But you're getting, sister, you're getting a spiritual baptism. Remember, the physical baptism, the physical water, yes, that's a good thing. It's cultural. It still works. But we are to be baptized in spirit and in fire. That's the baptism of the Messiah. All right. So a lot of people, you could get physical baptism all day, but if you ain't got the spiritual baptism, then you won't have the covering, the law from the order of Melchizedek, the Messiah's baptism. So every lesson and every time you interact with the house, you're getting spiritual baptism, cleansing of the word as you empty your old wineskin. So you've been already being baptized every time you come. So what a lot of people can do, if you being called and you want to have the surname of the Father, because the Bible says they shall surname themselves. You understand? His children, my children who are called by my name, covered by my name, come in my name. It's all through the Bible, right? It's crazy how many times. I'm going to do a lesson and show it. Most people, you can just add Yah to your name. Like we had a brother and sister in the ministry a couple of years, they still here, a couple of years ago before the Father gave them their actual Habariya name. And so the brother name was Kevin, right? So all he did was he just put Kevin Yah. He just put Yah on his name just so he can be covered by the Father's name. See, every other nation of people do that. The Muslims, they come in the name of Allah. That's their Father, right? This is the only relationship or religion or culture that they've stripped the name of the Father from the children. And they have you calling on Lord and God and so anything. That ain't a name. Those are titles. So what's your father's name? How could you not know your father's name when all through the Bible it speaks of his name as a strong tower, his name for his name's sake all the way through. That's all it speaks of. And they took it out over 7,000 times. So all you have to do for the time as you come in, as you growing in the word, as you growing in righteousness, as you growing and you emptying wineskin, as you building your spiritual body up, man, if you want to be covered by the name, you can just add it. So Kevin, his name was Kevin Yah. He just put Yah at the end of it. People just put it just to be in the name. Some other people put it in, over their name that their parents gave them, right? Just to have their father's name to be covered, the surname, right? And that's okay. Then over a time, as you grow in your oneness in your election, it's a parable of talents. As you grow, the Father it's him who gives you a name. No one can make it. I remember I started to teach that years ago because people was like, so how and let me tell you that you don't have to rush, because it took I think it was like 2 years before he gave me my name, right? And so it's no man it's not a marker. Some he'll give quick. It's just all in the Father's timing, right? So if you just want to be covered with the name, Ryan, go ahead. That's what they do, Ryan. And Ryan is a powerful, that's a powerful. And so the crazy part, guys, is you see how young Ryan, I'm going to start calling you Ryan now, right? You see how young Ryan, when he immediately put that, the Holy Spirit of wrath is flooding my arms. There you go. That's your sign, your confirmation, Ryan. Praise the Most High. Oh, my goodness. At the end of the lesson. That's why he had me going so long, because we never know. We never know who. And that's why, shout out to the house, the assembly, the ministry. And he got us going so long because, 11:59, 59 seconds, somebody can find us. And Ryan, that name is so powerful that and you'll learn what that is. And that's the crazy part is once you understand the language, I can immediately know Ryan. I'm like, woo, if he knew what that name mean, how much power it is. And that's why they took the father's name out. You understand? And so over time, Ryan, if you keep coming back, we'll give you the breakdown of that name, exactly what it means in Habariyah. It's just signifying their purpose and stuff. You understand? So it's that simple, guys, that you can just put your name in if you want. And then over a time, she said, Ranayah. And then over a time, if it's something adds to it or he changes it, because the reason why sometimes it can get added to, right, or changed is because your purpose, he'll add something to because it's something that is calling you to do something. So all the names, guys, are actually your purpose. It's something in the attributive descriptors of the name that is denoting the things that you are to do for the Father in this world. You see? So all you have to do is whatever it is your name is, just put Yah on it for now. You understand? And just stay, because now you're covered. The name of Yah is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. So you come into the name, you call by the name, you run into the name, you're covered by the name. That's the part. I take my Father's name. You know, I used to have a way that I broke it down, and I used to say, you know how you go on the playground? It's a bunch of kids playing on the playground, and so a bunch of parents walk up, right? School is over, right? So you walk up, and they like, your dad is here, right? Or your dad is here, you're right. You know who they are because they call you Mr. Mr. Johnson, right? And you looking for, another, right? But then guess what? When you go out there and you call your child know your voice. Through all the other voices, they'll know your voice. Your child comes in your name, they're covered, okay? And once you call them, they're in your image and likeness. They're in your covering and protection. And they know your name. They know your voice, When you call them, they'll lift up. That's my dad voice. While they playing, out of all the voices, that's our Father. We come in his name, surnamed by our Father. Praise the Most High's holy name in rightful order. It's all through the scripture. So, now we're closing. Praise the Father. Man. Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you for explaining why I went so long tonight. It says, except those days be shortened, there will be no saved. But for the righteous remnant, he's shortening the days. So our time is going so fast. That's how we know that we're in the end. And it's going to go faster and faster. Now let me close out with this. The day of Yah, they call it the day of the Lord in the English script. It is 1,000 years. 1,000 years of woe and turmoil. People's hearts will fail them for the things they see. Right here in Matthew, it says, if he didn't shorten the days, there should be no flesh saved. So that 1,000 years, he's speeding up the time because the elect, we won't have to be in this dark space for 1,000 years. That 1,000 years, by the time we get close to the 1,000 years of woe, the days of Yah, that 1,000 years is probably gonna speed 10 years. Time is gonna be going so fast that 1,000 years is going to feel like 10 years. So the children will be in 10 years of woe. You see, lest any flesh, nobody will be saved because you wouldn't survive. So that's why it's speeding faster and faster and faster and faster. Because the closer it gets, remember, I tell you, we got some time. They got the 2030, 2031, 2030, right? They got to prepare to collapse. So as it's going to be getting faster and faster and faster and faster and faster to the point where 1,000 years will be like 10 to us. It'll be going so fast that we won't keep track of it. Because, come on, Father, y'all, it won't matter no more. See, guys, the reason why I look so young is because I stopped keeping track of time over 40 years ago. About 50 now, where it stopped meaning anything. And the meaning, I stopped giving it my attention. You know how I tell people, stop saying I'm getting old and I'm this and you this and I'm old. You keep tracking all that stuff. So then the time is going to age you because whatever you give your attention to, what you speak, you manifest. But if you ignore it, if you speak youth, if you say, I don't age, that's what I do. I don't age. I get younger and younger. Then you get more vibrant. You get more. So then you'll be this age and people think that you know what I mean? You could be people's grandfather and they'll think you they same age. And just not just speaking it, but physically, your health, your being, your sharpness of mind, because mind over matter. The things you speak life. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. So I was teaching people a long time ago, stop doing that. I stopped that back in the 90s when I told them, stop, bro. Don't be telling me when my birthday. I don't need all that. I don't care about that. I'm just living life. And before you know it, you be like, how old am I? See, when you can get that, when you be like, I am what? You be like, I'm 40 something. My goodness. When you stumble on you, meaning because you stopped counting so long, right? That's what happened to me. I stumbled on my daughter like, yes, daddy. I said, girl, I would pop you in your head because I didn't want to know, but my goodness, I'm what? Back then, I was like, I'm 40 something. Oh, the devil's a lie. I'm telling you what I live, bro. I'm not telling you nothing else. I'm telling you what I live. I'm like, the devil's a lie. I don't got no age. That's why when people ask me, y'all seen on the mission, what I say? I'm 1,000 years old. You know why I do that? Because time has no power over me. You heard? No. I'm 1,000 years old. I live 1,000 lifetimes. That part. I even got that on my Facebook. I think I got 9. I didn't have it since, I had that on my Facebook since, I don't know when I made that Facebook. Like 2000 or something. I don't know. I don't remember when I made 20-something years ago or something. I put on Facebook, I'm 999 and it's still there. 999 years old. Facts. Ain't no age, got no power over me. The devil's a lie. You heard? I take authority over it all. And that's why you take care of your temple, you exercise, you take care of your mind, you take care of your spirit, you take care of your soul, and you just don't give it energy, don't give it power, because it will age you and it will destroy you. Death, where is thy sting? You understand? Praise the Most High. He said, if any man shall say unto you, lo, there go the Messiah, or there go the Messiah, don't believe him. Don't listen to it. Because false messiahs and false prophets, that's what Ishaiah is talking about. There's plenty false Christs, false messiahs, false antis, false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders. Ooh, because the fallen angel going to give them powers. They're going to have blue beams showing all type of stuff. They're going to be coming through the sky. They're going to be having all type of stuff. They're going to be like, here, remember in the book of with Mashiach, Moses and them, when he had to go with the pharaohs and them and the magicians, the magi, and he do the snake and they do the snake and he do this and they doing signs and wonders, and Elijah, Alayaha, right? With the what's the name, with Jezebel and the Baal worshipers, right? And they was doing right. So don't be, I'm not impressed with your signs and wonders. Sorry, not sorry. You ain't impressing me with nothing because I know you by your fruit. I can feel my Father in you. I can feel the Most High. I can hear my Father speaking through you because it's going to be all righteousness. It ain't going to be to glorify you. It ain't going to be to impress me with no wonders and signs. It's just going to be the word of the Most High that's going to impress my spirit. You understand? I'm going to fill you in my spirit. You ain't going to have to do nothing but speak the truth and speak the word of the Father, and I'll know my Father because what? His children hear his Father's voice no matter where it speaks, no matter if it speaks to a burning bush, no matter if it speaks to a donkey, no matter if it speaks to a serpent, no matter if it speaks to a mankind or through a rock or through a tree, his children hear his voice. That part. You ain't got to look for no signs and wonders. The devil's a lie. Because many false prophets going to show great signs and wonders, in so much that if it were possible, that they should see the very elect. But guess what? It ain't possible here. It might be possible to the elect that might slip off. You understand? Boo-boo the fool. And the devil's a lie. You ain't going to fool me because I'm the elect and I'm looking out for your signs. You understand? I ask for discernment from my Father. You understand? I'm looking for the fruit. Don't miss me with the signs. I'm looking for the fruit, Sister Tammy. Who cares? I'm looking for the fruit. You heard? In so much that if it were possible, you won't be deceiving the elect in this house because I'm going to teach the children. I'm going to teach the children everything the Father tells me to say, every mystery that the Messiah unlocked, every key to the kingdom. I'm going to teach the children. I'm going to break it down for a baby so they can understand. I'm going to teach them to come in the name, be called by the name, be covered by the name. I'm going to teach them Amayat faith. I'm going to teach them Ayadah works. You understand? I'm going to teach them Amayat truth. I'm going to teach them in Rayak spirit and in Amayat truth. You heard that part? And so much that if it were possible, they shall see the very elect. Messiah said, behold, I told you before. And then he's out. Boy, I love Mashiach. They don't know our Hebrew Messiah. He was the gangster. He be saying, he told, and the Shia, I love Paul, because Shia be trying to mock Mashiach. He be trying to get his Mashiach on. Shout out to our grandfather, our Uncle Paul. Shia, great work, Shia, Paul. Mashiach said, behold, I told you before. And I'm I'll be like, Mashiach is a trap boy. Mashiach is a gangster. I swear that boy gangster. Oh, Mashiach said, behold, I told you before. You have heard. Selah. It is done. Hallelujah. Mashiach be out of there. Right? He'd drop it off and be gone. Remember before they was looking for him? Where'd he go? He slipped in and out like a thief in the night. That's why it said no man know the hour come. He gonna slip in like a thief in the night. You heard? Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. Oh, now we closing. Oh, this turn. I love when we open this Bible. I have a whole nother lesson to do, but let the Father cook. I got all this information. I was going to teach y'all some historical stuff. I was going to go there with the Haitians, but let the Father cook. You understand? And how many hours we did? Almost 8. Praise the Most High. 118 on the live stream. That's okay. Peace and blessings, everybody. I'm going to still answer that question. I couldn't get to the rest of the questions. I got to close out. I'm tired in the spirit now. Well, I'm tired in the flesh. Sorry, not tired in the spirit. I'm tired in the flesh now. Flesh needs the rest. The spirit don't get tired. The spirit don't slumber, don't sleep. The spirit never gets tired. Shout out to Lizette TV. Shout out to Lizette in the building. I said TV. Shout out to Lizette in the building. All right? Peace and blessings. The spirit never tires, guys. Remember that. That's the flesh that needs the rest. The flesh tires. The flesh needs a recharge. That's why the Sabbath day is as well. That's why we got to rest every day. You heard? Peace and blessings for the Most High Yah. All right? Wow. The abomination, desolation, the end time. May the Most High cover and bless you all 100 and some of the 100 and so. Shout out to Angie over Facebook, Yaron, and everybody. Peace and blessing. Thank you, Hakiyama, for all your assistance tonight. Thank you, Tamayah, for your covering. Thank you, Yasha. Thank you to the ministry for welcoming any new people. I think we had some new people. I've seen quite a few new people. Praise the Most High. That's why he got us going so long. So as much as they try to shadow ban us, he had me hanging in there so our brother Ryan could catch us at the end. So other brothers and sisters can catch us right before we close. You understand? Because imagine if I closed 2 and 3 hours ago, we would have missed our brother Ryan. The Bible calls it fishers of men. You understand? The Great Commission. So we're fishing, you know what I mean? That's why we come every Monday and Friday about 9:30 p.m. and we teach this word until the Most High said it is done, it is complete. You understand? That's why I go so long now. It is what it is. Praise the Most High's holy name, His rightful order. All the ministry, thank you so much for loving and welcoming everybody. Thank you so much for being my brothers and sisters. All the new people, we love you with the love of the Father. And thank you to the moderators, my brothers and sisters. Thank you so much to the ministry. We do it together. We are the Father's children that are one in His likeness, image, being, in nature. You heard our Abba who art in the Shamayam. Hallowed be His name. Praise the Most High's holy name, His rightful order. We love you all from the house of the Most High. Shalom, Sister Tammy. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, everybody. We'll see you on the next time. Next live stream is Monday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:30. I don't know what I'm teaching, but I know it's going to be the word of the Most High. Peace and blessings. Love you all with the love of the Father. Peace and blessings. Whew.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent His Son, a sacrifice, to show how much He loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.